Minibikes British Championship.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's Saturday here at Three Sisters, and we've got 16 races coming your way. All of our championships are done and dusted, which means we can just focus on having a little bit of fun to wrap up the year in some good old-fashioned racing. You joined myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me in the commentary box. And Izzy, we are really, really excited for today.
Yeah, we are. We've been speaking about it all morning, all afternoon. Well, all afternoon yesterday. We are really, really looking forward to today. Just getting these last few races done for the season. Everybody has worked so hard this season. So today, a bit of fun, a bit of celebration. All the hard work done so far this season. It's looking dry outside. The weather, we are hoping that it remains dry. We didn't have any rain yesterday, so we're really hoping that stays today, stays that way. Dry conditions remain, and we're in for a good day.
Absolutely. This is the last warm-up session of the morning before we get going into our races. And, coming up for you, it'll be our race. Weirdly enough, we've got some race threes before some race twos first. So we had a couple of race twos yesterday in our mini moto classes. We're going to get their race threes done and dusted just so they're not sat around all morning. So if they want to go home at the end of their race threes, they can before we get on to the remainder of our race twos and then our race threes to finish off the 2025 season. Let us know where in the world you are watching them. Let us know who you are supporting, and let us know how heartbroken you are that this is it for 2025 in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Next year, of course, I'm sure we'll be back. I'm sure FAB-Racing will continue onwards, but it'll be different, of course. Different faces, different names, different people winning different things. People will be moving on up to things like the British Talent Cup and beyond. So I guess it's time to just sit back, relax, and drink it all in.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. It's been such a good season as well. I mean, it's hard to believe that we did start all the way back in April, which is really, really crazy to think about. It's flown by, gone so fast. We've seen the championships all done, dusted and settled. So we are just going to wait and see what happens today. The mood in the paddock, everyone's just really happy, really excited, really looking forward to today. Like Ross was saying, we did get some of our race twos done yesterday for our mini motos, so their race threes will be first in case they want to head on off. They're not sat around waiting to get their race three done. I mean, and it is a Saturday. We are doing the last day of racing on a Saturday. This whole weekend, it's been a bit like, everyone's like, what day are we on again? Whereabouts are we at? Is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Because obviously normally we run on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday. But this weekend, for the final one, we have done a Thursday, Friday and Saturday. So yes, if you are just joining us, you would join us on the last day of racing for FAB-Racing this season. A little bit sad, a little bit bittersweet, but still fun nonetheless.
I'm sure it will be fun, and again, because it is a Saturday, it means that if people want to celebrate in a certain way, which might leave you with a bit of a headache tomorrow, they don't have to worry about going to work. So it's all guns blazing for the celebrations tonight. Eyes on the senior mini moto paddock for that one if they are still around at the end of the day. But yeah, we've had a great weekend of racing so far. Some fantastic action yesterday. We wrapped up the last couple of championships that were yet to be done as well, that were going right down to the wire. Now all the pressure is off everybody. It's just about ending the season on a high. We're seeing a few different people exclusively racing in the classes they're going to be attempting next year. So Sebastian Gazlowski, for example, our 50 and 50R champion, he's on the 70 bike this weekend, just getting a bit of track time and getting used to being on track while he's racing with others, looking forward into a next season, which I'm sure is going to be an inevitable title charge or title attempt in the British Mini GP 70 Championship. Also seen some guys swapping over series as well. We've got Chris Wells doing a wild card on the senior mini motos, actually going quite well on that as well. In practice this morning, Matt Birkin actually went out on the pit bike 140s, I saw. I think he did all right. He didn't have a transponder on the bike, so I can't tell you the time, but I can tell you that watching him trackside down into paddock 1, he was not particularly good on it. I'll say that much.
Right, okay. Well, that is unlucky for Matt Birkin, but like you said, we've had Chris Wells on the senior mini motos for this weekend. We also have an exclusive today. We have a new camera. Here it is. We have got a curb camera for today, just into that first turn from the paddock and the grid. So that's going to be really exciting to see. We're going to just have a few minutes. I think we can see some of the Inters there just getting ready to get out on grid before we start their final races, their final race for FAB this year. So we're going to have to see what they pull out the bag for us.
Absolutely. Of course, the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inters Championship, a new championship for 2025. It captured the eyes and the hearts of millions around the globe with that titanic title tussle between Nelly Knuth and Finlay Styles. Styles ended up victorious at the end of race number 1 yesterday. It was a 45-point gap going into it, but race number 2, ultimately, there was nothing that Knuth could do. The gap was just too big for her to handle. So it is Finlay Styles who is your new and inaugural Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inter champion. Riders now making their way out onto the grid, so let's have a little run through the grid for you. It's the 44 of Nelly Knuth starting from pole position. Again, had a new chassis and a new frame coming into this weekend, which did help after a couple of weeks of reliability issues and poor form, but are not enough, unfortunately. A little too late in championship terms. It's Noah Barford alongside your new champion in Finlay Styles starts P3, with James Dermott in P4. Row 3 is Randy Carter and Austin Baton, with Daisy Grayson 7th and Zach Athertich in P8. It's been a brilliant year for the AC40, and it must be said. Again, this title battle, which captured the hearts of millions and the whole world was watching. And it came to a brilliant end yesterday. And again, these riders, I'm sure, are going to be moving up to the AC40 Pros, the LC40 Elites next year, then the Mini GPs, the Metro Kits, the Avalis, and whatnot, and then British Talent Cup and beyond in the future.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. I mean, like Ross was just saying, everyone remember, FAB-Racing is on the road to MotoGP. If you are wanting to start your bike career, this is the place to do it. So if you have a child at home, or if you yourself, especially on some of those geared bikes for some of our older fans, have a look at the FAB-Racing website, see how you can get involved. I think our final few riders are just coming to grid now. There is our flag marshal, Lee Clowes, getting ready to get this final day of racing underway. This is it. This is going to be the final race for the AC40 Inters of this season. They're race 3 of the weekend. Lee just moving over to the side to grab the green flag, and then we will have this race underway. And it is flag up, flag down. We are racing for the AC40 Inters. Nelly Knuth holds on to her lead around that corner, but Noah Barfoot just slides on through around past the Finlay Styles, holding on to his third place. Looks like he's going to be under a bit of pressure from Randy Carter there, but Noah Barfoot this weekend has come in and is showing everyone what he really is capable of. He just gets such a brilliant start. They're just coming round now to start the lap officially, because that is where timing starts here at Three Sisters. But it is Noah Barfoot who leads ahead of Nelly Knuth, with Finlay Styles running in P3 and Randy Carter P4.
Barfoot, a disappointing race 1 yesterday, but a very strong race number 2. His form in the second half of the season has really been something to behold. And you kind of think if there was a bit longer left in the championship, could maybe see him as a bit of a late dark horse kind of thing. But either way, he wants to end his season with a bang, with a win in the final round of the season, as we go down to the inside of Paddock Bend there, before into the S's, as your eardrums momentarily get blown out before the Rogerson Straight, then down into Luna Bend to end the lap. Really tricky corner through here. Nelly Knuth under a little bit of pressure now. Looks like she made a mistake somewhere, because Barfoot's extended that gap, and now all over the back of the 44 is the 2025 champion Finlay Styles, who's going to go outside to inside for a look up into turn number 1. Is he too far back? Yes, he is on this occasion. Knuth will hold on to P2, but Styles already maybe smelling a little bit of blood.
Yeah, it does look like Barfoot just got that lead. Nelly Knuth, she hasn't quite got the pace, it looks like, in this race to be able to keep with Barfoot and keep a hold of putting pressure on him. So she's now in that tricky position where she's not able to put pressure on the guy in front, but she's got pressure coming from the guys behind. But Finlay Styles as well, currently running in P3, we see on our screens there. He's under pressure from Randy Carter. Randy Carter this weekend, for the final weekend, has really got his elbows out and really got himself involved in some battles with Finley Styles and Nelly News, which is really great to see these guys all progressing, really doing well this weekend. These are our front runners. Behind them we've got Dermot, Baton, Athasich and Grayson. They're just a little bit further back, not quite able to keep with the pace of everyone else, but absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing. Nelly News under pressure from Finley Styles. He's now running a gold livery on his bike, which is really, really nice to see. But we've got just under 7 laps now left to go. And it is Noah Barfoot who leads ahead of Nelly News, Finley Styles in P3. Finley Styles, he's going to be working on just every lap, just reducing that gap between him and Nelly News little by little until it gets to a point where he's got enough, he can go for that overtake and take second position away from her. But at the moment, Noah Barfoot absolutely flying around the track, just putting a fastest lap of a 51.443. Amazing stuff we are seeing from him. Everybody's doing really well. Is Styles going to do it? Yeah, and he goes up on the inside past Nelly News then on that back straight and takes that second position away from her. He's now going to be thinking, okay, I've dealt with this, now let's start putting the pressure on the guy running in P1.
Up into second goes the champion. Can Newt respond? Can Randy Carter in the background also maybe get up and involved in this conversation and make it a proper three-way fight for the podium places? Maybe Styles has his eyes on Noah Barfoot. There are still soon to be 5 laps left to run in this race, so plenty of time for the new champion. Now with that gold fairing and the number 1 plate on the front of the bike to try and reel in the number 30 slicks and see if he can finish the year up on the top once again. 5 laps to go then as Barfoot crosses the line, and it is a fastest lap of the race from Styles now that he's in clean air. 51.362. That's 2.5 tenths quicker than anybody else has gone so far in this race. So Noah Barfoot maybe out front for the time being, but how long can he stay there? Styles potentially coming. Nelly News, keep your eye out for her as well now that she's following the new champion, her title rival for this season. Maybe she can pick up a trick or two and see if she can follow him around, maybe try and make it a fight for the lead rather than a fight for the podium. Into Luna Bend once more though. It's going to be 4 laps left to go as we come to the line this time. Fastest lap last time from Finley Styles, 51.362. Let's keep our eye on the timing screens as they come to the line now to make it 4 more to go. Is it any quicker from Barfoot? Slightly slower from Barfoot, slightly faster now from Finley Styles at 51.157. You can see visually the gap coming down. It's less than half a second, should I say.
Yeah, Styles is really putting on the pressure. He's just putting the fastest lap last time round. Like Ross was just saying, just under half a second separating him and Barfoot now. He really is just pushing his bike in this last race. They've just come down past the start-finish straight at the moment, and he's really gaining on Barfoot. Barfoot is going to be aware he's got that pressure coming now. He is going to be looking to go on the defensive soon because Styles is just absolutely flying. He's just looking so easy, so in control on that bike. Our new champion really showing why it is he's the 2025 champion. Is he going to look to the outside? And it looks like he could possibly get it into that first corner now, and he has. Finley Styles now leads the third and final race of the weekend for the AC40. Inter's brilliant performance we are seeing from him so far. Just 3 laps left to go. He is leading ahead of Noah Barfoot with Nelly News just behind in P3.
Noah Barfoot can get very aggressive when he wants to. Nuke as well, upping that pace. Barfoot or Styles on the last lap into the 50s, a 50.994. Unbelievable pace from the number 1 as they come through into Luna Bend. It'll be the penultimate tour of Three Sisters, the penultimate lap of the 2025 season in the Britson Electrical Services AC40 Interclass. And look at how close the top 3 are, neck and neck, maybe 3 wide up the straight. Nelly News going to slide up into second. Can she try anything for the lead? No. But it's the 44 with a late charge who's managed to get things sorted out in the second half of this race. And suddenly there's 3 bikes fighting for the lead.
What a show we are seeing from these guys here. Perhaps Barfoot struggling with his bike a little bit. His pace that we were seeing in the beginning few laps of this race isn't quite there anymore, which has allowed Finley Styles and Nelly News to just almost breeze on past. And this is absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys. Newt now looking to put the pressure on Styles. What a show we are seeing from these guys. Styles knows he's under that pressure, but Newt is really gaining on him. Into Luna Bend there. We're just coming round now into that final corner, and we will have just one lap left to go. We are going to be starting the last lap of the season for the AC40 Inters, and Finley Styles is still leading ahead of Nelly Newth, but she is putting on the pressure. Barfoot trying to stay involved in that battle, but just not quite there at the moment. On to the straight they come, and it's absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from them. Styles still leading ahead of Nelly Newth. Can she do it on this straight here? Coming down past that commentary box, she couldn't quite get enough out of the bike, but we still have a few more sectors before we know.
It's not over until it's over. Can Nelly Newth end the year on top, or will it be a champion's ride from Finley Styles? Nelly tries to pull the pin, coming into Luna Bend, too far back. It's going to be one turn to go. Is it late drag race drama to end the season on a high? Newth to the inside. Is there anything left in it? All the way to the line. Styles pips it. Styles gets it by 3/4 of a tenth of a second. The champion ends the year on top, but Nelly Newth was taking it right to the deck here at Three Sisters. What a way to kickstart the day. What a way to end the season in the Brits Electrical Services AC40 Inters. It is Styles from Newth, from Barfoot on your podium, but it is the champion who ends the season on top.
Absolutely brilliant stuff we've seen from those guys, but let's have a run through of who ended up where. Finley Styles took the win for this race with Nelly Newth in second and Noah Barfoot. Rounding out our podium positions in third, Randy Carter came fourth, James Dermott came fifth, Austin Baton came sixth, Daisy Grayson came seventh, and Zach Athasich in eighth. But a brilliant final race from these guys here at Three Sisters. Really competitive stuff we saw from our three sitting on the podium position. What brilliant stuff we've just seen from them. And coming up now, we have the third and final race of the weekend, the final race of the season for the AC40 rookies. These guys just starting their racing journey. Let's have a little look of how our grid is going to be lining up. Starting on pole position, we have Jensen Brown in P2, we have Van Morris P3, Logan Paisley P4, Chase Carter P5, Oakley Hifwell P6, Caden Bailey P7, William Skingle P8, Vinnie Gossett P9, Jackson Say P10, Casey Reeson P11, Louis Wood P12, Dale Everett P13, Theo Tyler P14, Keely Bailey P15, Tyler J Windard P16, Oscar Bond P17, Izzy Cook P18, Jack Irwin. Rounding out our grid in P19 is Bobby Baker.
Big grid of rookies here then for the final race of the weekend. Jensen Brown, of course, has been dominating here at Three Sisters, just on the outskirts of Wigan. And it's there's a big atmosphere in the air today, and here, of course, the Wigan Warriors in the Rugby League Grand Final later on against Hull Kingston Rovers, a rematch of last year's Super League Grand Final. But, of course, here at FAB-Racing, our final race weekend of the season, just adding to the excitement of the area. And we cannot wait to see what the rookies are going to do coming through to start their final race of the season. Again, Jensen Brown has been pretty dominant here at Three Sisters, but there are some solid riders around him and solid riders to keep your eye on in the future as well. Moving forward, looking forward into 2026, the likes of Jensen Brown, the likes of Van Morris, Logan Paisley, Chase Carter, they'll be looking to step up into the Brits Electrical Services AC40 Interclass and to show what they can really do when the racing starts to get a little bit more serious. Whereas here in the Rookies Cup, it's more just about track time. It's more just about getting used to being out there racing against competitors. It's still fierce up the front and fierce all throughout the field as well. Final few checks at the back of the field. I believe that's for Jack Irwin on the number 5. Lee Clowes gets ready to send them on their way. She'll walk to the side, drop the red flag, pick up the green. And when that drops, it's go time for the final time this season. Big jump start there from Van Morris. That is going to be a slam dunk penalty, unfortunately, for the 43. But he is going to take first place on the road, down through the S's and onto the Rogerson straight. But again, a big jump start there, a slam dunk penalty, and it'll be Jensen Brown that realistically leads this race.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure what happened there for Van Morris. Oh, we have got a kid down there. A couple of kids are down. That is not great to see at the moment. We're just going to have to wait and see what's going on there, but that is going to be a yellow flag for definite at the moment. But here we are, we've got red flags, so that race, they're going to be brought back into the paddock just while we get everything cleared, check on all our riders. But Van Morris, really poor start from him there on that jump start. So like Ross was saying, realistically, at the beginning of that race, Jensen Brown was leading.
Well, this actually gives Van Morris a little bit of a lifeline. Of course, we're a bit more keen to throw the red flag for our younger riders, just to make sure, of course, they're so young. We want to make sure that they're okay. And, of course, as soon as we know that everyone's okay, we'll let you know. But I can see that everyone involved is now up on their feet. But this does give a lifeline to Van Morris, because if we have a full race restart, he's not going to get that jump start penalty. He has the opportunity to restart, go again and nail the starters. There we do see the riders that got involved. Looks to me one of them may be the 999, potentially, of Adele Everett, but I'm not quite sure, unfortunately. But again, everybody who was involved is up on their feet. We are going to get going again, hopefully this time a bit cleanly, and hopefully for Van Morris when the green flag actually drops this time.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. I mean, we can see some of our riders actually were brought back into the pit lane and the paddock, so they're just having to be brought back out onto the grid. Maybe, possibly, we'll do another sighting lap, or we'll just really get this race back underway. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, red flag is still out at the moment, unfortunately, but we will just wait and see what's happening. It does look like everybody's cleared off the track, though. All of our riders were up. Yeah, see, just our final few riders coming off of the track now. That is, unfortunately for them, their weekend over and done with, which is unfortunate for them, really unfortunate. But it is what happens in racing.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite often it's part of racing. You come off, you get hurt, but you got to get back up and get in your feet if you're able to, and that's what these young riders are showcasing here, that they have the tenacity. And I'm sure they'll all be quite annoyed, actually, that their season has ended at the crash. I'm sure most of them will be wishing that they could get straight back onto the grid. But of course, here at Three Sisters, during a race, if you come off the bike or your bike stops for a mechanical issue and you're not able to fix it fairly swiftly, that is it. It's a DNF. You are not allowed to rejoin the race. So we are missing the 8th and 9th, I believe. So it's Vinnie Glossop and Jackson Say, by the looks of things, who were caught up in those incidents. I'm just seeing if anybody else is missing, but they seem to be the two that immediately went down. I know there's going to be a few people in the crowd here that are a bit disappointed. Vinnie Glossop was attracting a lot of support across this weekend. There you can see one of his supporters, the England flag, has got Go Vinnie written on it. I think that's just a thumbs up maybe to Vinnie to make sure that he's A-OK and that, he's still got that support even if he is down and out of the race. So a real shame for those two there to end their 2025 season with an incident, as that is somebody making their way back around after going down. That is, I'm not entirely sure. No, that is Vinnie Glossop, actually. So Vinnie's managed to get going again. I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to rejoin the race, but we'll find out. He's just heading through Lucy's Valley now. Is he going to go back to the pits? No, he is going to try and rejoin. I'm not sure whether that'll be allowed, though, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, Vinnie Glossop feels like he's ready to rejoin the race.
Yeah, I've just spotted out of our window Lee Clowes, our flag marshal. She just looks to be walking up to Vinnie at the moment. Yeah. It does not look like he will be able. No, that is it for Vinnie. He's unable to rejoin this race, as is the rules here at Three Sisters. If you come off in the starting lap, or if you come off in the race at any point, you are unable to rejoin. But we're going to wait and find out what's going to happen. There is a potential we could maybe have another warm-up lap for these guys, get the grid resorted, reformed, and then their race will be fully underway. Absolutely.
Lee Clowes, who apparently just hates children and wants to crush their dreams, We'll see what she has to say. Our Flag Marshal Lee, of course. A big thank you to all for all of her support this year. And, across the years as well. Lee's been a part of the FAB-Racing family for years and years and years, and of course we couldn't do what we do without her support. I think we might be going straight away. Yes, we are going to be going for one sighting lap. No, we are. Green flag's getting picked up. We are going to go racing straight away. That's a jump start now for Jensen Brown. So Van Morris did it the first time. Now the pole sitter's gone early from the launch as well. The rookies clearly haven't had their Weetabix this morning. Should I say nearly this afternoon? It's nearly midday here at Three Sisters. But it's chaos here early doors. Jensen Brown, somebody else is now coming to a stop. Absolutely furious, whoever that may be. And that's a disappointing way to end the season as well, but they're A-OK. We've been told that race control have acknowledged Jensen Brown has jumped the start. He will be getting a penalty a little bit later on. But it's chaos early doors here at Three Sisters. A lot of chaos for these AC40 rookies in their final race of the season. Jensen Brown, although he is leading out on track, will be given a penalty. So Van Morris currently running in P2 at the moment on track. He has got a 0.856 second gap between him and Jensen Brown, who is currently leading on the road but does have a penalty for a jump start. Bit of chaos for these guys this weekend. I mean, we've got just 8 laps of racing left to go as they come in now round into the sector with Luna Bend. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens for these guys and what sort of penalty is Jensen Brown is going to be getting. Absolutely. Believe it was William Skingle who came to a halt there, coming down the Rogerson Straight a few moments ago. So a real shame for the Scottish rider to end his season with mechanical issues. 7 to go though here. Jensen Brown, 1.7 is the gap as it stands up the front, but we are still waiting for that penalty to be applied. Race control said they have acknowledged it, and well, to our eyes it was pretty blatant, unfortunately, for the 171, who's been so dominant this weekend as well. We've really not seen any sort of mistakes until now from him, and now that penalty has been applied. He's dropped down to 3rd on the timing sheets. So it's Van Morris that leads from Oakley Hipwell. Jensen Brown, who leads on the road, now with a jump start penalty added. He is currently rounding out the podium places, but he is the fastest rider here in the Rookies Cup this weekend. He very may well be able to extend the gap up the front enough where he could still clinch the race win.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the times they put in the last lap round, that is another one of our riders down and off. That is unfortunate for them. But with 6 laps left to go, Jensen Brown, he's already done it. Even with his penalty, he has flown straight back up into 1st on the timing sheets. Absolute brilliant stuff from him there. It does look like Van Morris is closing in though. There's just 0.2 seconds separating them out on track at the moment. But the 171 of Jensen Brown really proving why he is the fastest rider out here at Three Sisters. I mean, fastest lap of a 56.893. Really putting in some quick times.
Looks like that was Louis Wood on the 50 we saw going down there on the run into the Rogerson Straight. Real shame for him. A lot of riders will be very upset at the end of this one. Nobody wants to end their season in a disappointing manner. You want to end it at the best of your abilities before you go into the winter break, where you got time to work on yourself, work on your own abilities, especially for these young riders, where this is very much, whoa, that's a huge wobble there for the 174 of Oakley Hipwell, who's holding up Logan Paisley at the moment in the battle for the final podium places. Again, Jensen Brown has got a 3-second jump start penalty applied. He's just so far ahead that currently does not matter up the front of the pack. But Oakley Hipwell on that 174, he's been quietly solid this weekend. We haven't spoken much about him, but he's been running very, very well and very, very strongly. Let's see if he can finish his year with a strong podium. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. They're just coming down past the commentary box now, and there really is next to nothing separating these two. Oakley Hipwell is currently leading ahead of Logan Paisley. Logan Paisley moves towards the inside of the track when he's coming into those corners, because it looks like Oakley Hipwell, he doesn't really go tight into the corners. He stays quite middle on the track, which means Logan Paisley, if he can get better into those corners, a better entrance into the corner, he could potentially take that position. I mean, we've got
Just 4 laps of racing left to go. This is the battle we are watching currently, the battle for P3. Oakley Hipwell currently in third, under a lot of pressure from Logan Paisley. It does look like, though, down the straights, Oakley Hipwell can get a bit more out of his bike than Logan Paisley, get a bit more speed, a bit more onto the throttle, build that gap a little bit, but then it's when they come into the corner sections, come into that little bit of tightness, is where Logan Paisley catches up.
Yeah, he's clearly just very confident on the getting on the throttle and getting that traction out of corners. As I say that to the inside, a big look, nothing quite there as they came up to lap traffic. But yeah, there's no real size difference between these two riders. They've got very similar frames. They're both quite small, quite slight. So that's not something that's going to cause that much of a difference when they're on the bike. Because for these younger riders, unfortunately, things like height, it does affect how quick you go up the straights. Mini motos are not very big and not particularly powerful. The finest of margins can change how the whole thing operates. 3 laps left to go, though. Oakley Hipwell still holds on in P3. Jensen Brown has checked out up the front. He is 7 seconds on the road ahead of everybody else. With that penalty, it's 4 seconds. He is well and truly in the clear and set to take a hat-trick of wins. But this battle for third place rages on down into Lucy's Valley, and then the Joey Dunlop corner as they come back onto the pit straight where the paddock watches on from behind the fence.
Yeah, everybody really watching closely to this battle going on between these guys for that final podium position. Oakley Hipwell does look a bit shaky at some occasions, having a bit of a wobble on the bike. Maybe he's trying to push himself a bit too far, but this is where the issues are going to arise when they're coming round and past lap traffic. We see it all the time. Lap traffic does cause issues for a lot of our riders in terms of when they're battling it out for a position. They get caught between a bit of lap traffic. Either someone can get past or everybody ends up a bit stuck, and that gap builds between the guys that are battling. We currently, though, leading is the 171 of Jensen Brown. Just 2 laps left to go now. Like we were saying, he has absolutely blown ahead of all the others on the grid. A 4.4 second gap between him and Van Morris running in second now, but this lap traffic really causing issues for our guys running in P3 and at P4 who were battling out for podium position. But it looks like Oakley Hipwell's now just able, from that lap traffic, to build that gap a bit more between him and Logan Paisley.
Yeah, that was Jack Irwin on the number 5. We saw there holding up those behind again. No blue flags here at FAB-Racing. Jack Irwin, the youngest of the Irwin family to hop on a bike now, is Uncle Andrew here supporting him this weekend. It is the final lap of the race, though, for Jensen Brown on the 171. And, well, he's been dominant all weekend. We suddenly thought, there may be problems in sight when he jumped the start and was given a 3-second jump start penalty by the stewards, but he's so far up the road, it doesn't even matter. A 6.2 second gap last time, according to the timing sheets, means on the road it's 9.2. The pace has been unbelievable, and Jensen Brown is showing that for 2026 he is a young rider to very much keep your eye on. Absolutely, he is really proving why we keep an eye on him. I mean, he's in the rookies class, he's just starting out his racing career. This is going to be one to watch as he comes round now, round those final few bends onto the straight. We can see the checker flag waving, and it is Jensen Brown who wins the final race of the weekend for the AC40 rookies, the final race of the season. A really strong weekend we have seen from him. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 3 out of 3 at Three Sisters for Jensen Brown, and he does it in some style. Penalties be damned, this young man says, and he will be heading home and heading into the winter break a very, very happy boy. As I said, one to be watching for 2026, I'm sure. It's Jensen Brown with a dominant win, penalties and all. Van Morris comes home in second, with Oakley Hipwell does hold on to that podium place. Logan Paisley was 4th, with Caden Bailey P5, Chase Carter in P6, Casey Reeson was 7th, Adele Everett was 8th, Keely Bailey P9, and Oscar Bond holds on to round up in P10 there. Unfortunately, two retirements in that race in Louis Wood and William Skingle, as well as a few others that unfortunately were unable to make the restart after causing a red flag at the first attempt of getting this race 3 done. But that's it, unfortunately, for the FAB Racing Rookies Cup in 2025. They'll be back, of course, with some new faces, I'm sure, and the current faces, get used to seeing them. They'll be making the step up into the Inters, into the pros, and they'll be the ones that start really fighting for championships in the future.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. I mean, we've still got someone coming round on the track at the moment. Not
they're
too
just
sure
enjoying their time out there.
That is at the moment, but they're just going to make their way through the final few sectors on the track, and then we will hopefully be getting our next race underway. But yeah, brilliant performance from Jensen Brown this weekend. He has performed brilliantly. I mean, you can see there he's got his sponsor board, just thanking everybody who has supported him this season, and absolutely brilliant stuff to see from him. And now we have got the final race of the season for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Now, all season long, we've seen those guys on the liquid cool bikes absolutely flying away from the others on the air cool bikes, but today we will have to wait and see what happens. Let's have a little run through of how our grid is looking today. On pole position, we have Jensen Cedras. P2, we have Finley Styles. P3, Reed Saxelby. P4, Freddie Taylor. P5, Danny Longhurst. P6, Joey Atherton. P7, James Dermott. P8, Claudia Dudman. P9, Cooper Say. And rounding out our grid, starting in 10th position, is Ethan Bayliss.
Yeah, an all-champion front row there in the LC40 Elite Champion of Jensen Cedras, starting from pole, and P2, the AC40 Inters Champion Finley Styles. Fortunately, the AC40 Pros Champion isn't here with us this weekend. Neither was Jensen Cedras' nearest challenger. The championship was still open heading into race number 1 earlier on yesterday. But unfortunately, with a no-show from his rival, he basically just had to take the green flag at the start, and it was all his with a 70-point gap. So Cedras, it was an anticlimactic way to do it, but he's still very delighted. Still a very deserved champion as well. He's been so strong over the course of the season. He's also stepping onto a Metro kit for the first time at a FAB-Racing meet this weekend. So again, one of the riders testing the waters before, I'm presuming, a 2026 campaign in the next class up for junior riders. Be interesting to see what Cedras has in his locker as Lee Clowes gets ready to send them on their way for the final time this season. Let's get ready to go racing in the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite. It's another poor start from Jensen Cedras, and I do wonder if that Minimoto machine is starting to give up the ghost, because that's 3 times now he's just not got away at the flag at all. But if they make their way down the Rogerson Straight, I believe it's Reed Saxelby, who once again has got a great start and is in the lead of the race. We'll have to wait as they come through Luna Bend and start the first lap proper when they come to the timing beam. Very tight through that last right-hand kink. It's very deceiving on your picture, but it is Reed Saxelby from Finley Styles, from Freddie Taylor, your top 3. Jensen Cedras in second, leads in the LC40 Elite, ahead of Claudia Dubman in P8.
Yeah, definitely. But what's been really interesting to see is that Jensen Cedras, although having really poor starts in his races this weekend, that liquid cool bike really just begins to fly for him at some point, and he does just breeze past the AC40s, as we have just seen, as he's just overtook Freddie Taylor there on the 118. He's going to really be looking to catch up with our guys running out front now. Reed Saxelby and Finley Styles. Looks like we're going to be having a bit of a battle on our hands between these two. Just 0.4 separating them at the moment. Reed Saxelby leads ahead of Finley Styles. Reed Saxelby has had a really good weekend so far, but they are neck and neck coming down that straight there. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from both. Who is going to take it? It looks like Reed Saxelby is holding on, but Finley Styles into that second corner, and Finley Styles has done it. Finley Styles takes the lead of this race away from Reed Saxelby. That was really, really clever movement there from Finley Styles.
Come on now, Finley Styles. That is ridiculous stuff. Round the outside, hold it, make it the inside, and take the overall lead of the race. Still got the number 1 plate on the bike as well, by the way. It's not quite the gold fairing he had in the Inters race, But still, it's silly racing, and I'm all here for it to end the season. Styles will make it 7 laps to go when he crosses the line with Saxelby in P2. And that is Jensen Cedras now up into P3 overall. And with the drive, we'll get down the straight. It may very well be P1 overall. We're going to maybe go 3 wide into turn number 1. Great move there by Reed Saxelby to get back into the overall lead of the race. Up the inside, Styles once again tries to hang it the long way round. Cedras sees that, says thank you very much into Lucy's Valley. Brave stuff on the inside. Cedras second overall.
Brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys. Jensen Strass, you see, he just pulls out down those straights and really gets the power out of that liquid cool bike of his. Jensen Strass now leading this race. But Reed Saxelby and Finley Styles wanting to keep up with him there. They've got a little train going on of these guys here. They're just going to come round Luna Bend now, and we will have just 6 laps left to go in a short moment. But brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys here. Finley Styles is going to look at pushing his bike to put the pressure on Reed Saxelby again. I'm feeling we're going to have a bit of a really close battle between these guys throughout the remainder of the race, but it is Reed Saxelby leading ahead of Finley Styles for the air-cooled bikes at the moment. But this is Freddie Taylor under pressure from Joey Athasich, who are both running P4 and P5. They've really pulled away from the rest of the group as well. So we've got a battle going on for P2 of this race, and a battle for
Somebody's
P4.
gone straight on down at Paddock Bend, and that is Finley Styles, who's come off the bike. He's getting straight back up on his feet, but he just went straight on, and I wonder if there is some sort of brake failure there. A bizarre incident for the AC40 Inters champion, who is down and out of the final AC40 Pro race of the season. Great to see that he's up on his feet and okay, but that was a big one down into Paddock Bend. Just went straight on with 5 laps left to go. Scary stuff here at Three Sisters. We'll push on anyway. It is Cedras that still leads. That extends his gap now up the front, with Reed Saxelby holding now onto second place. And under pressure from Freddie Taylor for overall third. Joey Athasich in P4 also not far behind. And he's P3 in the AC40 Pro class, has been promoted as a result of that incident, so still battles out on track. Yeah, definitely, Ross. A lot of battles still going on out on track, but this is the one we are watching at the moment. Freddie Taylor running P3 overall at the moment. P2 for the AC40s is under pressure from Joey Athasich. Joey Athasich, although P3 for the AC40 Pros at the minute, he's going to be looking to be on the podium for the overall race we are seeing going on here. But Jensen Cedras is absolutely flying ahead of the others now. He's built up a 2.581 second gap, really showing why it is he's decided to be on that liquid cool bike. Not under pressure for anyone. This is just good for him to get some more track time in, get some more laps in, see how the bike's feeling for him. But absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys in the battle for the AC40 Pro. We've got Reed Saxelby leading ahead of Freddie Taylor and Joey Athasich. Joey Athasich doesn't look like he can quite find what he needs to put the pressure on Freddie Taylor in the moment. Freddie Taylor is aware that Joey Athasich is there, but Joey Athasich hasn't really made the move yet that could really show Freddie Taylor, yeah, I'm coming for that position. Absolutely, the sun beginning to beam down here at Three Sisters. The racing gods sending us a smile as the action continues to hot up on track as well. At the final round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing at Minibikes British Championship, Athasich is still looking, still applying that pressure. As you said though, Izzy, I don't think he's quite got away yet to get through. It's one thing to catch and follow. It is very much another thing to overtake a rider in front. You need to have that little bit extra. And there's two ways to do it. So you have that little bit extra and you set the move up over a lap, or you pressure the rider in front to make a mistake. It's kind of almost a cheap way to do it, but it is much, much easier in the long run. I think Athasich knows that currently, as they're about to make it 2 laps to go, this group, he doesn't have enough to get through on his own regard. He is going to have to rely on putting that pressure onto the 118 for him to run wide, make a mistake, and to essentially gift him the position. Yeah, definitely. But also Freddie Taylor, he's aware that he's catching up with Reed Saxelby as well now. There's just 0.27 seconds separating those guys as well. So
with just 2 laps left to go, we've got some really interesting stuff happening for these guys out on track at the moment. Joey Athasich did look, he caught up quite a bit to Freddie Taylor there, but he just didn't go for the move, didn't really see if he could try and convince Freddie to make a mistake, which could give him the chance to get through, or just go for a move itself. He seems like he held back a little bit there, didn't want to really risk anything, but these guys at the moment running really well on track. Jensen Sadras has just gone round and made it, so we're on the last lap. We can see the yellow flag with the black cross waving there. Here is our race leader, Jensen Sadras, on that liquid cooled bike. Absolutely brilliant performance we have seen from all weekend. He hasn't had the best of starts to his races, but he has just been really calm, really collected about it, and just worked his way up past the guys on those AC40s and just take that lead and run with it. A 5-second gap back to hit the other guys that running in second place. This is our race leader, and absolutely amazing stuff we have seen. We just saw him fly there just in the bottom of the shot before the other guys came back in the shot. But here he is, our race leader, Jensen Sadras, takes the checkered flag. Jensen Sadras is our winner of this third race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites, the final race of the season, and Jensen Sadras takes it once again, with Reed Saxelby coming in second overall, but first for the AC40 Pros.
Well, Sadras was always going to win that race, let's be brutally frank, but it is still a brilliant ride to wrap up the season. An amazing battle, though, between second to fourth overall, first, second and third in the AC40 Pros. That went all the way to the wire. Saxelby, Taylor and Athasich in that order. Then P5 is Danny Longhurst. P6 is P2 in the LC40 Elites. That's Claudia Dubman. Then it's James Dermott, Cooper and Ethan Bayliss. Finley Stiles, unfortunately, that scary DNF down into turn number 1. That's it for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite in 2025. We'll be seeing what they have in their locker coming up to next season, 2026. It is time for the final race of the season in what many consider to be the most exciting class here at FAB-Racing. Chaos always prevails in the senior mini motos, and I'm sure we're going to expect some more of that today as they make their way out onto the grid. It is the 3-time champ, the 2025 champ. Matt Birkin starts from pole position with Keaton Payne, a race 1 winner, alongside him. Nick Bennett is third with Chris Wells in P4. A great race 1, a pretty disappointing race 2 for the former Pit Bike 140 champion. Let's see what he makes the final race of the season. Mark Payne is 5th with Harley Jeremy in P6. The other Birkin boy, Callum White, is supposed to be starting P7, but he's got a radiator issue. I don't think he'll be starting this one. With George Reddix, though, he'll be in P8. Chris Yeomans is 9th with Tom Burt P10. Gary Eldridge is 11th with Chris Bain in P12. And Nicky Lewis is P13. Just want to give a quick shout out to a senior mini moto rider who is here this weekend but isn't riding because she feels a little bit unwell. Happy birthday, Holly Harris. Hope you're enjoying your time here at Three Sisters and hope you have a good birthday. She did make it out for one of the practice sessions, but unfortunately not feeling very well, so she won't be joining us for this race. Still, though, one final time, Izzy Higgs, for the senior mini motos. Let's see what chaos they're going to produce for us this time.
Yeah, let's wait and see what we're going to see from these guys, Ross, because they're so unpredictable. We couldn't even say who's potentially going to be looking at being on the podium for this race, because they never fail to surprise us in what happens for their race. But there is our guy sitting on pole position, Matt Birkin, just coming into position now. Final few riders coming to the grid. Lee Clowes just there with the red flag holding everybody. She'll shortly be going over, getting that green flag and getting this race underway. The sun looks like it's blinding her a bit at the moment, though. There she moves over to get that green flag, and we are going to have the third and final race underway. It is away we go for the senior mini motos. Not the best to start for Matt Birkin there. Gave left the door wide open for Keaton Payne there. Down into third has gone Matt Birkin. It looks like Chris Wells managed to get past him there. That was not the best start at all for Matt Birkin. He's now running roughly P4 on the track. That is not what he is going to have wanted coming into this race. but it looks like he's managed to get up past battle going on between him and Chris Wells at the moment. Chris Wells not quite get it. Matt Birkin back up into P2, putting the pressure on Keaton Payne now. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys here at Three Sisters. Like we said, chaotic, unpredictable, and he's done it. Matt Birkin has made the move, now leading ahead of Keaton Payne as they come down past the commentary box. Chris Wells running in P3, looking to put a bit of pressure on Keaton Payne there. They've just come past that curb camera, and it's just bodies, you see, they're bodies and bikes.
It's really, really tight racing out here, early doors, Moto 3 style, the way that they continue this train onwards. Birkin leads from Payne, leads from Wells, who leads, I think, from Nick Bennett. They're side by side, so you can't really tell until they get to the line. But it is really, really close up there. Yes, Nick Bennett 4th, Mark Payne 5th, Harvey Jeremy 6th. Through goes Chris Wells. Where on earth did the 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion come from? His first ever weekend on a senior mini moto. He's already got one podium riding Josh Birkin's bike. Let's see if he can get himself a win to boot. Oh, down, that's a big one. And was that Gary Eldridge or Mark Payne, should I say, that's gone down? I believe it is. He's A-OK, he's up on his feet, but that could have been very scary as he came down in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, not the best moment for him there, but obviously he's down and out now. But let's have a look at the battles going on here. Matt Birkin back through and past Keaton Payne. And potentially, no, Chris Wells is still leading as they come round into that final bend now. Gonna make this race just 7 laps left to go. Chris Wells running in P1, and that was Nick Bennett made the move past Keaton Payne there. Looks like he's going to be putting a bit of pressure on Matt Birkin now, but Chris Wells has just absolutely flown, and it doesn't look like anybody can really close down that gap at the moment. Chris Wells, where have you come from this weekend?
We might have saved the best story of the season for last, as Chris Wells, the man who lives in Scunthorpe but is adamant he's not from there, leads this race, his only 3rd ever senior mini moto race start. Was Matt Birkin, Keaton Payne, Nick Bennett get caught up and scrap over the remaining podium places, potentially inviting the 45 of Harvey Jeremy into the fray as well. Matt Birkin, champion this year, a 3-time senior mini-moto British champion, and one of the best to ever do it. Currently has no answer for what Chris Wells has in his locker as they come to the line once again. Birkin will hold on to P2 from Nick Bennett. Keaton Payne now trying to hold Jeremy at bay behind, who has just set the fastest lap of the race of 51.390. This is really nice pace there from the 45 in P5. Let's see if he can shoot forward with 5.5 laps left to run.
Absolutely brilliant stuff we're seeing from these guys. Is he going to make the move? He didn't look to make the move there past Keaton Payne, but Harvey Jeremy is really putting the pressure on him. But our guys, these top 5 runners really all just battling it out, putting the pressure on each other. Matt Birkin got a bit of a gap away from Nick Bennett now. A little bit less pressure for him there as they come around into this final corner to make it just 5 laps left to go of racing for the final race of the senior mini motos. They are putting on a show for us. They know it's the last. They want to show us what they can do, but Chris Wells still holding on to the lead. Matt Birkin catching up just a bit. There's just 0.2 seconds separating these guys at the moment, so we're going to have to see. We've got 5 laps left to go. Can Matt Birkin put the pressure on a little bit more and then get in a battle with Chris Wells?
Any 5 of this top 5 could win this race. Quite frankly, they could all crash into each other as Matt Birkin's blown up. The chains off the bike. All weekend, for once, it was running fine. And in the final race of the season, the champion comes screeching to a halt. Oh, you couldn't write it, Matt Birkin, could you? I mean, he's still the champion. I don't think he'll particularly care. But what on earth, man? The final race of all the times to give up. It's the final race.
Oh, he's trying to get it started back up. It looks like he's going to get rejoining in here, but he's not allowed to do that. So Matt Birkin, you're going to have to hold there. And he's done it. He's let himself back out on track. Matt Birkin, race controller, not going to be very happy with you.
They're never happy with him anyway, to be honest.
But here we go. Here are our front runners just coming down past the starting grid. They're going to catch up to Matt Birkin. This is going to become a ball of madness in a moment, but brilliant stuff we're seeing. Nick Bennett leading, currently ahead of Keaton Payne, running in this battle for P2, but will Keaton Payne manage to do it and get back up into P2? Chris Wells still leading, absolutely amazing stuff we are seeing from him there. But this is just absolute craziness we are seeing from all of these guys out on track. And it does look like Chris Wells is just about to catch up with Matt Birkin in just a second. Nick Bennett still running in P2. Keaton Payne not quite able to get enough pressure to get up past him and into P2. Harvey Jeremy's just behind the slightest a bit, not able to get involved in that battle anymore. But we have 3 laps left to go, and this has just been absolutely unpredictable. Chris Wells just done it past Matt Birkin. Matt Birkin is being caught up by the front runners now. He was once involved in battles with them, and he's now down in the position that this is crazy.
This is senior mini moto at its most chaotic. Matt Birkin second on the road. The champion is a lap down to Chris Wells. I tell you what he had this morning, Izzy. He had his Weetabix, I'll tell you that much.
Definitely.
Chris Wells has woken up like a man possessed on Josh Birkin's bike, gets through the reigning champ Matt Birkin and leads this race, and now has a little bit of a buffer zone back to Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne in P2 and P3. So maybe that's a tactical overtake going, come on then Matt, do us a favour, let's keep Bennett and Payne behind, because of course there's no blue flag rule. You do not have to let the others through, and I wonder if Matt Birkin's on the same wavelength and has decided to let Chris Wells through, because bear in mind Wells is on his brother's bike, and then to hold up people so his friend can maybe win a race.
I'm not too sure here, but that looks like that could be Harvey Jeremy with issues there potentially, but we've got just 2 laps left to go. Here we are with our front runner Chris Wells. Matt Birkin just behind him, a lap down compared to everybody else, so not really involved in any battles here, but he looks really hot on the tail of Chris Wells, so maybe Matt's going to try and get himself involved in something here, but we know we are on the last lap of this race. It is Chris Wells who leads this race ahead of Nick Bennett, who's currently running in P2 but being held by Matt Birkin. They've gone through past him, so Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne through on Matt Birkin, so Chris Wells leads ahead of Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne. Keaton Payne looks like he's through on Nick Bennett, and yes he is. They are coming around into Luna Bend now, around to that final corner, and it is going to be Chris Wells' first weekend in senior mini moto, and he takes the race win in the final race of the season. The senior mini moto, we said it would be chaos, we said it would be unpredictable, but I don't think we were ever expecting that, Ross.
Tell me I'm not having Wigan dreams. What an unbelievable way to wrap up 2025 here at Three Sisters. A brilliant race and one of the most fascinating stories you will ever see. Chris Wells, in only his 3rd senior mini moto start, is a race winner. Of course we get the traditional burnouts from the boys. It happens every year here. But wow, just wow, an unbelievable race to end 2025. Chris Wells is a race winner in senior mini moto, as Matt Birkin, I think, finished 2nd on the road a lap down. It is Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett who round out the podium places. Chris Yeomans was 4th, George Rennick's 5th, Tom Burt 6th, Gary Eldridge in P7, Vicky Lewis 8th, Chris Payne 9th, Matt Birkin 10th. Unfortunately, we did lose Mark Payne and Harvey Jeremy, but what an unbelievable story for you there. With more burnouts for good measure, on Josh Birkin's number 5, Chris Wells is a race winner.
Well, we are now going back to race 2s for the rest of our classes. So coming out onto track now, we have the Mini GP70s. This is the premier class of racing. This is where you want to be in FAB-Racing, but let's have a little look at how our grid is lining up. On pole position, we have Frankie Watson. P2, we have Taylor Tomlinson. P3, Matthew Thomas. P4, Logan Cousins. P5, Travis Shaw. P6, Sebastian Gazlowski. P7, Leo Soliu. P8, Tommy Keats. P9, Taylor Davis. P10, Kai Hawken. P11 Maxwell Keats, and P12 Bojan Blazewski. So that is our grid for the Mini GP 70s. This championship was won at the last round by Harrison Day, who unfortunately isn't with us this weekend. But here are our guys now just coming to the grid positions, getting ready to get their second race of the weekend underway.
The Premier class for the final time gets ready to go racing here at Three Sisters. Frankie Watson's been looking very, very fast all weekend, as has Taylor Tomlinson. Matthew Thomas struggling a little bit after being very quick at round number 6, which was also here at Three Sisters, but on the full circuit, not the Valley circuit. We're just waiting for one more rider to make their way to the grid before we get going. It looks like we may actually have an extra rider joining us in this race. I can't quite identify who it is, but they are on Taylor Tomlinson's old bike, which is quite irritating. So they're also on the number 77, so we'll bear that in mind. But of course, when they cross the line, we'll be able to figure out who it is. But they also have a problem. They're waving to Lee Clowes at the back of the grid. I don't know if they're even going to be able to start this race. Well, I keep my eye on the bike. I think has stalled as it's come into the grid box. There we see them now. No, we're okay. We're ready to get racing here, whoever that may be on Taylor Tomlinson's old bike. Lee Clowes on her tiptoes to make sure that everything's okay before she will drop the red flag. Frankie Watson is very far back in his grid box. I wonder if that's a mistake. And have we got more issues? Oh, someone's jumped forward and stalled as well.
Matthew Thomas,
guys,
that was there.
This is... Yeah, no, it wasn't Matthew Thomas. That was the number 8 of
but
Tommy
Matthew
Keats.
Thomas has also got
guys,
issues.
What are we doing? This is the Premier class of FAB-Racing. You should know how to start a race. We've done... Hang on, let me do some quick maths. We've done 35 of them this season. And Matthew Thomas, I think, may not be starting this race. No, is he coming back round? Yeah. Right. Can we try again?
Oh, the number 8 is still having issues.
Guys.
There. Tommy Keats still trying to get his bike.
These are the guys.
This is chaos.
These are the guys that are going to the British Talent Cup in the coming years, that are going to BSB, that are going to WSBK, that are going to MotoGP. Apparently, we need to do a little bit of study.
Number 8 really having issues. Number 8 is off.
Tommy Keats won't be starting this one.
Won't be starting.
Or are they going to try and get it started?
They have.
No. Yeah, they are going to try and get started. Frankie Watson's even further back in his grid box now and is kind of throwing his arms in there going, guys, what are we actually doing here? Lee Clowes, I think, doesn't even know what's going on.
Matthew Thomas, again.
Oh, my guys.
Oh, dearie
Can we just have a moment? Lee... I don't really know what else. I mean, it's the final race this season. All logic's going out the window. Technical issues,
Thomas
chaos.
Not starting this race either. That is unfortunate. So we have just lost our guys in 3rd place and 8th place. Lee Clowes now moving off, making sure everything's okay. We're going to see what happens here. And it's flag down. We are racing for race 2 of the Mini GP 70s. A good start there from Frankie Watson. Taylor Tomlinson holding on to his position in P3. Logan Cousins now gained a position to be in P3 as Matthew Thomas was unable to start that race, but a really clean start for Frankie Watson there in this race.
I just seen actually Matthew Thomas and Tommy Keats have started from the pit lane, so maybe they will be allowed to contest in this one. Again, it's seen as if you fall even on the sighting lap, that you're not allowed to remount here at Three Sisters, but they're going to push on anyway. I believe it's Jensen Knowles on the 77. That is the older Taylor Tomlinson bike out the back of the field. So he may be our extra rider. But yeah, Matthew Thomas and Tommy Keats are in this race. They've just started from the pit lane. Anyway, back to the front of the race though. And Frankie Watson, as you said, great start there. He's been very quick away from the race all race long. But up the front of the pack, it is, of course, changing. Taylor Tomlinson, the 77, pushing him onwards behind the Logan Cousins as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. Frankie Watson, good start for him there. Taylor Tomlinson, though, going to be looking to put on the pressure. He's just put in the fastest lap of 43.765. So Taylor Tomlinson really hot on Frankie Watson's tail there out front. We've just seen them going out of shot now. They're just coming down. Here they are coming down past the commentary box now. Frankie Watson leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, but But Taylor Tomlinson has really opened up that gap between him and Logan Cousins in P3. He wants to be putting on the pressure. It is their second to last race of the weekend, so he's really going to be looking to get the most out of this weekend in the Mini GP 70 class, especially with Harrison Day missing. These guys really getting in some good battles, getting up there in first position, getting some good battles in. But Frankie Watson brilliantly leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, but Tomlinson really close.
Yeah, pressure's massively on Watson at the moment. The front two breaking away. Logan Cousins is keeping them in check. Not too far behind though. A mistake or a collision from both of them, and he could very well be quitted as they make their way through Paddock Bend. Tomlinson is still all over the exhaust pipe of Frankie Watson in front. Can he find a way through? Or is he maybe playing the patient game, analysing, seeing, okay, where am I faster than Watson? Where am I slower? Where do I have to set up the move? How do I make the move before he unleashes his arsenal to try and get through? 9 to go here, the 14 still ahead of the 77, but it is tight as you like at the front.
Yeah, it absolutely is, Ross. They're just absolutely brilliant stuff we're seeing from them. Really tight at the top. Just 0.123 separating these guys. Taylor Tomlinson really putting the pressure on Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson pulling away a little bit down the straight. Gets a bit more out of the throttle, but Taylor Tomlinson, like we see before, when he gets back into those corners, really catching up with him there. But brilliant stuff to see. I mean, it looks like on our screens at the moment we are seeing a battle going on here between the number 4 of Travis Shaw and the 36 of Leo Soliu, who are running in 5th and 6th place at the moment. But our race leaders, the battle we're seeing happening between them, Frankie Watson and Taylor Tomlinson, really something we need to keep an eye on. We've got 8 laps left to go. The 4 of Travis Shaw under pressure from the 36 of Leo Soliu for 5th place at the moment. 8 laps left to go. We got to wait and see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this could get very tasty come the end of the race, because everybody's starting to close in, starting to put a bit more pressure. I think we're just waiting for the spark, for the match that's going to ignite this one. It'll be 7 to go as they break the beam. Watson still leading Tomlinson. Tomlinson tucks into the toe. Can he try anything up to turn 1? Not quite on this occasion as they come into what is known as the S's, but we're cutting left back up and round the Supermoto course before diving into Lucy's Valley here on the aptly named Valley layout of the Three Sisters circuit. Then the Joey Dunlop corner before the pit straight, where they'll be receiving signals from mechanics and of course the pit boards, the many digital pit boards we see here at FAB-Racing now, because people take it far too seriously hanging over there. There's Taylor Tomlinson, bit of an older photo of him there. He's aged a little bit since then, but as they come through Luna Bend, the 77 still applying the pressure as they head onto lap 6.
Yeah, definitely. The gap between them is staying pretty consistent at the moment. Actually, it's grown a little bit, and 0.2 seconds separating these two now with just 6 laps left to go. Either Frankie Watson is pulling more from the bike, or Taylor Tomlinson just hasn't got the pace to keep up with Frankie Watson and really put pressure on. I say that though, as they're coming down the commentary box now, he is really hot on the tail of Frankie Watson, but it just doesn't look like he's got enough to be able to put a bit more into the bike and execute and move, essentially overtake and get that first place position. He's really staying close with Frankie Watson. Not quite there on the same pace as Frankie Watson, but really trying to keep up. I mean, they've got back traffic now to work their way through, so that's really going to help Frankie Watson holding on to that lead. They've got 5 laps left to go. It is Frankie Watson leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. This is the battle we're watching for first place at the moment. Really good stuff we are seeing from these two riders at the moment. We're on the road to MotoGP GP70, the premier class of racing here at FAB-Racing. This is where you want to be before you move on and potentially go to British Talent Cup or Red Bull Rookies. This is where you want to start.
Frankie Watson looks very stonewall out there, but not in the way that he's defending aggressively. He's just running his normal lines, but he's absorbing all of that pressure. He's not making any mistakes. He's not overriding. He's just doing his thing and not letting Tomlinson behind worry him. I think he knows that on pace alone, Tomlinson doesn't really quite have enough to get through him. He needs a mistake from Watson to get through. So the 7 or the 14, should I say, just out there doing his own thing. Bit further back, there we see Travis Shaw, Leo Soliu, and just behind them, some lapped traffic. Matthew Thomas is their next bike out there on the road. Solihu's having a very quietly solid weekend, currently running in P6. Can he try and work his way up to Travis Shaw? Back to the front of the pack we go, though, and still very, very tight. Logan Cousins running in a no man's land in P3. Sebastian Goslavsky on the 64, the 50 and 50R champion of this year. Again, testing the waters this weekend on the 70 before presumably a full-fledged attack on the championship next year. And Tomlinson's got through. No, wait, hang on, there's two of them. That's not Taylor Tomlinson, that's Jensen Knowles. That's what the one in front of Frankie Watson is Jensen Knowles on Taylor Tomlinson's older bike. Then it's Frankie Watson, then it's actual Taylor Tomlinson. Everybody calm down, take a breath, we're okay.
Well, this is going to get a bit confusing, isn't it? Because Frankie Watson has just got through, but Taylor Tomlinson is passing his old bike. He's done it. He's flown through with ease. Just keep an eye on him because he's got that 77 on the back of his leathers. There we know. That is how we know Taylor Tomlinson and which bike he is on, which number 77. But Frankie Watson leading. Taylor Tomlinson has just put in the fastest lap last time round. Let's see what he's done this time. Not quite the same because they had a bit of back traffic keeping them up there. But we've got just 2 laps left to go, and it is Frankie Watson still leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. That bit of back traffic there has not helped these guys much at all. It's helped Frankie Watson but not Taylor Tomlinson because that gap has opened up a bit now. We can see it as they're coming down on the straight past the commentary box. Frankie Watson has built a bit of a gap between him and Taylor Tomlinson. So coming into those final few corners now, Frankie Watson leads. He has led all race. He has been really, really strong, really, really calm, collected, really in control on that bike as he comes round now into the final corner. It's going to be last lap left to go. We'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Well, we've already had one Macarena this weekend. Can Tomlinson make it too? Or will it be close racing out there all the way to the end with Watson holding on? Bit more lap traffic up in front. That's the 24 there of Maxwell Keats, who in this race has very much just seen it as a test session with other bikes out there rather than going full throttle. He actually hung back a little bit when the green flag dropped. Coming into Luna Bend though, is Tomlinson anywhere near close enough? I don't think he will be unless Watson makes a cataclysmic error. It is all over in the final race of the Mini GP 70 British Championship. Frankie Watson takes the checkered flag and ends the year on top. The 14 wins the final race of the season, withstanding huge pressure from Taylor Tomlinson behind. And Watson never looked like he was struggling, never looked like he was feeling the 77 coming from behind. It is Frankie Watson who takes the win from Tomlinson, from Logan Cousins, rounding out your podium finishes. A fascinating race out there, really, really tense, especially between the top two. But it's Frankie Watson who withstood the pressure superbly to take the win. It's Watson from Tomlinson from Cousins, your top three. Goslavsky was fourth, with Shaw fifth, Leo Solihu sixth, Matthew Thomas recovering up to seventh place. Great job from him after starting from the pit lane, with Tommy Keats also starting from the pit lane in P8. Kai Hawken was ninth and Maxwell Keats in P10. That's it then in 2025 for the Mini GP 70 British Championship. There'll be, oh no, actually no, that's not it. They've got another race. That was race number 2. I'm getting my numbers mixed up. We're back onto the race number 2s. Everybody breathe. It's just the chaos of that race. 2 Taylor Tomlinsons. I'm thinking it's race 3. Who knows what's going on? They'll be back out later. They still have one more. What a treat.
And now we have the second race of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140s. Now we have really, really enjoyed watching these guys all season long. We have seen Harrison Quincy absolutely come in, dominate and just show the older guys. He's really come out and gone, look, the guys, I'm coming in, I'm going to put the pressure on. You've got to keep up with me. He's a really young rider and he has really performed brilliantly. Our championship winner, Harrison Quincy. So we're going to have to see what happens for these guys here. They're just on their warm-up lap, but let's run through our grid positions. Pole position, we have Chris Wells. In P2, we have Arnie Carr. P3, Harrison Quincy. P4, Tommy Ullman. P5, Jamie King. P6, Stuart Hardman. P7, Keaton Payne. P8, Matthew Rayland. P9, Matthew McLean. And rounding out our grid, in 10th position, is Robert Leveridge.
Absolutely. So making their way in race number 2 for the pit bikes. This should be a really interesting one. We've got some returning faces to the grid. Chris Wells, of course, the 2023 pit bike champion. Couldn't do the full year last year, couldn't do the full year this year. It's been off for quite a lot of this year, actually. Turned back up immediately on pole. Jamie King, Pit Box Sonic, changing his helmet today. He's got a slightly darker Shadow the Hedgehog inspired helmet rather than his normal blue Sonic colours. Let's see if that brings him any luck. As Chris Wells nearly jumps it, then nearly stalls, but it is the green flag and we go racing. Quincy will lead from Arnie Carr, who capitalised on that mistake from the 2023 champ. He's done well to keep it as good as P3, quite frankly. That was a really poor getaway. Maybe the emotions, the adrenaline still running high after his senior mini-moto win earlier on. It'll be Harrison Quincy that leads them onto lap number 1. Arnie Carr, though, right on his tail, side by side, up into turn number 1 now. Carr to the inside. The 83 slides through, and the 83 now leads.
Arnie Carr has really come in this weekend and just gone, hello everyone, I'm going to appear for the last weekend and I'm really going to show you what competition I can give you all. But Harrison Quincy had a really brilliant start there. Chris Wells now running behind him in P3. Chris Wells is going to look to try and get past Harrison Quincy and say, I want to get my position back, thank you. He did not have a really good start there at all for Chris Wells, but Harrison Quincy really capitalised on that and just slid through to take the race lead before Arnie Carr got up and passed him. But Chris Wells really putting the pressure on Harrison Quincy at the moment. Is Chris Wells going to look to make a move at some point? He potentially was going to look on the inside there, but didn't quite manage to do it. Harrison Quincy, really defensive racing from him at the moment, and that's really great to see. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens. We have 10 laps left to go. It's Arnie Carr leading ahead of Harrison Quincy with Chris Wells in P3.
Really tight stuff out there. Wells looks racy. Almost Quincy looks a little bit uncomfortable with that pressure on, which is not something we're used to seeing from our 2025 Pit Bike 140 champion. The 755, whether something doesn't feel right on the bike or he himself maybe just aware of the scope of the challenge of trying to keep a rider of Chris Wells' calibre behind. It's anybody's guess as they come up the Conrod straight into the opening corner. Carr has a little bit of breathing room behind him. Wells once again looking, but not quite able to see anything as they come down now into Lucy's Valley. Door was open, Wells too far back, but he is piling all sorts of pressure onto the 755. Into Paddock Bend we fly. All the time they're battling. Arnie Carr bridges that gap further and further and further away. Chris Wells, who wants to get back into the race lead, needs to make the move and needs to make it now.
Yeah, definitely. But Harrison Quincy yesterday had a really strange race for him where he ended up in P3, but he really wasn't under pressure from anyone behind him and couldn't put pressure on in front. Whereas today, Harrison Quincy isn't the one putting on pressure, he is the one being pressured. And normally when he gets a race lead, he will run and fly with it. Yes, he'll have a little bit of pressure in the beginning, but that normally he widens that gap and doesn't have the pressure anymore. Whereas this race, Chris Wells is consistently applying the pressure. This is what happened in the last weekend. Chris Wells has come back and really wants to get himself up there and get a race win this weekend. Harrison Quincy really defensive there. Really good to see from him, but 8 laps left to go, soon to be 7, and it is Arnie Carr who leads ahead of Harrison Quincy and Chris Wells. This is the battle we're going to be watching. Chris Wells, as much as he's putting the pressure on and on and on, Harrison Quincy, although may not be used to as much pressure as this, he's really controlling the race between them at the moment and really saying you've got to work harder if you want to get through and past me.
7 laps to go, 2 seconds back from Carr to this group as Wells with a late lunge and gets on by into second place. I was about to say the move's coming this lap, or it's not coming at all given how this race is unfolding. And Chris Wells, after trying a couple of times into turn number 1, tries something and this time finds that little bit extra, that something special, and the 2023 champ slides on by the 2025 champ and up into second, and he's gone down. What on earth, Chris Wells, are you doing? I can't believe it. The 62 has thrown away P2. I don't really know what else to say. So maybe you should stick to the senior mini motos.
Oh dear, Chris Wells, that was unfortunate for you. But Arnie Carr still leading this race with Harrison Quincy in second. Tommy Ullman now in third. He's on our screens at the moment under a bit of pressure from Jamie King. Pit Bike Sonic running in P4 at the moment with 6 laps left to go. If he's aware that Chris Wells has just come off, which he most likely will be because he will have ridden past, he's going to be looking to put the pressure on Tommy Ullman now, make a move so that he can go on the hunt for Harrison Quincy. But there's 3.7 seconds separating Arnie Carr, race leader, and Harrison Quincy. And there's roughly another 3 seconds separating Harrison Quincy and this battle for P3 at the moment. So with 6 laps left to go, that'd be a lot of work for Jamie King.
Yeah, I think Arnie Carr and Harrison Quincy can basically just stay on the black stuff and they'll be fine. This is the real battle now for the final podium places. Tommy Ullman's holding on very well so far, having a very quietly strong race. Jamie King, he's been struggling. He's been struggling all weekend, has the 76. And Pit Bike Sonic, now that the championship's over, he said he had nothing to lose coming into this weekend. Now he really has nothing to lose. He's still set to be vice champion of 2025. Let's see if he can at least get onto the podium one time this weekend anyway, here in race number 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. Again, that Shadow the Hedgehog helmet instead of his normal Sonic colours. Is that an indicator that he's entering his villain era? He's turning his Denny Hamlin gimmick or something? I don't know. But as they push on by, Pit Bike Shadow, I guess, still holding on to P4 with 4 laps left to run as they come to the line. Yeah,
absolutely. He's holding on to P4, but he wants that P3, and you can see he's going to make a move. He was looking to make a move on the inside into that first corner there. But Tommy Ullman said no thank you and shut the door right in Jamie King's face then. But this is absolute brilliant racing we are seeing from these guys. The Pit Bike 140 always provides some really great entertaining racing. With just 4 laps, soon to be 3 left to go, Tommy Ullman is holding on to that final podium position, but Jamie King is really trying to catch up, but that gap is widening that little bit. Jamie King, like Ross said, he's been struggling all weekend. He was struggling a little bit the last time we were at Three Sisters. He can't quite get it out of the bike.
No, it's not a bogey circuit for Jamie King as they come through the traffic there. That's Robert Leverage there just making their way through. It's not a bogey circuit for Jamie King. He's won here before in the past. It's a circuit with happy memories, winning the title here last season as well. But it is this week, or this year anyway, it's just seemed something hasn't clicked for the 76. And I think in the off-season, going into 2026, going into next year, I think the Pit Bike Sonic camp need to take a step back and look and go, okay, what do we need to fix? Is it something that I'm doing wrong? Is it something wrong with the bike? You know, is there anything we can change that would give me a better chance to make myself a 5-time Pit Bike 140 champion next year? I think they've got a bit of work to put in, unfortunately, but still, that's not to say that Jamie's not had a good year. He's still going to be vice champion. He's had a couple of race wins. He's had some solid performances, but by his standards, I think he will be disappointed. There is the race leader, Arnie Carr, who's got an 8.6 second gap back to Harrison Quincy, by the way. 1.5 laps left to go. Yeah, he's winning the race.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying around this track. Arnie Carr has been a new face to us this weekend as well. And he's just come in and absolutely dominated. He did during the first race yesterday. And he's really come in and shown everyone what he's got, which has been really great to see. I wonder if we'll see him possibly joining us back again next year. But Arnie Carr this weekend, there is our last lap flag. Arnie Carr, our race leader, comes to start the final lap now. Absolute domination so far from him this weekend. This is race 2 for these guys. We've still got a third race a little bit later on today for these lot, but absolutely brilliant performance we have seen from him. He's just coming around now on to the straight and by the commentary box into the final few sectors of the track, and he will just easily take it. There's now a 9-second gap back to Harrison Quincy running in P2. Arnie Carr, comfortable lead, comfortable on his bike, and that is just amazing stuff to see from him. He's coming around now into the final few corners. A little bit of back traffic there, but not going to prove an issue for him. And it is Arnie Carr who takes the checkered flag and is the race winner for the second race for the Pit Bike 140 at our final race weekend for FAB-Racing.
He's actually got quite a good view of that race that's still going on just in front of him as well. I believe that's Matthew Rayland and Matthew McLean having a scrap for P7 and P8. But it is Arnie Carr who absolutely dominates here in race number 2, wipes the floor here. That's Yeah, a fantastic performance. That's not Arnie Carr, that was Harrison Quincy, who finished in P2. And Tommy Almond did hold on to the podium by half a tenth of a second, so Jamie King had a very late run. Real late effort to have a go, unfortunately wasn't enough for Pit Bike Sonic, who finishes just outside of the podium places. Stuart Hardman was 5th with Keaton Payne P6. Robert Ledridge was a lap down in P9. Unfortunately, we lost Chris Wells with the Yorkshire Rose on the side of the helmet, but the helmet colour red, as you can see, because he loves Lancashire. And then we're still waiting. Oh no, they have now crossed the line. Matthew McLean is 7th, and Matthew Raylan finishing in P8. That's it for race number 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. They've got one more race to come this season later on today. There's some brilliant racing there in that one. Arnie Carr absolutely dominates, and it gives us plenty to think about heading into lunch. Right then, it is time for lunch here at Three Sisters on the final day of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. As we see the pit bike guys coming down into the pit lane, we're going to take a quick break here in the commentary box. But while we're doing that, don't go anywhere. We're going to pass over to ourselves, actually, down in the paddock, where you can hear us having a little bit of a walk and a talk with some of the riders ahead of the final round of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship.
Hello and welcome to the FAB-Racing Championship. We are here. It is the last round of the season. Three Sisters, we've come back to another circuit, which is quite unusual for us, but it's going to be a good weekend. We are just in the paddock now. Joining me is Ross McIntyre. We're going to do a little walk around, see who we can catch before they get racing later on. Now, Ross, last weekend of the season, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm heartbroken knowing that this is it for 2025. We're not coming back afterwards, but very excited. There's still some championships that are very, very close. Of course, when you throw in the fact it's the final round, it always gets a little bit chaotic because people want to impress at the final time. And I just think it's going to be a fantastic race. Of course, as you said, back at Three Sisters on a new, different layout that nobody has used before for all of our classes as well. So it's similar, yes, but a bit of new hunting ground for everyone. So it's going to be crucial that people get up to speed as quickly as they can.
Well, yes, like Ross was just saying, complete new layout. Let's see who we can catch. We'll just head into the paddock now. We can see one of our riders here just having his helmet cleaned. Are we up for a little interview? Come on. Taylor, how are we?
Good, you?
Yeah, not too bad. So it's the last round this weekend. How are you feeling?
Mixed emotions, really. It's my last round of FAB, so yeah. It's not like it's on and off.
On and off. But how are you getting used to the new layout? Obviously, it's new for everyone this round, and all bikes are riding on the same. How has it been for you?
I like it. I like the tight section over there, like the flip top. Normally it's like I don't struggle to like get used to new tracks, which I don't. But yeah, I like the new layout.
So, what are your plans? Obviously, end of the season. What are your plans going to be over winter and going into next year?
Next year, well, over the winter we really want a 125, the pre-GP ones, not the free tech, and we're going to go race on North Gloss at big tracks.
Well, good luck, and good luck this weekend for the last round. It was brilliant speaking to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, yeah, that was Taylor, one of our amazing riders. We're just going to head up the paddock a little bit more, see who else we can grab. Honestly, it's really exciting being back. I think I do see in front of me one of our female riders, Miss Daisy Holden. Daisy, how are you this weekend?
I'm very good, thank you.
And how have you found being back at Three Sisters? Obviously, slightly different circuit this time for everyone, but how have you found it so far?
Yeah, I like the new track layout. It's very fast.
Yeah, that's good. Is there anywhere in particular you're finding a lot of speed out the bike?
Not really. I'm just quite enjoying the track.
That's good to hear. And obviously, this season, how has it been for you? Where are you looking in your championship at the moment?
I'm aiming to get third in the House of Moto Championship because I'm a couple points off of the person in front of me.
Well, that's brilliant. But what about one of the FAB championships? What are you racing in?
I'm racing in the MetroKit 50s and the 50R category.
And where are you hoping to place this weekend?
I'm not too sure. I'm aiming to get top 5, but hopefully it will happen.
Well, good luck. And what are your plans for after the season finishes? Obviously, it's the last weekend this weekend. What are you looking to do over winter?
I think we might go to Spain and do some winter training, and then next year we might be on the 70.
Well, good luck, Daisy, and good job on your season so far.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank everyone at home and all of my sponsors.
Lovely stuff. We'll speak to you soon, Daisy.
Thank you.
And we have got a mass amount of riders who have just joined us at the moment. Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And just remind us what it is you're racing in.
50R.
50R. How has it been for you so far this weekend, learning the new track?
Well, I quite like the track. It's a bit bumpy in some places, but obviously last round I broke my collarbone, so yeah.
And how has that recovery been for you?
It's actually been quite good, just and chillax, but it's been quite fine, to be honest with you.
Well, that's good to hear. And obviously we're back at Three Sisters, where, like you said, last round you broke your collarbone. Any nerves or anything about coming into this weekend?
No, I feel actually quite better. I feel like when I crash, I know I can go better. I know where, because every time I crash this season, I know where I can go better in how I done it. So I feel quite confident this weekend. So
that is really good to hear. And the new layout here this weekend, nobody's ever ridden it before. How have you found that layout?
I find it quite good, but it's a bit bumpy in some places, but you can just ride it. But I find it quite good. It's also like a mini track, so it's quite small. But I like small tracks sometimes, so yeah.
That is really good to hear. And how are you hoping to do this weekend? Where are you hoping to place?
Hopefully first every race, because it's me versus Mason Frederick for setting in the championship. So
yeah, because Harrison Day's won the championship now. How are you feeling about that?
Sebastian Gaslan.
Sorry, my apologies. Sebastian Gaslan's good.
Yeah, it's alright. But obviously I want to try and get it, but I had bike problems at the start of the season. But I feel like, yeah, it's enough.
Well, good luck this weekend and have fun.
Thank you.
Any of our other riders fancying an interview? Hiya, how are we?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Just remind us of your name and what class you're racing in.
So my name's Max Johnson and I'm racing with 50R and 50 category.
Max, so we're back at Three Sisters after last round, running a slightly different layout this time. How have you been finding it?
Bit tricky because there's some tight sections, but it doesn't bother me because I like a bit of tightness.
That's good to hear. And obviously Sebastian Gazowski has now won the championship, but where are you hoping to place this weekend?
Top 10, but maybe even a top 5 if we can progress a lot.
That's good to hear. And anybody looking to be your closest battles this weekend? Anybody you really want to get past?
I just go out there and do what I need to do.
Very confident stuff to hear. And so how has your season been overall? How have you found it this year?
Well, we've missed 2 rounds, but all the other weekends have been really good. And this year's just all about learning, having fun and progressing as each weekend goes.
Well, good luck this weekend, Max. It was lovely speaking to you.
Thank you.
Now, who else have we got here? Hello, how are we?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just remind us of your name and what you're racing in.
I'm Riley Paisley and I will be racing in 50 and 50R this weekend.
Riley, back at Three Sisters. How are you feeling after the last round?
Well, the last round went well pace-wise. Not so good results. I DNF'd twice in the 50s and finished third in the other one. And I went airborne over Emilio's bike, so...
Yes, I do have memories of that happening. Obviously, the weather looking a bit similar. We haven't really got forecast of rain at the moment. So how have you found the track with that?
Well, I was top 5 all day yesterday and just hoping more of the same for today.
And how are you finding the new circuit? Because obviously, new layout.
Well, we're struggling to find the right gearing, but I think we've found it now. And yeah, it's a very technical circuit.
And anyone you looking to beat this weekend? Anyone you really want to get past?
I'd just like to be up the top with Kaelin and Rex. Obviously, it's my last weekend in the 50s and possibly in FAB, so...
possibly your last weekend in FAB?
I might be doing 70s next season as my practice bike, but we're hoping to do, well, I think we are doing the 125s next season.
So is that what you're going to be looking to do over the winter break? Just get on that 125, get a feel for it, get some practice in on that, and then see what your plan's going to be?
Yeah, well, hopefully we're getting a week in Spain on the 125, and then if we're not racing next season, we'll come here and do a few practices on the 70, because my brother will be here as well.
What's your brother going to be racing in?
I think he's doing the 12mm next season. He was here, well, the last round he did really well. He got 3 firsts. So he's feeling quite confident. So yeah, should be a good weekend.
Brilliant stuff to hear. Well, good luck for this weekend, Riley, and we will speak to you soon.
Thank you, and thank you to all my sponsors.
Brilliant stuff to hear. Now, I have found my co-presenter. He has just appeared back with me again. Ross, I'm going to pass it over to you for a little bit and let you take over some of the interviews.
Thanks, Izzy. I'll let your voice have a rest. Let's carry on down this way, shall we? After we've been absolutely mobbed by a whole horde of riders. I think there may be a couple still floating about. Let's see if Caelan Ratcliffe maybe fancies a quick one. How are we doing, mate? You okay?
Yep.
All confident coming into the final round?
Yeah.
Gonna be fast?
Yeah.
Gonna win some races?
Yeah.
You sound like you're focused. Are you focused?
Yeah.
Do you like it here?
Yeah.
Are you gonna be back next year?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks very much.
Bye.
Great talking there from Caelan Ratcliffe. It all looks a bit busy in that awning. So we'll, yeah, it all looks a bit busy down there, so we'll move onwards. I can see Jensen Cedras is trying to run away from Hyde from me, and he's been doing it all season long, so I won't pressure him into doing it. Unfortunately, down this end of the paddock, a lot of the guys are out on track at the moment. That's Matthew Thomas's awning in there. He's looking pretty quick so far this weekend. Last time, couple of race wins across the weekend at Three Sisters, but of course it is a new layout, one that we've never used before this weekend for all of our classes on the Valley Circuit. Now here is somebody in the paddock we've not seen in a little while, but we did run into her earlier and say we were going to speak to her regardless, even though she's going to hate me for it. Hello, from the House of Moto, it is Lauren. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, very good. Surprised at how warm it is. I was expecting it to be freezing cold. So, yeah, happy for a little bit of warmth still this time of year.
Yeah, it is quite nice. For anybody new who's watching along, doesn't know who you are, what the House of Moto is, would you like to explain to the people at home what it is you do?
Yeah, so I started up House of Moto just out of nowhere. It's a sponsorship project that helps girls like Daisy and her sister Savannah, and a couple of other girls, so Lucy Curtis and Chloe Gleason this season. And I come to as many races as I can, but it's getting a little bit more difficult. And yeah, just trying to support the girls, keep them racing, and see how far they can go, and try and bring on some new talent as well.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been running around like a madman over the last couple of months. Again, we've not seen you. So was it Clay Pigeon?
Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, so it's been a long old time since you've been back. But I'm assuming you've just been enjoying yourself here, catching up with faces, getting ready to go racing for the final time in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, like with the other girls, they're racing on bigger tracks now that they're older. So I've been to Donington. We were at Alton last week because Lucy had a wild card in the British Talent Cup, and she did amazing. And yeah, so with that and Fab, we are all over the country, but it's brilliant. I absolutely love it.
And anything to say to anybody at home who maybe, you know, has a young girl themselves, or, you know, is a young, possibly female rider in the future, and they're looking for maybe a bit of support, what would you say to them?
Absolutely give it a go. I know M4 karting racing, they've got the grassroots academy going on. I think that there's very limited space left, but that's a great way to start for the little ones. And any girls that are out there racing, get in touch with me. We'll promote your race season, and yeah, just tag us and everything, and we'll help as much as we can.
Sounds brilliant. We'll let you get on with your day. Lauren, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you. Bye.
Great to hear Lauren again. Have we spoken to you yet? No, we have. Oh, no, we're going to go around this way, in fact. So there are a few people up here in the pit lane. Let's see if we can grab anybody for a quick chat. Is anybody up for a quick chat while we're here? May as well, Josh. Hello, Josh. Long time no see. How are we?
I'm good. You?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you. It is a little bit noisy over here, but we'll take a step back away from the racetrack itself. How are you feeling coming into this last weekend of the season?
I like it. The track's really good. It's fast and smooth and tight.
Is it better than the other layout we came to last time?
No, I like the fast straight. I don't. This part is like really tight, like the section over there. So.
Still, it sounds like you're enjoying yourself though so far. What's the game plan this weekend? Go out, just have some fun, end the season on a high note. You're here to win.
I'd say top 5. So I'm 4th in the championship, hopefully so far. So I'm going to look for a top 5 this weekend.
Well, we'll have to see how you go. And then 2026, any plans in place yet?
I think I'm just going to do the 50s still, so no 70s, just 50s and 50Rs.
Well, look forward to having you back next season. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can maybe squeeze over here and poach somebody from the corner. I obviously don't want to get in the way of the pit exit, but I want to see, and I can see that Lee Klaus is hiding from me, and I'm going to go and run and talk to her. Come here, Lee. I guess we're not speaking to Lee Klaus then. Of course, our flag marshal here at FAB-Racing. Is there anybody else over there? At least I don't think so. I know that Sarah Harris won't really fancy a word, of course, running the Sarah Harris Race School. No, looks like it's all quiet over here after Lee's run a country mile. Lee is very lovely, I can assure you, but she clearly just doesn't want to speak to me today. Yeah, let's head back down into the paddock, though, see what else is going on. I know a lot of the senior mini moto guys have come back in. There's one particular senior mini moto rider who's, I guess he's making a wildcard appearance this weekend that I do want to speak to. So let's see if we can poke our head into the orange Birkin awning, because he is amongst this lot. All right, gents. Hello. How are we all doing? Where's Chris gone? Because I was more really looking for him, to be honest, but... Oh, that's annoying. Well, I can speak to you now that we're here if you want anyway. Go on then. How are we doing, Callum White? You all okay?
All right, thank you. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. How's bike feeling?
Not too great. That home straight's just killing it, I think.
Well, it's one of them things, isn't it? And I guess as well, you've got this awkward kind of middle section now as well, where you're going up the hill. Probably doesn't help.
No, it's a strange one with the gearing, really. I don't know really which way to go.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. But still, you excited for the last round of the season?
Yeah, I'm ready for the break, though.
Well, Christmas break, go on holiday somewhere nice, then come back, do it all again next year.
And save some money.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, we'll leave you boys be, thanks. You'll seem hard at work, but thanks for talking to us, Cal.
Thank you very much.
See you later, boys. We'll have to try and find Chris Wells somewhere else, because it sounds like he's gone out on his pit bike. But yeah, Chris Wells is he's on a senior mini moto this weekend. He's on Josh Birkin's. Again, Josh Birkin doesn't really race anymore, former senior mini moto champion, due to his fiancée not liking it. Same apparently has also now happened to Reece Gentry as well, who is here this weekend, the 100. Apparently his fiancée also doesn't like it either. So there we go, we'll leave it at that. Let's head over to these guys over here, see if anybody fancies a quick chat. He looks like he's heading out, so we'll let him go. How you doing, mate? You okay? Anybody fancy a quick chat?
Yeah.
Go then. How are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright, thank you. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. For the viewers at home, what's your name? What you're racing in?
I'm Michael Med, and I'm racing 212 in Extreme 200 class.
Thanks for talking to us, Michael. Really appreciate it. Back at Three Sisters then, you feeling excited?
Yeah, I love it. It's one of my favourite tracks as long as it stays dry. I don't like the wet, but it is pretty grippy here in the wet. But yeah, I'm just coming to have a go. Hopefully, try beat some of these kids that are rapid.
And that's the thing, isn't it? There are some kids here that are really, really fast, yeah. But still, here to have fun that's always a positive, isn't it?
That's all we do it for. Just to come have fun and make sure I can get to work on Monday.
I mean, yeah, have fun and don't get hurt is probably a good game plan going into it. But even then, are you aiming for anywhere particular to finish, or again, is it just going out there? It's time on a bike.
I'd say it's only the second round of FAB I've done this year, so I'm just coming to have a go and see how I do, basically. Obviously, we all want to win, but I think it's a tall order racing some of these kids on these metric kits, because, as I say, they are the stars of the future and they're rapid.
Well, you know, it's racing and anything can happen.
Anything can happen. You've got to stay on to win, so hopefully I stay on. That's the main goal.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Michael.
Thank you.
Anyone else while we're here fancy a little chat? What's your name, buddy?
Rex Almond.
Great to talk to you, Rex. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
quite confident.
Yeah, quite confident is good. Feeling fast?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And what are you racing in this weekend?
The 50RR.
Also, what's it like being out there at Three Sisters on a 50R bike? Because obviously they're quite fast.
Yeah. Quite like powerful, quick. Just loving it really.
But you know, you sound like you're confident every time you get on one. There's no worry or anything.
Yeah. Just have fun. Just ride.
And it's the last round of the season as well, so I guess you're just here to have some fun as well.
Yeah, really. Just first time doing this track of like how it's laid out, and just got to get used to it really.
Do you like this layout, or do you prefer the bigger one?
I've never really tried this layout, but I think I'll probably prefer the bigger one. But just this track, never tried it, so.
It is what it is, I suppose. Thanks so much for talking to us, Rex.
Thanks.
Anybody else while we're here? Go on, you know you want to. And what's your name, young man?
Thomas Med.
Thomas, great to speak to you. How are you feeling on this grey Friday here at Three Sisters?
Quite good. Just come here to hopefully get top 5.
Yeah, top 5's pretty big going. You know, it's a big track though, but anything can happen as well. So are you aiming for podiums within that top 5, or if you finish 5th place, you're the happiest man on earth?
Aiming for top 3.
I mean, everyone's really aiming for top 3, aren't they? But still, how does the bike feel out there? Does it feel good?
Yeah. Well, I've just had my suspension redone, so it should be good.
So, changes make progress, as they say. And you're hoping it's a step in the right direction. Any plans for the winter, moving on to next year? Is there anything that's been confirmed yet, or are you just all looking forward to the break, then moving forward later?
I think we're going to do Stretton winter and then 160s again next year.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Thomas.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Thomas Med there. I will pass the microphone back over to my colleague in Izzy Higgs, and we'll continue on walk round.
Thank you very much, Ross. Now, walking towards us, I can see Mr. Rob, and he's just disappearing. Doesn't really fancy an interview with us today. But let's have a look, see who else we can find. Let me have a look. Heading up now, we're getting to the top of the paddock. There feels like there's a little bit of spitting in the air, which will prove quite interesting if it does rain again. Obviously, at the last round, we had lots and lots of rain. And it proved difficult for a lot of the riders, but everybody still kept going, kept on their bikes. We had a few crashes here and there, but everybody's back again this weekend and ready to get going again. Let's have a look, see if we can find any of our riders. It looks like there's a bike just being worked on here. I wonder what's going on there. I think just testing everything, but we'll keep heading up, see who else we can find. But like we've said, it is our last weekend here at FAB. It's been an absolutely brilliant season so far for everyone. Last round, we have got a few championships left to finish, like the Pit Bike 140, so we can see some of our riders having a bit of fun here. I haven't seen one of these in a long time. Anybody up for a quick interview? Stop bouncing for a minute. Yeah?
Shall I do it down for a month?
We can stay here, mate.
Okay.
Cooper, how are we?
Good. Yeah, I'm enjoying this weekend for the last race of the season.
And obviously we've got a new circuit, new track layout. How have you been finding that?
I've been finding it good because I think it's very smooth, and I like where most of the corners you can get loads of speed and just yeah.
So having fun this weekend then, yeah?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun because the only reason why I wanted to come here is to have fun and to try my hardest.
Exactly. And how has your season gone for you overall? How have you been feeling?
I've been feeling quite well because I started last September, so I haven't really even done it for a year. So I think I'm doing quite well for how long I've been doing it for.
Yeah, and this weekend, where are you hoping to finish in your championship, finish in your races?
I'm hoping to finish third because I'm quite confident in myself and I think I've got the guts to push myself more.
And have you got any thoughts on what your plans are going to be for next year yet? What you're going to be doing over the winter break?
Well, what I'm going to be doing over the winter break is probably training on a geared bike, so ready for the next season. But yeah, just going to be practicing and trying to get better over the winter.
Well, good luck, Cooper, for this weekend, and we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Now, let's see. Anybody else want an interview? Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Now, remind us of your name and what you're racing in.
Jensen. My name's called Jensen Brown, and I'm in AC40 Rookies.
Jensen, obviously rookies, so it's been your first year in FAB. How have you found it this year?
Good. The track's amazing. I just did 56 seconds, my fastest time, and I'm on pole.
Well, that is really, really good to hear. Obviously, we're running a new layout here this weekend. You've just done your fastest lap. Are you feeling pretty confident then this weekend?
Yeah, I hope we win it.
That's good. And how has your season been overall?
It's been fun. And I love coming.
And do you have any thoughts on what you're going to do next year yet? Or are you just having some fun and then you'll think about it over winter?
Having fun and think about it at the winter.
Well, good luck for this weekend, Jensen. Have fun at the last weekend.
Thank you.
Now, let's see if we can find anybody else. Anybody want an interview? Come on then, mate. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Remind us of your name and what you're racing in.
My name's Theo Tyler and I'm racing in the Rookies.
Theo, racing in the Rookies. How have you been finding it so far this weekend?
Good.
Is there any bit that's been your favourite so far?
Yeah, the wibbly wobbly bit.
The wibbly wobbly bit. Is that on that new layout that everyone's riding?
Yeah.
And what makes the wibbly wobbly bit so good?
That you have to lean your bike this way and then the other way.
So you're having a lot of good fun this weekend then?
Yeah.
And where are you hoping to finish this weekend?
Top 5.
Top 5. Feeling pretty confident then for this weekend?
Yeah.
And how have you felt your season has been this year overall? Has it been really good?
Yeah.
And how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend? So obviously you're feeling pretty confident, but are you just here to have a bit of fun?
Yeah.
Well, good luck this weekend, Theo, and have fun.
Thank you.
So let's see who else we can find. Ross, you've joined me again.
Hi.
Hello. So, just been speaking to some of our rookies, and obviously it's been their first year in FAB, but they've all said they're feeling pretty confident on this new layout, which I think is really interesting to hear, considering all bikes and the gear bikes running on the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different, but I think it's a lot of fun, or it will be a lot of fun for the riders, because on the mini motos, normally everything you're on is quite flat, but there's this new uphill section up past the Supermoto course, down into Lucy's Valley, should I say. And it's tricky, but I think it's a lot of fun for the riders. So I think that's definitely factoring in and helping boost their confidence. Because when you're having fun on a bike, you just want to go faster. When you go faster, you're having more fun, and it all just builds and builds and builds until either you're at the top of the table or you're on the floor. So hopefully it's the first rather than the latter. But yeah, I think everyone's just really enjoying it. And again, the fact it's the last round as well, there's not really a lot of pressure on most people in the paddock. They're just here to have fun, wrap up the season in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. Something you've just mentioned on the floor, that is a rule we are running again this weekend. If you come off, you can't get back on, which a lot of them didn't really seem quite favourable of last time round. But it is understandable at this sort of track.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rule here every time we've come to Three Sisters. Even on the sighting lap, if you come off your bike you're not allowed to get back on. It has actually been tweaked slightly this weekend. If you come off in qualifying, you are allowed to remount, but in qualifying only. That's new for this weekend. But it's how it's been every single time we come into Three Sisters. It's a track policy, it's an ACU policy. If you don't like it, tough, but you can't really do anything about it, can you?
No, you can't. Right, I'm going to pass it back over to you, get some more interviews done.
That sounds like a plan, and what a perfect time to pass over to me, because here is the awning of someone that the whole world will be wanting to see what they are saying. And she's got a little bit of company as well. Who wants to go first? Nellie Nuth or Daisy Grayson? One of you come out. Come on, Nellie. Come on out. Hello, Nellie Nuth. How are we?
Good.
You excited for the final round?
Yeah.
I've heard you've made some changes to the bike. Is it feeling better?
Yeah.
So you're going to win today again, is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Are you thinking about the championship at all, or are you just going out there to have some fun?
Fun and maybe the championship.
But mainly fun?
Yeah.
And how much fun is it round here?
Loads of fun.
That's really good. And next year, do you know what you're doing yet?
Pros?
Yeah, pros, and then just carry on moving on up until the future?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, Nellie Nuth, at least looking to cap off 2025 with maybe a win?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Nellie Nuth, thanks for talking to us.
Bye.
As Nellie Nuth runs away, let's see if we can get Daisy Grayson into the equation. Hello, Daisy, how are you?
Good.
Excited for the final round of the season?
Yeah.
How's the bike feeling? Feeling fast?
We had to make some adjustments because it broke down on the first session.
That's a bit disappointing, but hopefully it stops breaking down and everything works as intended. But you seem pretty confident at the moment, so it must be good out there.
Yeah.
How do you like the new layout? Is it better than the other one?
No, I don't really like it.
You're the first person who said that you don't like it. Do you know that? So you know it's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
Controversial stuff. You looking to have some fun this weekend at least?
Yeah.
Where do you think you're going to finish?
5th.
5th place, you'd be happy with 5th?
Yeah.
And then I'll ask you the same question I asked Nellie. What's the plan for next year?
Next year we're just staying in the inters because I want to try and this year is just practicing at FAB. Next year is for me to try and win.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll wait and see if you're able to do that. Thanks for talking to us, Daisy.
You're welcome.
Two of our brilliantly talented young female riders there. As we've got a whole haggle of people. See, this is bizarre because normally here at FAB-Racing, people run away from you. This weekend, I'm having to run away from people because there's too many people to interview. Who wants to go first? Right, to be fair, you had your hand up first and you've been bugging me the entire time we've been on this paddock walk, so we'll speak to you first. No, not in a bad way. You've just been, can I have an interview? Can I have an interview? I need to go to the toilet. Can you interview later? It's absolutely fine. For the viewers at home, what's your name? What are you racing in?
I'm Williams King and I race the AT40 rookies.
So, William, how are you feeling coming into the final round of the season?
A little bit nerve-wracking because we've just changed my clutch, so got to build that in.
But, surely new part means go faster.
Hopefully.
Still, you did pretty well last time here at Three Sisters, but obviously new layout. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I love this layout, especially the bottom chicane part. That's probably my favourite part, and I think I am sitting in 8th, so it might not be suiting me, but I think it's suiting me.
So even if you don't feel 100% round here, it's just quick anyway, so as the confidence builds, you'll just get faster and faster.
Pretty much.
Where are you aiming to finish the season then? You looking for a win, podium, top 5?
Hopefully just a podium.
Well, we'll wait and see. And then next year, any plans yet?
I'm moving on to the MK Mini GP 50 bikes, and then my brother will steal my 10 mil.
Awesome stuff. Well, William, thanks for talking to us. We'll wait to see what you can do out there this weekend.
Thank you.
Who wants to go next? Should we speak to your brother? I'm assuming you're William's brother.
Yeah.
What's your name?
I'm Charlie Skingo.
Great to speak to you, mate. And how are you feeling coming into the weekend?
I don't race, but I'll be racing next season, and I'm just here to support my brother.
Even if you're not racing, you can still be excited, can you not?
Yeah.
So are you excited for the weekend?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So Racing next year then, what are you going to get started on? Starting in the rookies?
Yeah, I'm going to be starting on the AC40 rookies.
I'm assuming you've done some tests maybe before on the bike at least, no?
No, never before.
So you're just jumping straight in, see what's going to happen?
Yeah, pretty much.
Has your brother been giving you advice at least?
A little bit.
A little bit's better than nothing, knowing siblings. Your brother seems to disagree with that one, but maybe in a few years' time, a bit of sibling rivalry out on track.
Yeah, probably.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, we can't wait to see you on track next year, mate.
Thank you.
Who's up next? You had your hand up next. How you doing, Oakley Hippo? You okay?
Yeah.
Feeling confident for the weekend?
Yeah.
Feeling fast? Feeling like you're going to win? I like your confidence, young man. You ran pretty well here last time, a couple of weeks back, but of course, different layout here. Is that better or worse for you?
Worse.
Oh, really?
I don't like new tracks.
Well, it's only like a little bit of it's new. The rest of it's the same.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. The problem is I don't like it because on the hill, sometimes it feels very slippery around it. So, yeah.
Just got to get more heat in your tyres then.
Yeah, I should have.
So, Oakley, where do you think you're going to finish this weekend then?
I'm hoping for a pole.
Confidence, I like that. Are you looking like you're going to get pole so far, or is there still a little bit of work to do?
Well, I'm 4 seconds off the leader, so a little bit of work.
Hey, you can make up 4 seconds in a couple of sessions.
Yeah, I could, but...
We'll have to wait and see. Oakley Hipwell, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
And then one final rider in this gaggle. What's your name? What are you riding in?
Louis Wood. I'm riding in the AC40 rookies.
Great to speak to you, Louis. How are you feeling coming into the final round of the year?
Bit scary. I only started last season, but it's okay.
Listen, we've all got to start somewhere. You know, everyone was at that point where they were scared getting on the bike. It's a very unnatural thing to do, but you've done very, very well so far in your very young career. So you are doing well, but still, final round of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship season. You feeling excited?
Yeah. Pretty much.
You feeling sad that this is it for this year?
Bit. Still going to try and do the Stratton season, though.
And then any plans for the winter as well? Maybe a little trip to Spain?
Yeah, for Christmas, me and my friends might be doing a trip to Spain testing. But other than that, don't really know.
Hey, trip to Spain is still time you can get on the bike, to be fair. And then looking forward to next year, are you looking to move up into the Inters, maybe the pros?
Think I'm going up to the Inters. Gonna try and get the bike sorted before the trip to Spain, but it's gonna be good, hopefully.
I'll have to wait and see. Louis, thanks for speaking to us. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to speak to a whole host of our riders there. Let's continue to mooch on down, see if we can find anybody else around here. Again, it's getting a bit hectic, getting a bit busy out on the racetrack. A few of the senior mini-moto guys down here, it would appear. Let's see if we can find Keaton Payne, maybe. I'd be very keen to speak to him. But again, no guarantees, unfortunately, and a lot of riders with the awnings closed. There's somebody I'd like to speak to. Well, there's a few of you in here that I'd like to speak to be fair. Is there any chance you could maybe take a step out of your... Are we not having it? We're not interested? Okay, well, we'll go away then. But a few of our younger riders there. Let's see if we can jump in over here instead. See if anybody fancies a quick chat. Anybody fancy a quick chat with me? No, he... Well... You know what? Does he not want one? If he doesn't want one, it's all right. Any words from Dad, maybe? Or no? All right. We'll leave. That was a good effort, but it was clearly I'm not welcome here, so I'm going to go away. Still, guys, have a good weekend. We've gone from batting people away to people closing doors in my face. That's how well this weekend's going in terms of interviews. Now here's a man I'm desperate to speak to. We've spoken to Nelly Nuth already. But leading the way at the moment in the AC40 Inters Championship is Finlay Styles. Is Finlay Styles anywhere? He's not anywhere. Is there any chance of him being anywhere in the next 30 or so seconds? We don't actually know where he is. That is a shame. We've got to go have a look. of course, Finley Styles, 45-point advantage in the AC40 Interclass this year ahead of Nelly Knuth. Of course, 25 for win, 20 for second place. We all know that one. If it's a 50-point gap at the end of race number 1, it's over. So if Finley outscores Nelly Knuth by 6 points in the opening race, championship is his. It then goes on and so forth. 25 after race 2, and then of course any gap at the end of race number 3. It is the final race of the season. Well, people have been brought over, but again, I don't think they're going to want to talk to me. We may just have to cut our losses, or count our losses even, and move onwards, which I think is what we're going to do. A shame that we're not able to speak to Finley Stars, but again, sometimes people just not quite up to the test. There's a few more mini-moto guys over here, some of the senior guys, moto team guys over there as well, as we've got a few more of our younger riders here. Any chance for a few words? I like your scooter trick, that was pretty cool.
Thank you.
It's all right. And what's your name for the viewers at home?
Caden Bailey.
And how you doing, Caden? You okay?
Yeah.
How's the bike feeling this weekend?
Good.
Gonna be fast?
Yeah.
Gonna be winning?
Yeah.
Wow, that's confidence. So you clearly like it here at Three Sisters.
Yeah. It's a nice fast track.
Yeah, I mean, fast is good, fast is fun, I suppose.
Yeah.
Go on, give us another trick on your scooter as you're going away. Caden Bailey, everybody. What's he got in his locker? Not bad. Definitely better than I could do, I'll say that much. We've also got some people on pogo sticks and the likes over here. Let's see if we can grab a few words. I'm not sure I can quite interview on the pogo stick. I can try.
My name's Austin Bacon.
Well, hello, Austin. I don't think that's going to work, unfortunately, but how are you?
Good.
Feeling fast this weekend?
Yeah.
I mean, you look like you're having fun on the pogo stick anyway. Is it fun out on track?
Yeah.
Yeah? Nothing else to really say?
I was in 7th because, and then I went back to 6th.
So it sounds like you're going pretty well at the moment then.
Yeah.
Go on, Austin. We'll leave you be, but thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
We'll come back in a second because there is a man. No, I don't care if he's going out. What on earth have you done to your hair, man?
Oh, I've gone back to old pit bikes on it. No, there were too many greys, so I had to cover them up.
Of course you can't see, but the man's proper bleached his hair. But Jamie, going out, quick couple of questions. Course championship day potentially, or maybe tomorrow. Feeling any pressure, or are you just going out to have some fun?
Nah, 45 points behind. I've got nothing to lose. So, yeah, just going from a bit on the back foot because we weren't here for practice yesterday. So I'm now going out in the extremes to try and catch everyone up that they got the practice yesterday. But, yeah, enjoying the new layout of the track. Just made a quick gearing change, so hopefully that's going to make us a little bit quicker. But, yeah, there's nothing to lose. It's all Harrison's to lose and only mine to gain. So we'll just see how it goes.
Absolutely. We'll let you get out on track. Thanks, Jamie. There you go. I had to go and speak to him, sorry, Wendy, about the absolute state of his hair. Goodness me. Go on, sorry, I had to run off and take the mick out of Jamie for his new dyed hair. But how are you?
Good, thanks.
Feeling confident this weekend?
Yes, thank you.
It's all right. How's the bike feeling? All okay?
Yeah, it's feeling really good.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward then. It's the end of the season, winter 2026. What are the plans?
I'm going to stay in the rookies and hopefully get some podiums next year.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And then I guess after that, move on up into his pros, Metric Hits, British Talent Cup, MotoGP, World Champion. You know the rest.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. But still, you sound like you're here to have some fun. That's the main thing. Are you looking for your podium here this weekend?
Not really. Just looking to get in top 10 this weekend.
I'm sure you'll be able to do it. You know, you were pretty fast here last time, so...
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Great there to speak to Keely Bailey. I'm going to now pass back over to Izzy very quickly. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. Izzy looks very windswept.
No, Izzy can't ride a push bike.
What?
Yeah. We tried.
Hang on. Hold on, Izzy. This needs to be on the broadcast. Talk us through that. How?
We tried riding a push bike. We failed riding a push bike. So we got an electric dirt bike last summer, and she learned to ride that. And then she saw Nelly Knuth on the TV, and then next thing, here we are, and she's learned how to ride a mini moto. So She's only been on a bike for just over a year now. So we are going to try and learn how to ride a push bike this off-season.
I mean, that's incredible, because I kind of presumed it's probably harder to ride one of these things than it is a push bike, to be honest, but...
Well, what can I say? My child's special, man.
She totally is. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Go on then, Izzy. I will now pass back over to you after. That's a revelation, isn't it? Goodness me.
I was like, what on earth? And Mum just told me. I went, hey? I went, tell me that again. But, I mean, the fact that she saw Nelly Nuth and then decided to get into this is amazing, to be fair. We've found some more of our riders. We up for a quick interview? Up for a quick interview? Yeah, I'll let you get your helmet off first. All the gear, hey? You alright, yeah? Got it? Gosh, they're quite hard to get off, aren't they, at times? Just remind us of your name and what class you're racing in.
Bo Morris, and I race in the Metric Kit 50s.
Bo, how are you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's been dry, which is good, but I think I still can go quicker. I'm just working on the track a bit more. It's not been the best, like Friday, but it should be good.
And I've just seen you taking your helmet off, so I'm guessing you've just been out for qualifying. You said it hasn't been the best for you. Whereabouts have you placed?
I'm not too sure, but I did get my best time, but I'm going out for the 50R in a bit. So, yeah.
So you've been racing in both classes this season. How have you been finding that, the slight differences between the two?
Right, I started doing 2 classes because I just wanted to ride, really. I mean, this is my first season, but, yeah.
So your first season, how have you found it?
Yeah, I really enjoy it. It's really fun, yeah.
That's good. And in your classes, where are you hoping to place this weekend? How are you hoping to do in these final few races?
I'm hoping around the top 10, but yeah, just around there, hopefully.
That is good to hear. So your first season with Fab, you said you enjoyed it. Has there been any race in particular that's been your absolute favourite?
No, not really. They've all been pretty good, to be fair. Yeah.
Are any of the circuits your favourite?
I really like this circuit. This layout's probably one of my favourites.
Yeah, because we're running a slightly different layout to last weekend when we were here. How have you found the differences between the two layouts?
I think I do prefer the Valley circuit, but it's always I don't know. I just prefer it. It's a bit more corners and a bit more technical.
Yeah, so is that what you've found been really good for you this weekend, having that more technical side of it and really being able to test yourself and the bike, really?
Yeah.
And obviously, last big weekend for FAB-Racing. What are you looking to be doing over the winter period?
I'm not particularly too sure. No, hopefully get some riding in before it gets too cold or something. But yeah.
Well, good luck for this weekend, Bo. It's been lovely speaking to you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that was Bo Morris. I think we have had another rider just appear with us. Hello, how are we?
Good.
And remind us of your name and which class you're racing in.
Randy Carter, and I'm racing in the 12 mils.
Randy, I remember speaking to you at the first race weekend of the season. We're now at the last. How has your season been?
Really, really good.
Has any race weekend been your favourite so far?
Clear Pigeon.
How come?
Because I won the race.
Very, very impressive. And now, obviously, for this last weekend, we're back at Three Sisters, running a different layout to last time, but back at the same track again. How have you been finding it this weekend?
A lot more better than last weekend.
How come?
Because there's more passing spots for the corners.
So you find it a bit easier to get those overtakes done and dusted, yeah?
Yeah.
And where are you hoping to place this weekend?
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Welcome back to Three Sisters. Welcome back to the final round of the 2025 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, brought to you by MasterMac Surfacing. 10 races to go here on this wonderful Saturday on the outskirts of Wigan before we're done and dusted for the season. We're just coming off a very eventful lunch break where I've had to cut the exhaust off my car, so I'm doing very well. My name's Ross McIntyre. Joining me in the commentary box is Izzy Higgs. Izzy, are we excited for the last 10 races of the day?
I'm so excited, but I'm also so sad because the season's coming to an end. Like, this is it now. Once these 10 are done, we are done until next year. So it's like really bittersweet.
Maybe the reality of the situation beginning to set in. A lot of the race threes already done and dusted this morning on the mini motos. Those guys have already packed up shop and gone. A lot of them already, so fair enough, don't blame you. We've got a last couple race twos to get out of the way, and then there's all the remaining race threes for the bigger gearbox bikes, and then that is it for 2025 for the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Of course, for the 70s and the 50s, there is still the Lord of Lyddon events coming up later on in the year at Lyddon Hill. So if you fancy taking part in that, make sure you head to the FAB-Racing website, see what it's all about if you fancy whacking around Lyddon Hill. But for us anyway, this is pretty much the end of it in terms of the championship. Regardless, as we're getting going, I do just want to give a quick shout out to Lamar Morgan. Got a message from him over the lunch break. Lamar, one of our senior mini-moto riders, unfortunately he's been really unwell this past year. When he has turned up, he does super well, and he's been really enjoying watching along when he's not been able to make it to the racetrack, and he can't wait to get back in 2026. So sending you all of our best here from Three Sisters, Lamar, and can't wait to see you out there next season, hopefully for the full year. It is Mason Frederick that starts on pole for this mini GP50R race. Caelan Ratcliffe alongside. Jensen Ansel is there with Bradley Curtis P4. That's Lee Klaus's Crocs. It's Emilio Pereira starting 5th with Rex Austin in P6. Jensen Knowles and Max Johnson on row 4 with Josh Perkins and Riley Paisley rounding out the top 5. Daisy Poland is 11th with Preston Baker alongside. Freddie Taylor 13th with Bo Morris 14th. Thomas Meadows 15th with JJ Manchester in P16. Joey Athasich is 17th. Tommy Williams P18. Callum Maxwell 19th. Rex Ullman in P20. And then we've got two more riders, Harry James and Oliver Wilson, scheduled to take the grid. A 22 rider grid expected for this one in race 2 for the mini GP50R class. Is that someone paragliding? It looks like it to me. The sun is shining, the racing gods are sending good vibes our way, even if it is bittersweet. This is set to be a barnstorming way to end the season.
It really is, Ross. All of our riders just coming to the grid now, ready to get their second race of the weekend underway for the mini GP50Rs. Obviously, Sebastian Gazes, who took this championship last time we were here at Three Sisters, he isn't racing in it this weekend. He's decided to go on the GP70s, get a feel for them. But all of our other riders are here and ready to get going for this weekend. Really looking forward to it. Everyone is. Lee Close just telling everybody to get off the grid so we can get the racing underway for the remainder of the day. She is getting ready, and it is. We're just waiting. Green flag up, green flag down. We are racing for the mini GP50Rs in their second race weekend. A brilliant start there for Mason Frederick. Off the line, he's absolutely just flown ahead of everyone else. It looks like Caelan Ratcliffe, who was running in second, has dropped down into third place. Someone looks like they managed to get a move done on him and fly up into second place. But Mason Frederick, the gap is built already. The lap is just officially starting now. It was Jensen Ansel on that number 22 who got up past Caelan Ratcliffe into second place, so Caelan Ratcliffe has now dropped into third. But we've also got some of our other riders, a little bit of a change around. We've now got Jensen Knowles, who started from P7 on the grid, has got himself up into P4. Bradley Curtis running P5, Amelia Pereira P6, and then P7 Rex Austin. These guys always really close, tight battles between them, and they're really good fun to watch. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here for these guys. But it was Mason Frederick who got a brilliant start off the line. Is that the 96 Caelan Ratcliffe looking to make a move? Potentially he is properly gaining on that 22 of Jensen Ansel. He really wants to get up past him and get that second place back.
Not close enough to make a move down into turn 1, but maybe setting it up for a look into Lucy's Valley, if not Paddock Bend. Or is the 22 of Jensen Ansell firm and imperious on his defensive efforts? We'll have to wait and see. To be honest with you, I was a little bit worried about Mason Frederick going into this race. He had a huge high side in the second warm-up session this morning and broke the bike into a million bits and was put into the back of an ambulance. He did walk into the ambulance unaided, but just to give him the check over, basically had the wind knocked out of him like no one has ever had the wind knocked out of him before. And I was sat there thinking, maybe he's going to take a dink in his confidence. Maybe he'll be a little bit worried going out there. Maybe he'll be a little bit sore, but no, he's got back on the bike and he's shot off into the distance. 9 to go. Frederick leads by 2.5 seconds. Behind, Ansell still defending from the 96 of Caleb Ratcliffe. It's the Avali 4-stroke against the Metrokit 2-stroke that we're so used to seeing here in the Mini GP 50R class. Let's see which one has the advantage. From second down to fifth, it's Avali, Metrokit, Avali, Metrokit. Who's going to come out on top? Late move to the inside, maybe, by Caleb Ratcliffe. It was opportune, but it didn't come into fruition on that occasion. It will be Jensen Ansell that holds on to the second place position for the time being.
Yeah, it definitely will be, Ross. Maybe, I do think actually someone's possibly got up past Caleb Ratcliffe at the moment. Going to wait and see as they come over the line now. And it was Jensen Knowles gained from Caleb Ratcliffe, struggling with that move. So the 22 of Jensen Ansell still running in second. But when Caleb Ratcliffe was looking to make a move, Jensen Knowles took full advantage of that and gained a position from him there. 8 laps left to go. We're going to have to see what happens. This is the battle we're watching at the moment. This is the battle for second position. All these guys really tight together, really aggressive racing we're seeing from them actually, and that's always lovely to see. It doesn't like the 71 of Bradley Curtis is going to be looking to make a move on Caleb Ratcliffe. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, but at the moment Mason Frederick fastest lap with a 45.698, so he is quickest around the track at the moment, which is really, really good to see. But this looks like we're going to have a battle on our hands between Jensen Knowles and Jensen Ansell now. Jensen Ansell holding on to that second position really, really well, but under a lot of pressure from the other guys. We've got 7 laps left to go. This 4-way battle is one to be keeping our eyes on.
I'm a little bit worried about Caleb Ratcliffe maybe overriding the bike. He's had 2 big moments in Paddock Bend now, 2 laps in a row. That time through much cleaner. I ran into him over the lunch break and he seemed very calm, composed, just seemed like himself, but at the moment I think maybe a little bit hot under the helmet is the number 96. 7-2 to be 6 laps left to go. Mason Frederick's checked out up the road. He's going to have the fastest lap of the race. If he doesn't come off for a counter problem, he's going to win the race. This is where the real battle is though for the final podium positions. Looking to the inside goes Jensen Knowles coming into turn 1. That is a lovely move, set up beautifully and getting it done late on the brakes, and he will lead this pack now as they come into Lucy's Valley and the Joey Dunlop corner. But because they've all been fighting, it's invited Emilio Pereira, Rex Austin into the fray as well, and just behind them Josh Perkins also there. So suddenly we've got a huge train of bikes all fighting for the podium.
Yeah, we definitely have, Ross, and this is what we like to see. This racing from these guys is absolutely brilliant. It doesn't like Bradley Curtis made the move on Caleb Ratcliffe now, so Caleb Ratcliffe now looking in 4th position. He's got a lot of work to do in these last 5 laps if he's to catch up. Mason Frederick, though, our race leader, fastest lap of a 45.505. These guys are rapid around this track. The 22, though, of Jensen Ansell, smooth and clean on the inside of Jensen Knowles to take back that second position. He wasn't very happy last time round, so he's gone and done it, and he's taken that position back. But now Bradley Curtis is looking to get involved in the action, as well as Caleb Ratcliffe. These guys are all running really tightly together. Into that first turn they come now. This is some brilliant racing from these guys. They're going to come round into Lucy's Valley now. We're going to have to wait and see what happens for these guys. But Jensen Knowles holding on to that second place ahead of Jensen Ansell. Looks like they could have swapped back again though, and they have. Jensen Ansell now running ahead of Jensen Knowles. A bit of a cat and mouse game between these guys, a bit of swapping back and forth. So we're going to have to see what happens, but it looks like into that first corner. Will Jensen Knowles make a look? No, he's not. We're going to have to wait and see what happens for these guys. I mean, eventually we've got 4 laps left to go, so they're going to be catching up with back traffic. That could prove a few issues for people.
It certainly could be, and especially given the size of the train. While these guys are fighting, Frederick shot off further up the road, now nearly 8 seconds clear. You just saw as well on your picture. New fastest lap, 45.505 for the number 5 rider up the front. But still, the war wages on for the battle for the last podium places as they're getting brave, having to squeeze up the inside, then the outside of the traffic at Luna Bend. Through they all slide cleanly, though. Has it held anybody up? We'll wait and see. 3 laps left to go for this group here. Knowles looks to the inside, may have to stand the bike up a little bit. It was quite an opportune look up the inside of the 22 of Jensen Ansell from the 272. Josh Perkins maybe looks like he fancies something on Rex Austin as they come down the hill into Joey Dunlop corner. Knowles really likes to take that tighter line on the exit out of Dunlop corner. Really, maybe it gets in that extra 4-stroke punch onto the straight, perhaps, instead of running wide and using all of the track as you traditionally would do so. Back to Luna Bend we go, and it is still the status quo for this group as Frederick starts the penultimate lap of the race in race number 2 out of 3 this weekend in the Mini GP 50Rs. It's getting down to crunch time.
It really is, Ross. Like Ross was just saying, 2 laps left to go, and these are the guys we've been keeping our eyes on the whole way around. The 22 of Jensen Ansell under pressure from the 272 of Jensen Knowles, with Bradley Curtis just behind and Caelan Ratcliffe just behind him. Caelan Ratcliffe started the race in 2nd position, down now to 4th, but all of them are really closely battling it out. I mean, we've got Emilio Pereira, Rex Austin and Josh Perkins just behind them, looking to get involved in this battle as well. From 2nd place down to 8th, they've really bunched up together, really running at a similar pace, all battling it out with each other, which is really, really great stuff to see, making their way through back traffic, which will happen in these sort of races with just 2 laps left to go. Coming right now, though, Mason Frederick has made it just 1 lap left to go. We're on the last lap of this race. Here is our race leader, Mason Frederick. Almost a 10-second gap between him and the guys running behind him. A brilliant performance we are seeing from him in this second to last race of the weekend. Just coming down past the commentary box now, flying round into those final few sectors of the race course. Brilliant performance from Mason Frederick. He's been a powerhouse at the moment. Just coming round now into Luna Bend, that sweeping corner there, and then he flies around into the final corner, coming now to the finish straight. Checkered flag waves. It is Mason Frederick who is your winner for the 2nd race for the Mini GP 50R. What a powerhouse. He just absolutely flew around the track, and it was Jensen Knowles, the 272, who came in 2nd place, with Jensen Ansell rounding out our podium positions in P3. A brilliant performance we have just seen from them.
Fantastic racing all around there, and a really tight battle for the final podium places as well. It is Mason Frederick that takes a very dominant win, 10.2 up the road from Jensen Knowles, with Jensen Ansell rounding out our podium places. Bradley Curtis, he comes home in P4. Caelan Ratcliffe was 5th in the end. Emilio Pereira 6th, Rex Austin 7th, Josh Perkins in P8, Riley Paisley was 9th, and Max Johnson on the 141 with a freshly broken tooth after a crash in practice on Thursday. He will round out our top 10 positions. That's race number 2 for the Mini GP 50Rs. They'll be back out for one more race later on today before their season is done and dusted.
And now we have got the 2nd race of the weekend for the Extreme 200. These guys are always wanting to put on a show for us. They're just coming out now onto their sighting lap, but let's have a little run through of how our grid is looking for this race. On pole position we have the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. In P2 we have Frankie Watson. P3 Logan Cousins. P4 Matthew Thomas. P5 Travis Shaw. P6 Arnie Carr. P7 Leo Soliu. P8 Michael Med. P9 Sebastian Gazlowski. P10 Taylor Davis. P11 Maxwell Keats. And rounding out our grid in P12 is Jamie King, pit by Sonic, but we can see him in the paddock at the moment. No helmet on. It doesn't look like he will be going out with the Extreme 200s. He did tell us earlier he arrived on a Friday. He didn't manage to get here Thursday for practice, so he used qualifying for the Extreme 200s as a few more laps just to get himself used to the bike. Big shout out to Amphibian Scaffolding, who support the Extreme 200 class. thank you to Amphibian Scaffolding for supporting them. They're all just coming round to the grid now.
Absolutely. Logan Cousins makes his way into the grid slot number 3 for the number 7. How's he feeling? Tomlinson from pole needs to be a bit afraid maybe of the rider starting alongside him on the grid. Frankie Watson has been fast starting all season long, and especially seems so this career. Bizarrely also likes to start quite far back from his grid box as well, and I wonder if maybe he knows something that we don't, if it gains him some sort of extra advantage, an extra speed boost perhaps down into turn 1, or maybe he just likes the challenge, likes to give himself an extra foot or two further back. It's certainly got Tomlinson confused, because he's looking across and you can tell he's thinking, what on earth is the number 14 doing? We'll have to wait and see. Now Watson kicks himself into gear and slides up, but still not quite in full position in his grid box. He's still a little bit back. Let's kick off race 2 in the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200s. We are go. Good start there from Tomlinson. Watson also gets away well. We'll slot into second ahead of Logan Cousins. Everybody seems to be holding the status quo as they make their way down the Rogerson Straight for the first time. Now we go into Luna Bend, the 77 ahead of the 44 for the time being. Watch the 7 behind. Logan Cousins looking racy early doors. The top 3 begin to break away. It's the top 3 on the grid that lead us onto lap 1.
It is indeed. So we've got Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Frankie Watson, Logan Cousins. So Logan Cousins smooth on the inside into that first corner then on Frankie Watson. Logan Cousins on that number 7 now running in second. So these 3 battling it out at the moment. Taylor Tomlinson, who leads with Frankie Watson, and Logan Cousins is just behind him. Logan Cousins on that number 7 is looking really, really rapid. He's really hot on Taylor Tomlinson's tail, and we'll be wanting to catch up with him, but they've broken away from the rest of the pack, these 3 running in our top 3 positions. Behind them we've got Matthew Thomas, Travis Shaw, Michael Med. They've got a bit of a battle going on there, but these front 2 have now pulled away from Frankie Watson. I wonder if he's having some issues. Is Logan Cousins going to do it again? Look to the...
Oh! Wow!
That was a touch there from the number 7 of Logan Cousins and the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. That was rough there. Tomlinson trying to be defensive. Cousins couldn't move out the way, and they touched. And that has resulted in the end of Cousins' race.
And that could be a red flag as well. Cousins looks hurt, unfortunately. We'll stay with local yellows for the time being. Tomlinson lucky to stay on 2 wheels. Cousins did well to stay up initially as well, but going onto the grass just can't quite avoid it, unfortunately. And we do now have a red flag here at Three Sisters in race number 2, the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme at 200s. The riders will see it coming through now. There's no flag post between where they are and the start-finish line, which is why they were at full pace, but they will now come to a stop. The rule here at FAB-Racing, you need to bring yourself to a stop as safely as you can at the nearest marshal post within the next 3. Of course, if you're flying up towards the next one, and that's near an incident or at the end of the straight, of course, you do have to delay it there. Looks like Logan Cousins is slowly getting up to his feet, which is the good thing. But the riders will make their way back round now into the pit lane, and we'll wait and see what's happening. We'll let you know what's going on as soon as we know. We'll let you know that everybody is okay as soon as we know that everyone is okay. But still, that's a disappointing way. All right, Logan Cousins to go down and out. He's having a great race, and I'm not sure if it was a bit too opportune of a move, or maybe Tomlinson got the elbows out in defence a little bit too much. It could also just be a racing incident, 50-50. You know, sometimes you come together.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. I mean, it did look like Logan Cousins was looking to make a move down on the inside into that first corner, and then Taylor Tomlinson did not want to let that happen at all, so went straight on the defensive. And like you said, racing incident, they did unfortunately come together. So all of our riders now just returning to the grid and the pit lane, and we're going to wait and find out any update and what's going to be happening soon. But everybody's just waiting in the holding area at the moment. It was some brilliant racing we were seeing from them, though. Some really competitive, really fierce racing, which unfortunately has come to an end. We have just heard in our ears from race control, we will soon be having an 11-lap restart to this race. So running 1 less lap than we normally would. Just going to wait and find out when that'll be happening.
Absolutely. So been told that when we do restart, it'll be a full an 11-lap restart, so not quite a full race. So we're just waiting to see. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. But, yeah, really exciting racing here at Three Sisters. And hopefully we're not too far away from getting going once again. But the riders all in the pit lane. Again, we'll let you know what's going on as soon as we're aware of what's going on. But yeah, should hopefully be exciting for the rest of the day here at Three Sisters. And again, it's bittersweet because we're ending the season, but still, we want to end it on a high. Yeah, definitely, Ross. We are just going to have to wait and see what happens here. But so far today, there's been an energy in the paddock. Everyone just having a laugh, really having some fun for the last weekend. All of our championships have now been decided. We know who is winning those and who is our vice champion, as Ross said earlier, for all of our classes here at FAB-Racing. So today is just a bit of fun for everyone. It's the last season of It's the last weekend of the season. Everybody's worked really, really hard, so everybody's just come for a bit of fun, a bit of being together and just seeing each other for one last time before we go on winter break, which is brilliant to see. While we're waiting for this lay to get sorted, why don't we head back down to the paddock walk? And what we had remaining, there was a couple of minutes left in the clip, so while we're waiting for that, let's just head back down and hear what some of the rest of the riders had to say. First, who's going to be your biggest competitor to get that then?
Finlay.
So you and Finlay going to be hoping for a couple of battles this weekend?
Yeah.
And obviously, like I said, last weekend, what are you looking to do next year? Are you going to look at staying in the same class you are at the moment or change?
Well, I'm going to do the pros and I'm going to go on the Ovale.
So onto an Ovale, getting in with those Metro kits as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Randy, for this weekend, and we will see you next season.
Bye.
Bye, Randy. Let's keep heading down the paddock some more. For a lot of our riders, it has been their first year here in FAB, and they've all said they have just absolutely loved it, enjoyed it, and that is what makes FAB what FAB is. It's a real, family unit. Everybody's really close to each other. Everybody supports each other. Although they'll battle on track, they're all there to support each other. Just coming up to find Ross now. We are still hunting for some more people to have a bit of a chat to. Ross seems to be running away from us at the moment. But yeah, like I said, last weekend, it's been an amazing season so far. Obviously, we saw at the last race weekend, Harrison Day took the GP 70s. He took that title. Sebastian Gazowski in the 50Rs. And it's all been really brilliant stuff to see. And we're going to wait and see where these guys go on to. Remember, this is the road to MotoGP. Anybody wants a career in bike racing, this is the place to start. We've seen riders go on to British Talent Cup, on to being in British Superbikes eventually, such as Kyle Ride and Brad Ray. They started out their careers here at FAB. So if you would like to look at getting joined in FAB, do head to the FAB-Racing website, have a look, see if it's for you, and get joining us. And we'd love to see some new faces next year. I think we have found somebody to interview. Let's have a little look, see if they're up for it. They're hiding in their tent, so I'm not too sure, but let's have a look. Just head over there now, see who's hiding. We've got a bit of a chat going on at the moment.
I'll do the camera for you.
Hello, up for an interview? Yeah? Come on, mate. Come on, mate. It's just a little bit of a chat. Are you sure? Yeah? Just one quick question? No? Okay, well, good luck for this weekend. Back with Ross, he has appeared.
Hello.
Hello, how are we?
I'm still heartbroken that this is the last round of the season, but I'm excited. It's been good to speak to people here to have a bit of fun more than anything. Yes, there's a few championships up, but again, a lot of them have been done. People know it's the last round. They're here to enjoy themselves out on track.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, speaking to everyone seems, the major feel seems to be they prefer this layout actually to what we were running last time, especially for the mini motos. They've all been saying they really prefer this layout.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit more undulation for the mini motos. I think guys on the bigger gearbox bikes who normally run the full out probably not as fun. It's a little bit slower. You miss out Coward Summit, which is one of the biggest corners on the calendar. But for the mini motors, a lot of undulation. And that section where you kind of turn right and then go up behind the supermode section looks like it's a lot of fun, because you can really pin the throttle and just get it rising up like that. So I think that's a lot of fun coming forward. So yeah, I think it should be really, really good to go and see. I think there's a couple more people we can cry and grab. So I'm going to steal a microphone off you and just awkwardly tail these guys here. I've also got my eye open for Chris Wells, because I did see him running away into the distance, and I'm desperate to speak to him, given that he's doing that wild card on the mini moto. And also, you think Jamie King's hair is bad this weekend? Wait till you see Chris Wells. Stag do is all I will say. Is there any chance, guys, of a quick chat going into it?
Yeah, go on, Aaron.
And then, Harrison Quincy, how are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm leading the championship at the minute.
Yeah, 45-point advantage. Ball's very much in your court. You feeling confident? Any pressure, or are you not too worried about it?
I feel a bit pressured, a bit worried, but just hope I can get it.
Yeah. Any fighting talk for Jamie King, or again, is he out of your thoughts?
Just don't really think about it. Just race my own race, try and get ahead of him.
Still, last round of the season though, aside from all the championship stuff, you must be here just to have a bit of fun, surely, as well?
Yeah, we're just mainly having fun. It's our first season, but now we're leading, we're trying to get it now. But
absolutely. And then, what's the plan for the winter in 2026? Bit of testing abroad, and then any plans for next year?
Yeah, we're going out to the Irish, do Assen, and yeah, Spain maybe.
Just go on a bike, do some laps, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, Harrison, best of luck this weekend, and yeah, fingers crossed for your championship hopes.
Thank you.
Great to speak there to Harrison Quincy. There he is. I was desperate to speak to him just because I want your hair on camera, basically.
It's a bit fast to look.
I have explained the whole stag do thing, but hello, Chris Wells, how are you?
Good, thanks, you?
Yeah, not too bad. You've been away for a little bit of a while. Talk us through what you've been doing.
A bit of everything, really. I've enduro, been over in the Isle of Man watching the Manx GP, and then what was the last round? It was here, wasn't it? Yeah, I was in Italy for the MotoGP, so just living life.
Absolutely, fair enough. But you've come back to show everyone how it's done, basically.
That's it, yeah, giving it a go in the senior mini motors as well, and alongside Ross.
Well, one session isn't exactly, actually racing, isn't it? But yeah, jumping on a senior mini motor this weekend, how's it feel? Apart from the fact it's a mini motor compared to a pit bike, what's the biggest difference jumping on it and riding it?
No suspension. It's strange. A complete different beast to riding the pit bike. Yeah, alien.
Still going to get the elbows out, though?
Oh, 100%, yeah. They've been telling me if they have a chance, they're going to hit me, so I'm going to hit them back, so I'll give it as good as I take it.
That sounds about right, then, but still, looking to end the season on a high, at least.
100%, yeah. Yeah, then back next year.
Awesome stuff. Chris Wells, best of luck this weekend.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Awesome that we were finally able to grab Chris Wells. I can see Max Johnson's mum is talking to Izzy there quickly. I'll try not to get run over by Super Sebastian Goslavsky, but I think that's all we've got time for here down in the paddock. So we're going to head back up to the commentary box and enjoy the final round of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Welcome back to Three Sisters here for the final round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. We are still under a red flag delay following that crash for Logan Cousins in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200s race. The ambulance has now left the racing circuit, so hopefully it won't be too long before we get going again. I can see some bikes making their way back into the pit lane again. We will let you know that everybody is okay as soon as we are aware in the commentary box. But hopefully, is he not too far away from going racing again? Some bikes starting to come back to the pit lane here.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. We'll have to wait and see what's happening there. But let's just have a little throwback to Thursday, Ross. You got the chance to go out on a senior mini moto bike.
I did.
How did you find that?
A lot harder than I thought it was going to be brutally honest. Yeah, it was tricky. The things look very easy to ride, I'll say that much. But I have a very deep newfound appreciation for just how difficult these things are. That is Matt Birkin's bike coming out here. Looks like Harrison Day, in the meanwhile, has just arrived. I did receive a text from his mum a couple of minutes ago saying that they were planning to be racing. He's been in an ACU test at Mallory Park the last couple of days, which is why he's not been able to be here today. And she says that the new British Mini GP 70 champion, is planning to start from the back and work his way through the field. So Harrison Day is here. So that's great to see the reigning champ turning up. But yeah, so I had my go on a Senior Mini Moto. That was fun. But you know what? Quite frankly, Harrison Day is far more important. So this adds another thing to the equation.
Yeah, it definitely does, because it'll be interesting to see how he does working his way up the grid. Because we are so used to seeing Harrison there at the front. He has the pace. He flies away from everybody else. So it'll be really nice to see him getting involved in some battles and really working his way past everyone to then fly, probably, knowing Harrison as he does best. But see everyone saying hello. That looks like Harrison Quincy just saying quick hello. We saw Super Seb going up, giving him a bit of a hug. Everybody's really happy to see him back in the paddock. And it is nice that he's come back for the final day of racing for this season. We were missing him a little bit yesterday.
I know, but I know there's a lot of riders who probably weren't, because it gave other people an opportunity to win for a change. So how good that boy has been this year is simply unbelievable. And again, you'd be thinking an absolute shoo-in for the R&G British Talent Cup in the near future. Of course, joining the likes of this year's champion Ethan Sparks, a former Mini GP 70 British champion, the likes of Casey O'Gorman in the past as well, who's now made his Moto3 debut and looks set to compete in the Junior World Championship next year. So he's got a strong thing on his CV, we'll say that much. The likes of a 70s champion. It's a big old list of basically anybody who's anyone in British bike racing nowadays. Harrison Day, he's certainly added his name to that list. So again, we're still waiting to see if we're going to be getting going here. Hopefully not too long. But yeah, good to see that Harrison Day, after he's done his ACU test at Mallory Park, is back, gold leathers, gold fair and all, and getting ready maybe to school everybody from the back of the pack. We'll simply have to wait and see what he's going to be able to do here. Again, it is good to have Harrison back with us here at Three Sisters.
Hello everybody and welcome back to our coverage of the final weekend of racing for this year for the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike Series. We have just had a little bit of a delay due to a crash that occurred, but we are hopefully getting our racing back underway with the Extreme 200s in just a few minutes. We have just had a surprise arrival of Harrison Day, who has just come to join us for a few more hours of racing this afternoon. He will most likely be starting at the back of the grid, and then we'll see him work his way up most likely. But everybody's just holding in the paddock area at the moment before being let out, form there on a sighting lap, form the grid and get this race back underway.
Yeah, so that, again, another thing added into the equation there with Harrison Day. Should be really interesting to see what he's able to do out there. But everything that boy has touched in 2025 has turned to gold. Let's see if he's able to continue that streak here at the final round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships here at Three Sisters. Running around the Valley Circuit for the first time in FAB-Racing history. It's been really interesting to see how the riders have adapted to it after we came to Three Sisters a couple of weeks ago for the full layout for round number 6. But I think it's been a change that a lot of people have really enjoyed, especially the Lucy's Valley, Joey Dunlop corner section, a real challenging chicane downhill off camber through there. I think a lot of guys having a lot of fun out there as well. So looks like we're getting ready to restart the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 race number 2, and we are indeed. It's going to be an 11-lap race restart, this one. So let's run through the grid for you, and again it'll be slightly shorter than we'd have expected, but still we'll push onwards anyway. There's a crowd now beginning to form here at Three Sisters. It's Taylor Tomlinson from pole, Frankie Watson starts second, Logan Cousins would have been starting P3, but unfortunately it looks like his weekend's come to an end, with Matthew Thomason P4, Travis Shaw is 5th, Alni Carr P6, Leo Soliu in 7th, Michael Med P8, Sebastian Goslavsky 9th, Taylor Davis in P10, Maxwell Keats in 11th. Jamie King qualified in P12, but again, he missed Thursday's practice. He only got to Thursday evening, so he's using Thursday practice essentially as way, or Friday qualifying, should I say, for the Extreme 200s to basically get himself a bit more track time for his Pit Bike 140 title defence, which ultimately failed. And then, I guess, Harrison Day right at the back as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see where he lines up. He'll most likely, I reckon, either start from P13's position on the grid or take P12 in the place of Jamie King. Not too sure yet. We're going to have to wait and see where
depends how cocky he feels. If he feels really cocky, he could start on the very back row of the grid. But he is slowly coming forward.
He's coming forward. All of our riders are getting into their grid positions. Like we said about Frankie Watson earlier, he's that little bit further back behind his grid box. Then when Lee Close moves, he just pulls forward that little bit. Taylor Tomlinson earlier was looking at him as if to be like, what are you planning? What are you going to do? So we're just going to have to wait and see. But Harrison Day has lined up from the position of P13. So he's going to start right at the back of our grid, and let's see what happens. So Lee Close just moving over, getting ready to get this race underway. She told everybody to move out the way. And it is green flag up, green flag down. We are racing for the Extreme 200. Frankie Watson, better start for him this time, up past Taylor Tomlinson. Taylor Tomlinson won't be too best pleased with that because now he's got to work. We saw a battle between these guys earlier on in the Mini GP 70s, so we're going to be seeing it all over again. But this is the Extreme 200, sponsored by Amphibian Scaffolding. This is their second race of the weekend, second to last race of the season. Let's see what they bring us.
Tomlinson, a bit more of a disappointing start on this attempt for the 77. And we know that Frankie Watson, when he gets in front, he does feel no pressure whatsoever. He's unreal at just holding it together, as that is the number 8, Tommy Keats, who was using this weekend as almost as a test session, essentially. But he's gone down there. Hopefully he's all okay. He's up on his feet, which is the main thing, but the bike does look pretty bent out of shape. Somebody's down there in the background as well. We got another red flag, and that's because someone's gone down big time further back. I can't quite identify who that is, unfortunately. It may well be Taylor Davis, potentially, but another rider down, and we've got another red flag here in the Amphibian and Scaffolding Extreme 200s. And hopefully everyone's okay. Tommy Keats is up, and the other rider, who we can't identify, unfortunately, looks like they may be a little bit hurt. So fingers crossed everything's okay. So that's the second red flag on the second attempt of this race here. And we're going to have to go again, hopefully this time, not as long as a delay as last time. Hopefully everybody okay.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just have to wait and see, Ross. They are being assessed at the moment. The rider is. Just wait for updates. I mean, Harrison Day isn't going to be best pleased this career to get racing. Not even managed to get a full lap done before everyone's being called back properly into the paddock this time. We're not even staying really in the holding area. Everyone's just being brought in because it looks like we are going to be having another bit of a delay. The rider is up. The rider does look okay. We are just going to have some checks done probably on the track, find out what's causing everybody to go down.
We'll have to wait and see, but riders into the pit lane. Looks like whoever it is that's gone down is up on their feet. Yes, they are, which is great to see. Again, not entirely sure who it is. I believe it's Taylor Davis, the 111. But yeah, great to see that they're up and okay. That is the most important thing of all. So hopefully this delay won't be too long then, but some of the riders have gone back to awning straight away. So we may be a little bit delayed here anyway, and I think you can see a few parents are running down there going, no, come back, it's okay, we're not going to be too long. Travis Shaw's ready to go. Still in the pit lane, Frankie Watson now back. Just outside of your picture, Harrison Day in the number 8 of Tommy Keats, who was, I believe, involved in that incident that caused the red flag. They're both sat there ready and raring to go. Sebastian Gazlowski's also out there ready to get a shift on. He'll be starting P9, but has been, again, using this weekend as essentially a test session for an inevitable title charge on the 70s next season after being the 50s and 50R champion. So a few riders out there. Frankie Watson now wheeling the bike back. Is that a problem? Oh, are they being sent back now, maybe, potentially? Oh, who knows what's going on. We might be a little while here. But still, it's been a fantastic race, even though there's only been 2 laps of it. Not much to discuss, to be quite frank, apart from those 2 incidents. But still, it's been pretty tight out there, and the Extreme 200s all weekend have been really exciting. So hopefully, third time's the charm on the next restart, and it'll all be interesting.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. We'll just have to keep an eye on and see what happened. But we've had an amazing weekend of racing so far. I mean, some of our classes have even got all 3 races done and dusted and have most likely already headed home. Which was all of our mini motos. We got them finished before lunch today. Just because we're running just a little bit of a different layout this weekend in terms of what races we are having when. But we will see what happens. We've had quite a few people coming down this weekend. Well, I say coming down, coming up to Wigan to support all of the riders. I mean, they could have come down from Scotland maybe, or a bit further north, but it's really nice to see everybody here supporting all of the riders.
Absolutely. I was about to play my favourite game, watching that crowd of people on the bank going, if you're watching along on your phone, give us like a wave to the camera. But I don't think anybody was actually, because I couldn't see any mobile phones out there. But it looks like we might be getting ready to go racing again shortly. The track is soon to be clear. But again, I don't know if we're going to have to wait a little bit longer or not, due to perhaps medical staff being busy. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on. But we've got a couple of riders down in the pit lane ready to go. A couple of riders sat there patiently waiting. There is Mason Fedrick having a chat with the number 8 of Tommy Keats. And Mason been having a spectacular weekend, it must be said. They've been running really, really solidly all weekend long. Also brought an air horn with them yesterday, it sounded like, taking us back to the early 2000s. Oh, I was feeling nostalgic listening to that one. A couple of other riders down there. Let's see who we can spot. I'm going to use the commentary box window because it's got a better vantage point than that camera shot, unfortunately. So we're just going to have a look down. I can see the 24 of Maxwell Keats is also down there in the pit lane.
Is that someone having a little look on their phone, watching on their phone? Give us a wave.
Yay! We got there in the end.
We got a wave.
Hope everyone is doing okay. Anybody watching on your phone, give us a wave. I know there's going to be a stream delay. Of course, keep watching along. This may be a little bit of an extended delay, but make sure you like, share, subscribe so that you can prepare yourself for the 2026 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship and all the great racing that's going to be on offer across the future. But still, it's been a great weekend of racing here. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen moving forward here. So, yeah, riders down in the pit lane, fans sat anticipating patiently up on the bank. It doesn't look like anybody's watching along on their phone because nobody waved. But we got somebody in at least, so the game has been won in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely, Roz. We've had some amazing racing so far this weekend. Like we have said already, it's been absolutely brilliant. Yesterday, we got pretty much all 3 races done for all of our mini motos. We saw Finley Styles take the championship from Nelly Newth in the Inters class. Nelly obviously will be a bit disappointed with that, but Finley Styles, you cannot deny that he has had an absolutely fabulous season of racing so far. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens for the rest of the day. It is a Saturday. Do not worry if you're a bit confused when you are joining our stream online. There on our screens at the moment, we can see the lovely Laura from House of Moto supporting all of our female riders. She's giving us a little wave. Hello! And it's just absolutely brilliant stuff. The work she does to support all these girls, because she also supports girls from other class and other different racing competitions that happen all over the country. She bobs about here, there and everywhere, but this weekend she's here supporting Daisy Grayson and some of our other girls, which is really good to see.
Absolutely. Riders may be being summoned back or not, I'm not entirely sure. There is an engine that's just been fired up, but I'm not sure if that was just an accident or, someone fancies getting out there. But we are facing an extended... What are you doing, Michael Med? You're not going out for ages, mate. Send yourself back, sunshine. Unless, actually, are you supposed to be in this race?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's
Michael
supposed to be in
Med
I take it back.
racing in the Extreme
I take
200.
it back. Michael Med, I thought you were just in the pit bikes this weekend. My apologies. Yeah, we are expecting a little bit of an extended delay here. It sounds like all of the medical staff at the circuit are currently occupied, which means that, of course, we then cannot go racing. Of course, a big thank you to all the medics here this weekend for being quick and responsive and, for doing what they're doing. We couldn't go racing without them. The same goes to the marshals, both the trackside marshals clad in orange and the yellow high-vis roving marshals, which help out with our junior classes. A big thank you to them as well. Travis Shaw is really keen to get going.
Is that who I can hear revving? Is he really getting ready?
Travis Shaw is really keen, and unless they know something we don't, I still thought we were going to be a little while.
I mean, Sebastian Gazowski's there and waiting and all.
Maybe they know something that we don't. Again, we heard extended delay. There are a few people out there on the bikes now, so maybe we are getting ready to go racing. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, who knows? I'm assuming it'll be a similar length restart as well, coming into this one. As you can see, sun still up, but cloud covers now coming in here at Three Sisters. It's just gone 2:30 p.m. local time here in the UK. And we are still miles ahead of schedule as well, so I don't think we're worried about any significant time delays. As I can see Lee Clowes marching back out. I think we are getting ready to go racing once again here, is he?
Yeah, so definitely. I think she's going to let our riders out on a sighting lap in just a moment. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. Lee Clowes, so and our riders are going out. They are out on a sighting lap. Then we will have this race underway again. Not sure how many laps we're running this time, whether it'll be similar to last time or not, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But let's have a little run through of the grid again. On pole position we have Taylor Tomlinson, P2 Frankie Watson, P3 should have been Logan Cousins, but unfortunately he is not racing anymore due to being involved in a crash a little earlier. P4 we have Matthew Thomas, P5 Travis Shaw, P6 Arnie Carr, P7 Leo Soliu, P8 Michael Med, P9 Sebastian Gazowski, P10 Taylor Davis, P11 Maxwell Keats, P12 says should be Jamie King aka Pitbike Sonic, but he just used the Extreme 200 qualifying to get a few more laps in for practice as he missed Thursday. But we have also had Harrison Day joining us this weekend. He has just arrived. He's taking part in this race. Let's see where he decides to line up on the grid this time. He is Harrison Day, a 2025 champion for the Mini GP 70s and the Extreme 200. So he is back with us. So we'll keep an eye on how he does. I can't really tell, Ross. What do you think? I think he's starting P12 this time instead of on P13.
Yeah, he is. He's moved across.
He's decided to make the change and do it. But Lee Clowes has just moved that red flag. She's moving over to get that green flag. Let's see what happens. Third time lucky, and it is flagged down, and we are away racing for the third time for the Extreme 200s. Taylor Tomlinson, really good start again there. Frankie Watson couldn't quite get it off of him, so Taylor Tomlinson leads this race. Frankie Watson in second place with Matthew Thomas running behind them in P4. They are just going to be coming around now, getting ready to start their next lap of this race, fully get it underway. We've got 10 laps left to go. Taylor Tomlinson leads ahead of Frankie Watson with Matthew Thomas in P3, Travis Shaw P4, Sebastian Gazowski in P5. We will keep an eye on everything. Harrison Day, though, starting P12 on the grid, has already worked his way up into P9. We said he was going to do it. He's going to pick away past everybody and really get somewhere in this race. But Taylor Tomlinson still leading ahead of Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson doesn't look like he's quite ready yet to be putting the pressure on as they come round Luna Bend now. But this group of five are running up at the front from Taylor Tomlinson to Sebastian Gazowski, really grouped together, running a bit of a pack away from everybody else. But we come down to have 9 laps left to go. Sebastian Gazowski has just put in the fastest lap of a 44.077. He is really keeping up with these guys and really putting them to the test. We will have to keep an eye on him and see how he does in this race, but Taylor Tomlinson still leading.
Yeah, third time's the charm there for Taylor Tomlinson. Great start and keeping Frankie Watson behind. It's very much been the order of business in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 this weekend. It's basically whoever gets the whole shot, leads out of the opening couple of corners, tends to go on control and then win the race as well. And that's perfect for Tomlinson. Although Matthew Thomas looking the fastest he has all weekend long. Travis Shaw now with the fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Goslavsky also looking very pacey. 5 bikes up there. It's not done yet. And then, of course, Harrison Day in P9. Yes, he's just turned up. These are the first laps he's ever turned at the Three Sisters Valley circuit. But he's already up to P9 and doing a very, very solid job as well. Again, we are 3 riders down coming into this one. Tommy Keats, Taylor Davis and Logan Cousins. Unfortunately, Logan Cousins and Taylor Davis being involved in quite serious incidents that did require medical attention. And again, we'll let you know that they're okay as soon as we know, and sending them all of our well wishes coming into this one. But as we come around Luna Bend, make it 7 to go for the 77. Taylor Tomlinson still leading this pack of 5 at the front, but maybe moves being made. Matthew Thomas fancies second up to the inside on Frankie Watson in the 47, who has looked all at sea this weekend. And the pace that was there at the previous round at Three Sisters disappearing into the limelight. Suddenly, you get to race 2 of the Extreme 200 and he's woken back up again.
Yeah, definitely. He really, really has.
Weetabix for lunch,
Frankie
maybe.
Probably Weetabix for lunch, probably Weetabix for breakfast, just all the Weetabix to make sure he's got enough in him to go racing this afternoon. But Matthew Thomas now up into P2 ahead of Frankie Watson. It doesn't look like Sebastian Gazzeski is pulled away from this front running group a bit. He's just making his way around the track, but these 4 all running really close together. We saw this last time we were here at Three Sisters. These 4, Taylor Tomlinson, Matthew Thomas, Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw, all really, really close together. We do believe Sebastian Gazzeski is actually pulled into the pits and won't be finishing this race for some reason. We'll find out what's going on there as soon as we know. We will let you know. But this is the battle we are watching. This is what looks to be a 4-way battle for our podium positions at the moment, which is really, really good to see. You got Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Matthew Thomas, Frankie Watson P3 and Travis Shaw P4. Like I was just saying, these guys are really close to battles the last time we were here, and they're doing it all over again. Is that someone going? That is Matthew Thomas looking to go down on the inside of Taylor Tomlinson, and he's done it. That was very, very fierce racing there. That was a close move there.
Matthew Thomas, where have you been, sunshine? Welcome back to P1, the 47. Super brave on the inside as Tomlinson squeezed him up to the curb. But Thomas was having absolutely none of it. A brilliant, brilliant move on the brakes as they went wheel to open the lap. It's going to be 4 to go for the top 4 when they come to the line this time. And it is now Thomas from Tomlinson, from Watson, from Shaw. Can anybody produce something magical that mirrors the likes of what Matthew Thomas has just done? Not on this occasion, but man, oh man, what a move that was. Matthew Thomas now controls this race.
He really, really does. We've got just 4 laps left to go, and that was an absolutely brilliant move from Matthew Thomas. Taylor Tomlinson, like Ross said, did push him in, but Matthew Thomas was having none of it, and he's now running in P1 with Taylor Tomlinson really hot on his tail. Taylor Tomlinson is going to be frustrated because he wants this race win a lot. You can tell how much he wants it. It's really quick off the start, and once he gets that lead, he does his best to hold on to it. But at the moment, as they're coming around Luna Bend, this is absolute brilliant racing to watch. Is Taylor Tomlinson going to repeat what Matthew Thomas did to him? And it looks like he is. Taylor Tomlinson up on the inside, leading into that first corner with 3 laps left to go. Can Matthew Thomas do anything to take that back from him? This is some really, really competitive racing we are seeing from these guys. A brilliant watch.
Fantastic stuff out there on the Three Sisters racetrack. What a treat we are getting for the final round of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Tomlinson back to the lead of the race. Watson is there. He's watching. He's waiting. Does he see anything potentially on the run up into turn 1? Out of Luna Bend and onto the Conrod straight we go. Make it 2 to go. penultimate lap of race number 2 here. Tomlinson still leads. Oh, Watson, little look to the outside there on Matthew Thomas. Not quite close enough. This one could go right down to the wire.
I definitely think it will, Ross. You're right there. We have got Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Matthew Thomas. They are just coming now down the pit straight past our commentary box, and they are so close together that it all looks like they're moving in sync. It's absolutely brilliant. They are really, really being competitive with each other as they go down now round Luna Bend to come round onto that final corner, onto the finish straight, and we'll make it just one lap left to go. There it is, the yellow flag with the black cross. Who is going to have it into this first corner? It's Taylor Tomlinson. But Matthew Thomas is wanting to get a look in somewhere, not quite able to make a move just yet, but they are so close together. He's literally hot on his tail. We have got less than, well, just about half a lap left to go. They're coming down, once again, down the pit straight. Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Matthew Thomas. Just look at that as they go past our curb cam. Brilliant, brilliant racing we are seeing from these guys. We are third time lucky. We are getting this race done, and just did the second race for the Extreme 200s. Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Matthew Thomas around Luna Bend. Who is going to take it on the back straight? Is it going to be Taylor Tomlinson? And yes, it is. Taylor Tomlinson is your race winner with Matthew Thomas in P2. Frankie Watson crosses the line to take the third podium position in third place. A brilliant, brilliant race there. That was tense. We didn't know who was going to take it, but a brilliant, brilliant performance from them.
The second Macarena of the weekend for Taylor Tomlinson. And is he going to try and do a burnout, or is he just struggling to get into gear maybe? No, he's just pulling it out for the camera. He knows what's going on. He's had a fantastic time here at Three Sisters, and what a brilliant race that was. Matthew Thomas, one of the moves of the weekend, undoubtedly up the inside, but unfortunately just didn't quite have the pace to hold on. Tomlinson, though, with the finger wag, he knows he's done a very, very good job there, because there were 4 riders at the end of that one that could have won that race. It was Taylor Tomlinson on the 77 that ended up on top with a winning margin of 77 thousandths. Isn't that a coincidence? It's Tomlinson that wins from a re-emerging Matthew Thomas after a very quiet weekend in P2. Frankie Watson rounding out the podium. Travis Shaw was 4th, Michael Red P5, Leo Soliu P6, Joe Irving 7th, Harrison Day P8, Maxwell Keats 9th, and then Sebastian Kozlowski a D and F in that one. One more race to come in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200.
And now we have got race number 2 for Moto Team, where we've got standard and open classes running out on track on the same time. They're just doing their starting lap now, but let's have a little run through on how the grid is forming. On pole position, we have Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. P2, we have Sam Close. P3, we have Matt Linley. P4, Ian Jackson. P5, Phil Mapplebeck. P6, Harrison O'Keefe. P7, Linton Dimiola. P8, Ben O'Keefe. P9, Phil Joyce. P10, Gary O'Keefe. P11, Paul Kelly. P12, Malcolm Stein. P13, Madison Martlew. And rounding out our grid, starting P14, is Peter Appleton. These guys, the standard and the open, all been decided now. So we're going to have to keep an eye and see who ends up where.
Should be a really interesting race. Sam Clowes looked very, very fast yesterday, but nobody could stop Marco Pandolfo on that Team Acme Racing bike. So we'll have to wait and see how it's going to unfold. And then elsewhere as well, there was some really fierce racing. A little crash yesterday for Gary O'Keefe. I ran into him over the lunch break. Seemed in good spirits, though. Seemed like he was feeling far, so hopefully he can make up for that one. Lee Clowes is ready to send them on their way. Somebody is in the wrong spot a little bit further back. So there's just a little bit of readjustments going on. I think Peter Appleton and Madison Martlew got themselves mixed up on the back row of the grid. Now we're ready to get going. Lee Clowes walks over, will drop the red flag, pick up the green, and it'll be time to get racing for race 2 of Moto Team. At the FAB-Racing finale, poor launch initially for Marco Pandolfo, but is able to come off the inside, and the second phase is good, which means that Sam Clowes won't be able to slide in for the overall lead as they come down to Luna Bend for the first time in this race before they start the first lap proper. it is the Team Acme bike that leads the way ahead of the 133 of Sam Clowes. Looks like, I believe it is the 27 of Ian Jackson, who has slid up into third overall. He'll be leading the way in the standard class, and yes, it is. And then we've got Matt Lindley's 142, also known as the Canal Rescue Racing Squad this weekend. So coming through the S's there for the first time up into Lucy's Valley and past the Supermoto course. Not a great start for the number 8 of Marco Pandolfo and Team Acme Racing, but they got away with it. They will be leading early doors here.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. He is leading. Not the best start, but he is leading this race. Sam Clowes may look to put a bit of pressure on, as they are both running on the open bike, which is slightly different to the Moto Team Standard, like we have said all season. But in terms of standard, we've got Ian Jackson and Matt Lindley running third and fourth overall at the moment. They're going to be looking to get involved with each other a little bit. So we'll just have to keep an eye on who's... And that's Sam Clowes through on the inside of Marco Pandolfo. That was a really smooth, really clean move from Sam Clowes there. He's just put in a fastest lap of a 49.044. We've got 10 laps of racing left to go, and Sam Clowes, a really impressive move from him there, ahead of Marco Pandolfo, who is currently sitting in P2 of this race overall. They've built up a bit of a gap to those running behind them from P3 down. There's a 2.292 second gap separating the guys running in first and second from those running third and below. But Sam Clowes, what a move. Marco Pandolfo's going to have to put the pressure on now. He's got someone there this weekend pressuring him and telling him, come on, let's have a little fun, let's have a bit of racing, because Marco Pandolfo doesn't normally have that sort of experience of having someone else there in the open team pressuring him. So it's really good to see that Sam Clowes has decided to join us this weekend and put that pressure on. Just 9 laps of racing left to go.
Yeah, flying by here early doors at Three Sisters. Let's see if Sam Clowes can take another win in 2025. This is only his second weekend, I think, of the whole season, but his first weekend at Rower did take a couple of wins out there. So let's see if he's able to repeat that. I wonder if the number 8 machine, of course, the champions of the open class in 2025, Team Acme Racing, can work their way past and take yet another victory this year. Making their way through Luna Bend is this group of bikes. Looks like we've got the Canal Rescue Racing team leading the standard class ahead of Ian Jackson and Phil Mapplebeck, P5 overall, P3 in the open class at the moment for the 191 machine. So these guys, well, one of them is not in the same class as the other two, and where they finish in that order then is pretty irrelevant, but they'll still be fighting on for every inch out on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. 8 laps of racing left to go. This is who we're watching at the moment. Matt Lindley for Canal Rescue, followed by Ian Jackson and Phil Mapplebeck just behind him. Perhaps he's going to be looking to maybe make a move somewhere, if possible, on that 191 machine. We just saw him following behind Ian Jackson there. Here we are, we can see them now. But here we are back with our race leaders. Sam Clowes ahead of Team Acme Racing, Marco Pandolfo. Marco Pandolfo really putting the pressure on, just 0.5 separating them. Sam Clowes, though, keeps just putting in fastest lap after fastest lap. He's put in a 48.218 last time round. We've got 7 laps left to go, and he really is. He's just putting on a show for us, really. He's showing, let me show you how fast I can get around this track and how much I can move. And it's really good stuff we are seeing from him. But back on our screens now, we can see Matt Lindley, Ian Jackson and Phil Mapplebeck. These 3 guys running in 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Ian Jackson unable to really make the move past Matt Lindley. He's kind of holding back a little bit. He's hot on the tail of Matt, but cannot really seem to find enough to be able to pull out the move. But we're back with our race leaders now with 6 laps left to go. Sam Clowes still leading ahead of Marco Pandolfo. Marco now just put in the fastest lap of a 47.848, just 0.192 seconds separating them. They've just come through past a little bit of back traffic, but that traffic had just moved out of the way and let them come flying past, because everybody knows these two really are going racing. Oh, that was close, and it looked like Marco Pandolfo was going to look to the inside of turn 1, but Sam Clowes came across, didn't let that happen. That was really defensive riding from him there. This is brilliant stuff to see.
Yeah, getting really tight between the pair of them out there. 6, soon to be 5 laps left to go. Opening to the inside there for Marco Pandolfo. Cannot capitalise on that occasion. Bit of traffic, though, in the form of the Triple Eight, and Madison Martlew maybe can slide on by. No, actually gets held up. Is he going slow? He is just being held up. I thought maybe there could have been a problem there for the number 8 machine, but just decided to back off. That gives Sam Clowes big breathing room, and that means that the Team Acme Racing bike has to work it all out again. There is still time in this race to catch back up to the overall leader and the open class leader, but still, when you've almost set a move up like that, it's not great to have it all kind of undone, all thrown away, unfortunately. So they'll have to move on, have to figure out what they can do going forward as Madison Martlew makes his way down the Rogerson Straight, and we wait to see who else is coming through. There's some other action further back. That's the 119 of Phil Joyce holding off Ben O'Keefe on the number 64, who, well, Ben's having an okay weekend. I mean, he's trying to fight for 4th place in class at the moment, but I think we'd expect a little bit more from the O'Keefes. We weren't able to speak to them this weekend, unfortunately, on our paddock walk. It's always an absolute joy whenever you get to grab a hold of them, because they are just a bunch of funny guys. But out on the track, they're pretty quick. And again, Moto Team is the cheapest form of motorsport in the UK. They turned up at the start of last year. They'd never done any racing before, the 2 brothers and the son. And now they are mainstays of the paddock, and very well liked and very, very fast as well. So if you're sat at home, maybe want to rekindle your MotoGP dreams back when you were playing MotoGP 4 on the PlayStation, or you just fancy giving it a go, or maybe you used to race back in the day but you haven't in a while, or can't really afford to do anything properly, check out the FAB-Racing website, check out the FAB-Racing Facebook pages, find out how to get involved in Moto Team. It is cheap, it is cheerful, and it is furious racing, and we could very well be seeing you on the grid in 2026.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. But just a quick one to mention, Matt Lindley, running in P3 at the moment, is now got Phil Mapplebeck just 0.1 seconds behind him. Phil Mapplebeck has made that move on the 27 of Ian Jackson, now has squeezed past him to take that P4 position overall. So really good stuff to see. On our screens at the moment, we are still with the 119 of Phil Joyce, currently running in P7, with the Ben O'Keefe on the number 64 behind him in P8. Our race leaders, though, really battling it out. Still 0.3 seconds separating them now. Sam Clowes ahead of Marco Pandolfo. Marco got held up by a bit of back traffic, so now we'll have to see if he's able to catch up with Sam Clowes with just 2 laps left to go. We have 2 laps left to go. The 133 of Sam Clowes, our race leader. We're still just going to keep an eye on what he is doing at the moment. The 133 of Sam Clowes, our race leader, with Marco Pandolfo on that number 8, running just very closely behind him, 0.3 seconds separating them. Here we are now with our race leaders, and Marco Pandolfo has done it. He's made the move on Sam Clowes again on that 133 to take the race lead away from him. They're coming round now. There's the yellow flag with the black cross through it. They are neck and neck into that first corner, side by side. Who's going to take it? And it's Marco Pandolfo on that number 8. We are last lap of racing for these guys, but Marco Pandolfo leading this race now ahead of Sam Clowes. Sam Clowes had led this race for majority, but Marco Pandolfo decided to say, no, I'm having that back. Thank you very much. They are just coming down past the commentary box window now. Brilliant performance we have seen from them. They're coming into the final few sectors, down round, coming into Luna Bend, into that sweeping final corner at the moment, and it is going to be Marco Pandolfo who takes the race win as he comes now to take the checkered flag, and it's Marco Pandolfo who takes this race win. Brilliant stuff we have seen between him and Sam Clowes in this second race of the weekend for Moto Team. Marco Pandolfo, take a bow. You are the race winner ahead of Sam Clowes.
Brilliant result there for Marco Pandolfo. Had to really fight for that one and only takes the win by 0.3 of a second as Phil Mapplebeck finishes 3rd overall and 3rd on the open class podium, some 18.5 seconds behind. It's Team Acme Racing who finish on top once again. Sam Class 2nd, Phil Mapplebeck 3rd. Meanwhile, in the standard class, it is Canal Rescue Racing who take the victory. Ian Jackson in P2 and Linton Dimiola in P3. Elsewhere, we have Ben O'Keefe, P4, P7 overall. Phil Joyce, P5, P8 overall. Malcolm Stein was P4 in Open, P9 overall. Gary O'Keefe, P5 and P10 overall. That's your top 10 for Moto Team. These guys got one more race this season. Can anybody stop Team Matme Racing? Can anybody stop the Sicilian Marco Pandolfo?
Now we have got the second race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50s. These guys had their first race yesterday, and it's going to be really good to see what they get up to today. They're just coming out now on their sighting lap. Let's have a little run through of who's starting where. So on pole position, we have the 96 of Kaylin Ratcliffe, P2. We have Josh Perkins, P3, Amelia Pereira, P4, Rex Austin, P5, we have Tommy Keats, P6, we have Riley Paisley, P7, we have Max Johnson, P8, we have Daisy Holden, P9, we have Kai Hawken, P10, we have Preston Baker, P11, Bo Morris, P12, we have Tommy Williams, P13, we have Jensen Sadras, P14, we have Callum Maxwell, P15, we have Bojan Blajeski, P16, we have Danny Longhurst, P17, we have Harry James, and rounding out this grid, starting in P18, is Claudia Dudman. This is going to be really interesting to watch. We see a couple of our riders who we normally see in the AC40 Pro and the liquid cooled class. A couple of those have come to join the Mini GP 50s this weekend. This is where you want to start on the geared bikes coming in from and coming up from those mini motors. This is where you want to start on the road to MotoGP. Mini GP 50 sponsored by King's Two Wheels Centre. We're going to get their race underway very, very shortly.
Kaylin Ratcliffe finally making his way down the grid. A bit of a slow outlap to the grid there. But we are now ready, I believe, to get going. Tommy Keats unfortunately caught in an incident earlier on. He will not be starting this race, but everybody else is ready to get going for the second race of the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP 50 class. The first step onto geared bikes, the first step onto Grand Prix style machinery, and the first step on the road to MotoGP. We get going. Disappointing start there from Josh Perkins. That's going to allow Emilio Pereira to slide on by, and Pereira almost looking for the lead of the race there on the inside of Kaylin Ratcliffe. Couldn't quite find it on that occasion. As we come into Luna Bend for the first time, Ratcliffe building a healthy lead. Perkins challenges to the outside of the 31. Look at Ratcliffe already as he leads them onto lap number one. He's got a huge lead as they come up the Conrod Straight into turn number one. Pereira having to be on the defensive a lot more than he'd like, I believe. And as a result, the number 96 from pole position can sit pretty and hopefully just drive away into the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a brilliant start for Kaylin Ratcliffe there. Does look like Emilio Pereira on that 31 is under a lot of pressure from Josh Perkins. We're going to have to keep an eye on those guys. Rex Austin on that 991 in the position where he's watching what's happening between Emilio Pereira and Josh Perkins, similar to what sort of happened in race one yesterday. He's keeping an eye on the guys in front, because if they get involved in a battle, he can stay back, let them do it, and just hopefully sneak his way through and past them and gain a couple of positions. But they're coming round now, 10 laps left to go, and it is Kaylin Ratcliffe who leads ahead of Emilio Pereira, Josh Perkins and Rex Austin. Kaylin Ratcliffe fastest lap of a 46.711. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from him at the moment. Always fantastic to see. But we're going to have to keep an eye on how everybody else does. This is the battle we're going to be watching at the moment for P2. Emilio Pereira being chased down by Josh Perkins. But it does look like they are catching up with Kaylin Ratcliffe as well, possibly. So that's what we'll have to keep an eye on. Kaylin Ratcliffe, can he push enough out of his bike to open that gap a bit more, get away from the others and hold on to that position?
We'll have to wait and see. Pereira now maybe starting to stretch the legs as Perkins looks to the inside, then the outside as they make it 9 to go. And look at the run that Pereira's got as well. He's certainly got to poke a wheel, but does have to back out of it. That is as close as you like. The 31 has rediscovered that pace after a shaky opening few laps. The outside into Lucy's Valley is brave, and he wisely backs out of it. But now Pereira feels so racy He's struggled, well, not struggled, but it's his first season on gear bikes. It wasn't the high-level performances we know that he's been capable of in the past. Finally took his first race win of 2025 yesterday. Let's see if he can follow it up with another one, but he does have to get through the number 96 first. Josh Perkins' fastest lap last time as well, of 46.179. Let's see if anyone is able to go any quicker than that on this lap, as there's 4 bikes, nearly 3 abreast, nearly collision as they all fan out. And Pereira looks to the inside, squeezing contact. Pereira straight on and down and off the bike. It's a similar incident to what we've seen earlier on today with Logan Cousins. Pereira is straight back up, trying to get the bike back up, but he won't be allowed to rejoin this race. Heartbreak for Emilio Pereira, the lightest of touches, and he's down and out.
Crikey me, that was a bit of a crash there, wasn't it? And he's down and out. Like you said, Ross, these guys are really just being fierce and competitive with each other today. But there was kind of nowhere for anybody to go in that crash there. Everybody had sort of squeezed together a bit too much, couldn't really see each other, and there ended up being contact and a touch. But unfortunately, Emilio Pereira now out of the race, so there's going to be Caleb Ratcliffe under pressure from Josh Perkins and Rex Austin. Now, who is going to take it into this first corner? And it's Caleb Ratcliffe who leads ahead of Josh Perkins and Rex Austin. It looks like everybody's just looking to put a bit of pressure on each other, but everyone's aware of the crashes we have already had today, so everybody's going to be just that little bit more cautious, I think. Obviously, everyone's just seen Emilio come on, so they're going to be like, OK, well, we went a bit too far with it last time, maybe. We'll all just be a little bit more careful as we go into these corners. But coming round now into Luna Bend with 7 laps left to go. Caleb Ratcliffe is leading ahead of Josh Perkins and Rex Austin close behind them in P3. They're in a little pack all together here. Who is going to do it? They almost go 3 abreast down the straight there, but it is Caleb Ratcliffe who holds it into that first corner. Rex Austin went wide and round onto the outside then. Perhaps he thought he could get a look at Josh Perkins that way, but it didn't quite work out for him.
It's really tight out here, and it could be any one of these guys taking the race victory. Emilio Pereira, you have to feel for him, but that's racing. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, but as a result of that incident, it has invited Riley Paisley right into the conversation. 5 laps left to go then in race 2 of the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP50s. Ratcliffe leads by a hair's breadth, lucky to stay on the bike after that contact. Meanwhile, Perkins and Austin looking to trade places. Maybe all 3 of them looking to swap into turn 1, but they maintain the status quo. Josh Perkins looks left, looks right. Can he try and slingshot his way into the lead into Lucy's Valley? Not quite on this occasion. He'll have to settle for second as they come through the Joey Dunlop corner. Maybe an opportunity into Paddock Bend. You can get a move here if you're brave, but no. Once again, they maintain position. Riley Paisley starting to drop back as these 3 in the podium positions start to turn the wick up. Let's keep our eyes on the lap times as they come through Luna Bend. A little bit of lap traffic to make their way through, but not an issue for any of them. Ratcliffe prefers the tighter line. Does that compromise him up the Conrod straight? It may do. Perkins looks to the inside as they come into turn number 1. Josh Perkins too far back. The 96 still leads with 4 to go.
Yeah, he does, Ross. Like you were just saying, 4 laps left to go. Caleb Ratcliffe still leading ahead of Josh Perkins. Josh Perkins, though, looked to go on the outside then, but that didn't seem to work out. Is he going to look to then go on the inside down the straight here? No, he's not. Caleb Ratcliffe holding on to that lead, but there's just 0.06 seconds separating these guys. Caleb Ratcliffe really going on the defensive, which is it's a lot of work, a lot of pressure for him to keep on the defensive at all time, as it is for all of our riders. But Josh Perkins running in P2 with Rex Austin in P3. Austin seems to have backed off a little bit. He's just going to watch what happens between these guys, but they're coming up to some lap traffic there. Is that going to cause an issue? But Josh Perkins has just done it. The number 30 has slid on through past Caleb Ratcliffe to take P1 with 3 laps left to go. 3 laps left to go. Caleb Ratcliffe, is he going to work and try and take that back?
Brilliant move late in the day from Josh Perkins, but it's all still to play for. Can the 30 stay there? Will the number 96 find a way back through? Maybe Austin, maybe Paisley fancy plenty of go. That's superb. Maybe from Ratcliffe, but the up and under Perkins on the switchback keeps that lead of the race. They come to Luna Bend. 2 laps left to run in race number 2. And it is still Perkins that leads, but it could be anybody to win this race.
Yeah, it definitely could, Ross. These guys are getting really, really competitive with each other now. You know how much Josh Perkins wants it, and Caelan Ratcliffe. Is Caelan Ratcliffe going to go to the inside on the first corner? And he is, with 2 laps left to go. Caelan Ratcliffe takes P1 position again. Josh Perkins, is he going to look and do the undercut again? We'll have to keep an eye on these guys. But this is some brilliant racing we are seeing from them. They are really showing what they are capable of at the moment, which is fantastic stuff to see. They're coming right now into those final few sectors of the track before they start the last lap of this race, and we're going to have to see who takes it. At the moment it is Caelan Ratcliffe leading ahead of Josh Perkins and Rex Austin, who currently runs in P3. Looks like Caelan Ratcliffe building a little bit of a gap there ahead of Josh Perkins. Josh Perkins under a bit of pressure from Rex Austin. There is the flag that signals this is the last lap of this race, and it's Rex Austin on the 991 through on Josh Perkins. Rex Austin are now running in a P2 behind Caelan Ratcliffe in P1. A brilliant performance we are seeing from these guys in their second race of the weekend. Coming down now just past the commentary box window, the 991 of Rex Austin. Was he going to look, possibly make a move on Caelan Ratcliffe then, with just a few corners left to go? We will have to keep an eye on this. It has been a fantastic race between these 3 running in the front of our race, but it is Caelan Ratcliffe who leads into Luna Bend ahead of Rex Austin and Josh Perkins in P3. Who is it going to be who takes this race win? And the checkered flag waves, and it is Caelan Ratcliffe, your race winner for the Mini GP 50s race 2 of the weekend.
What a fantastic race that was. Rex Austin, maybe with another lap, could have slid through as he found late pace. But man, that was brilliant. The top 4 separated by nothing. Rex Austin, fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 46.094, 2 tenths quicker than anybody else could manage. But it was Caelan Ratcliffe that was able to hold on as Josh Perkins rounded out the podium places. Looks like somebody went down on the last lap of the race as well, but they're up on their feet at A-OK. Couple of riders actually I think may have come together there, or are they just getting... No, that's Emilio Pereira getting a lift back from the number 93 of Preston Baker there. I mean, everyone's done it at some point, haven't they? You have a crash, you can't be bothered to walk back to the pits. You know, you do the hail the taxi, stick your thumb out, someone goes, yeah, go on, hop on, it happens. But it's Caelan Ratcliffe that wins race number 2, Rex Austin in second, and Josh Perkins in P3. Riley Paisley was 4th, Daisy Polden, fantastic result for her in P5, Kai Hawke in P6, Preston Baker 7th, Bo Morris P8, Tommy Williams with P9, and Jensen Cedras in his first weekend in FAB-Racing on a geared bike, P10. Not bad at all.
Definitely. We are having a little bit of a 5-minute break at the moment before the Mini GP 70s come back out on track. There was a message sent out by Race Control to let us know that we will be taking 5 minutes before we start our final races of the day. People are just going to have 5 minutes so everybody can get ready, get themselves sorted before the GP70s come out onto track. So we will have to keep an eye on when we get racing back underway, but on our screens at the moment we can see our podium sitters for the Mini GP 50s there. Caelan Ratcliffe being congratulated by a lot of people from the paddock. I do think that's his first race win of the season actually, which is brilliant stuff to see for him. We will just double check and find out, but the 991 of Rex Austin in P2 as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff to see from everyone.
Yeah, brilliant racing from those guys. But yeah, a little break here before we get moving onwards to our next event. That is, in fact, Caelan Ratcliffe's first race win in the 50s all year long. So congratulations to Caelan. I thought he'd taken another one. Yeah, it just shows the calibre of a rider he is, that even though it's his first, you think he's had a couple of more. But we are coming up now with the Mini GP 70 British Championship. Again, there is just a couple of minutes, a few riders riding in both the 50s and the 70s. This is race number 3 as well for our Premier class. The final race of the season. 6 races left to go here this weekend before we call it quits and the sun sets on a brilliant 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Wherever you are watching from around the world, whoever you are here supporting, we hope you've enjoyed all of this action from the FAB-Racing finale here at Three Sisters. And we hope that the last 6 races are even better than those that came before, and we end on the highest of highs. It is set to be, though, a really interesting race here in the 70s. Again, a lot of riders making their debut starts in the 70s this weekend and focusing purely on the 70s. People like Sebastian Goslavsky, for example, your 50 and 50R champion from this year, who will inevitably tackle the 70s championship next year. He's basically seeing it as a bit of a test session while you're racing. It's basically see how you feel on the bike initially while there's others out there going round before you put the work in over the winter and before you come into 2026 to attack the season properly. I think we will get Harrison Day out there as well. I can see his bike in the pit lane. It's up on the jacks with tyre warmers on it and a little generator to keep them going as well. Of course, Harrison Day, your Mini GP 70 British champion this year, all decked out in the gold leathers and the gold fairing. Had a brilliant season, but decided not to be here for most of this weekend because he was at an ACU test down at Mallory Park trying to get his ACU licence. And hopefully everything went well. We will have to ask him afterwards. But he was able to manage to scarper back up here, and he's been able to start from the back of the last couple of races for the classes he wants to enter in. So this year's champion, of course, who joins a long list of champions, the likes of Ethan Sparks, Marco Holt, in years gone by, Casey O'Gorman as well. And anybody who is anyone in British bike racing nowadays has won this title. Harrison Day, the latest to add his name to that long and historied list.
Well, we don't call it the Premier class for nothing, Ross, do we? Yeah, like Ross was saying, a lot of riders who want to get their career going somewhere start here at FAB-Racing in the Mini GP 70 class. These are the guys you want to keep your eyes on. Keep an eye out for all these names in the future. One day we could be sat at home watching British Superbikes or MotoGP or something, see one of their names pop up and be like, I remember him. Yeah, we knew them. Honestly, that baffles me, but it is just amazing that these guys are starting their careers now, getting there early. Really, it's going to be brilliant watching them grow and develop over the next couple of years.
Absolutely. As they get out on the sighting, that BSB finale coming up as well next weekend. And don't forget, everybody who's still in the title hunt, in the showdown, all came from FAB-Racing as well. So maybe in 10 years' time, there'll be this group of 70s riders in the showdown for BSB. Quite frankly, who knows? It's Frankie Watson that starts from pole in race number 3. Taylor Tomlinson starts second. Matthew Thomas P3. Logan Cousins in P4. But after a crash earlier on, I doubt he'll be taking part in this race. Row 3 is Travis Shaw and Sebastian Goslavsky. Leo Soliu starts 7th with Tommy Keats alongside. Taylor Davis is P9 with Kai Hawkin rounding out the top 10. Again, not entirely sure if Taylor Davis will be in this race after an incident earlier on. Maxwell Keats starts 11th with Bojan Blajewski in P12. And it should be, keyword should, Harrison Day, your 2025 champion.
I see him on the camera.
Oh, is he there?
There he is in our gold, in the gold.
Yes, he should be starting at P13. But again, he can kind of start really anywhere he wants as long as it's from
behind
P13
everybody
else. So yeah, as long as he's behind everywhere, he could. We have seen him for in FAB-Racing. It was in Moto Team one year where who was it? Was it Will Howarth? I think literally started like half a lap behind everyone else one time and still went on to win the race. So oh, he was quite good that year. I'll say that much.
So yeah, everybody's just getting to grid now. We're going to wait and get this race underway. We're just going to find out what our Flag Marshal Lee Close is saying. She's just telling everybody to clear off of the track, riders only and their bikes on the track. This is the last one of the year for the Mini GP 70s, and what a year it's been. Let's see what they can give us. We are just having, looks like Matthew Thomas again struggling to get his bike started. We saw this for race 2 earlier on. Maybe he's got a little bit of an issue with his bike at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see.
He's looking away again. Something is not right on that bike. Yeah, right. He's pulling it in.
Yeah, he's pulling in. I don't think Matthew... Is he pulling in or is he just...
I don't know. Lee Clowes looks very confused and Thomas looks furious as well.
Matthew Thomas doesn't look like he'll be starting this race. But everybody else, we got green flag up, with the green flag down. We are racing for the last time for the Mini GP 70s this season here at FAB-Racing. It was Frankie Watson who takes the lead, with Taylor Tomlinson very close behind him once again. We're going to have to keep an eye on everyone and see what happens, but it is Frankie Watson who leads ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. What a brilliant start to the race. The front three have pulled away from the rest of the pack. Travis Shaw up into fourth from starting P5 on the grid, but P3 actually a brilliant start there for Travis Shaw. Let's keep an eye on everybody else and what they can do.
Kudos to the number 7 Logan Cousins, who has started this race. I didn't think he would. He was in the back of an ambulance earlier on today. He's dropped out to P6 early doors. He's likely feeling very sore after a very big crash, but it's amazing that he's been able to start this race. Huge congratulations to him for even getting out there, and for him for being okay as well. But it is still Frankie Watson that leads from Taylor Tomlinson. Travis Shaw as well, looking pacey early doors. Front three starting to pull away at the front of this pack. Then you've got Leo Soliu, Sebastian Gazlowski and Logan Cousins behind. Matthew Thomas has got going as well. He's in P12, just in front of Bojan Blajewski out there. Harrison Day already up to 9th. He's only done one race, about 10 or so laps around this track, and that is it. He's done nowhere near the testing that everybody else has this weekend. And of course, the Valley Circuit is a new layout this weekend. It's a layout we've never used here at FAB-Racing, as you can see them fly through Paddock Bend. Such a fast corner where your shoulder nearly touches the curb if you're getting right off the bike. It is wonderful to watch trackside. And now heading through Luna Bend once again, Tomlinson a bit closer to Frankie Watson on this occasion as they cross the line to make it 10 to go. Does the 77 see a move? No, too far back.
No, but Sebastian Gazlowski, running in P4 at the moment, has just managed to get himself a fastest lap of 43.612. That is brilliant stuff we are seeing from Sebastian Gazlowski, but we got 10 laps left to go. They're just coming down past the commentary box now. Frankie Watson leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, with Travis Shaw also looking to get involved there as well. But brilliant stuff we see. Harrison Day also all the way up into P8 from starting right at the back of the grid, so he's working his way up. Let's see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. But these are the three we're watching. Our guys running out front. They're going to make it just 9 laps left to go now. It's Frankie Watson still leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson and Travis Shaw. Sebastian Gazlowski P4 though, he's reducing the gap between him and Travis Shaw lap by lap down to just 0.5 separating them there. We can see him, he just flies into the back of shot. He's catching up with these guys. Is he going to be looking to get himself involved in the last race battle?
Yeah, another fastest lap for Gazlowski. The 64's coming. He's going to be in this battle very quickly and could well be on the podium at the end of this race. Logan Cousins with a big look to the inside of Leo Soliu in the battle for P5. Then we go up the front. Is this a 4-way fight or 2 battles of 2? You be the judge. But it's now Watson, Tomlinson, Shaw and Gazlowski separated by millimetres. Gazlowski fancies a move to P3 as we cut further back. Did he get through? I don't think he did. Leo Soliu holding off ahead of Logan Cousins there. Cousins is unable to find a way through as we wait to see, did Gazlowski get through? No, he didn't. So Gazlowski is still there in P4, but it must have been a mighty attempt into the first turn. As I said, the boy was coming. He has now arrived on the scene and is in this podium fight.
Yeah, he's got a bit of confidence as the weekend's gone on, Sebastian Gazlowski. You know, he's racing in GP70s this weekend to get a feel, but actually he's decided on the last race, now I'll get involved. So just getting a feel for how the bike is, I'm going to get involved with some battles, which is really good to see. Is he going to look to make a move down on the inside? We're going to have to wait and see what happens there, but there's our race leader, Watson, and Sebastian Gazlowski has done it. Sebastian Gazlowski is through on Travis Shaw to be running in 3rd place in this race with 7 laps left to go. Sebastian Gazlowski, you little powerhouse. We don't call him Super Seb for no reason. He got that reputation from racing in the GP50 and the 50R, and now he's just proving why we've given him that nickname now in the GP70s.
Well, it's taken him a couple of races to get the hang of things, starting from P6 on the grid, but now that Gazlowski has got it comfortable in a racing scenario on that Metric Kit Mini GP70, He is at his brilliant best, as we expect every single time he has tyres touching tarmac. What a race we are witnessing here at Three Sisters, the final race of the season in the Mini GP 70 British Championship. Watson and Tomlinson neck and neck up the front, but it's the 50 and 50R champion Sebastian Gazlowski in P3 that we have all got our eyes on, because he is flying and could maybe be in contention for his first ever 70s win here.
Well, if he does that, I will be very, very impressed indeed. But these are our front runners at the moment. We're going to have just 5 laps left to go. It is Frankie Watson leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. Tomlinson just not quite able to get the pace up to keep up with Watson and make the move. But Sebastian Gazowski looks to be gaining on just 0.8 seconds, separating him and Taylor Tomlinson. But they're coming around now to a bit of back traffic. Is that going to cause some issues there? No, Frankie Watson through, Taylor Tomlinson through. How is Sebastian Gazowski going to fare with the traffic? Easy, smooth, rounds through the inside. They've opened up a bit now with these guys running in those top 3 positions. That back traffic didn't really help Taylor Tomlinson much. He's now had to look to catch up with Frankie Watson again. They're closing down those gaps. But these are who we want to be watching as they come round through Luna Bend. Travis Shaw only just getting past that traffic now, but we're down with just 4 laps left to go. And it's still Watson who leads Tomlinson, who leads Sebastian Gazowski with just 0.3 separating both the guys running first and second and third. There is next to nothing between them.
Sebastian Gazlowski could very well win this race. It could stay exactly the same as we do now, and it's nice and tense to the end. It's anybody's guess, but I've been mightily impressed by the 64, the 50 and 50R champion. I mean, of course the kid is good, but on his only 3rd ever 70s race, he's fighting for a race win against Tomlinson and Watson, who've had a whole season on the damn bike, as they're coming up to the back of Jensen Knowles. That is going to hold them all up, and that could be the run that the likes of Tomlinson and Gazlowski need. And Gazlowski gets through his old rival and Taylor Tomlinson. They battled in the Rookies Cup, they battled in the AC40 Pros, and now, years later, they're battling in the 70s, and it is Gazlowski up to second with 2.5 left to go. Come on now.
This is so tense and brilliant to watch. They are still so close together. Is Tomlinson going to look and make a move on Gazlowski? They were old rivals, and that rivalry looks like it'll be starting back up again. Sebastian Gazowski has just decided to come into this race and be like, "Do you know what, guys, I'm going to give you a run for your money. Let's see what you've got." Coming down that straight now, that start-finish straight, there's 2 laps left to go. Who is going to have it into the first corner? Was it Frankie Watson? We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Where are our race leaders at the moment? There is some of the back traffic there of Jensen Knowles. We're going to have to keep an eye on what's happening out front. Here we are, Frankie Watson still leading Sebastian Gazowski with Taylor Tomlinson behind him. They're coming into that final sector now, coming down and round into Luna Bend, and we're going to have just 1 final lap left to go. And it is Frankie Watson leading Sebastian Gazowski. Is he going to be able to make that gap just a little bit smaller? There's literally nothing separating them, just 0.1 seconds.
It's so tight out of there. You could not fit a razor blade between them. But with 1 lap left to go, Watson, Gazlowski, Tomlinson locked into a war out on the racetrack. A good exit there from Gazlowski, not close enough into Paddock Bend. Time is ticking. Time is running out here for the 50 and 50R champion. Can he make a miracle happen coming through Luna Bend, or will Watson just about hang on? I think he may well do. Is there late drag race drama coming to the line for the final time this season? Is it gonna be? Oh my word, Frankie Watson takes it by 0.5 of a second. Wow, what an ending, what a story to the Mini GP 70 British Championship in 2025. It's another win for Frankie Watson, but your 50 and 50R champion Sebastian Gazlowski on his first weekend on a Mini GP 70 bike has nearly done the damn race at the death.
I'm a bit speechless, I'll be honest, Ross. We both just been like, what on earth, but brilliant to see. But let's have a look at who finished where. It was Frankie Watson who came in first position on our podium. Sebastian Gazowski in P2. Taylor Tomlinson came third. Travis Shaw came fourth. Logan Cousins fifth. Leo Soliu sixth. Tommy Keats seventh. Matthew Thomas eighth. Harrison Day came ninth. Taylor Davis 10th, Maxwell Keats 11th, Jensen Knowles 12th, and Bojan Blajeski in 13th. That is the end to the season for the Mini GP 70, which was absolutely brilliant stuff to say. Mini GP 70 on the road to MotoGP. This is the premier class of racing in FAB Racing. This is where you want to start.
Final race of the season for the Pit Bike 140s. They're already halfway around their sighting lap, so let's quickly run through the grid for you. Chris Wells from pole. Arnie Carr should be starting alongside, but I think he may have already called time in his weekend here. Harrison Quincy, your 2025 champion, is third. No, Arnie Carr is still here, just seeing him. Tommy Ullman is P4. Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, starts fifth. Pit Bike Shadow with that new helmet on, it would seem. Stuart Harmon is alongside. Row 4 is Keaton Payne and Matthew Rayland, with Matthew McLean and Robert Leveridge rounding out our 10-rider grid. A quick little rush through, but one of the Pit Bikes got in store for us for one final time in 2025. It's more often than not one of the most exciting races of the weekend. Pit Bike 140s race number 3. Let's see if this one is just as special. Chris Wells went down and out with a simple error in race number 2. Can he hold on to maybe take the victory from pole in race 3?
We will have to wait and see, Ross, but this is the last race of the season for these guys. We can see in P3 position on the grid is Harrison Quincy, a championship winner, which is brilliant to see. But Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, just moving out of the way at the moment to go and get that green flag. Get ready to get this race underway, and it's we are go. Chris Wells holds on to the lead. Arnie Carr still in second. Harrison Quincy holding on to third place. A much better start for Chris Wells than race 2 earlier on today. Brilliant stuff to see. Arnie Carr, though, through on the inside. Really clean racing from him. He now leads as they come around that final corner to get this race officially underway as they come past where timing begins. But brilliant stuff we are seeing from Arnie Carr, Chris Wells in P2 and Harrison Quincy in P3. Tommy Ullman still holding on to P4 ahead of Jamie King. We've seen some battles between those guys this weekend, actually, Tommy Ullman and Jamie King, so they're a couple to keep an eye on as this race continues. But at the moment, everybody seems to be gapping out a little bit. No one's really under too much pressure from anybody else.
No, everyone's just kind of holding the status quo for the time being, apart from obviously that swap for the lead between Arnie Carr and Chris Wells, similar to what we saw in race 2 earlier on today. Let's see if Chris Wells this time can get back into the lead without having a face full of dirt afterwards. It'll be 10 to go when they get to the line then. The 83 of Carr leads the 2023 champion in Chris Wells. The 2025 champion Harrison Quincy just behind. Then it's Tommy Ullman. Then it's the 2024 champion Jamie King in P5. A grid chocker block full of Pit Bike royalty here at Three Sisters in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship finale, as they make their way through Lucy's Valley into Joey Dunlop corner and then down the pit straight. Little check back there from Chris Wells. Is he a bit more worried about Quincy behind than he is about trying to catch Arnie Carr in front? Interesting if he is, because they were pretty evenly matched in race number 2. Or was it simply just a look to see, have I got enough of a gap to really commit to going forward and not have to worry about leaving the door open behind?
I'm not too sure, if I'm honest, Ross. I think a bit of both, because I think he's also aware, with that little look behind, you'll see that Ullman is really giving Quincy some pressure as well. We said this earlier, Chris Wells put a lot of pressure on Harrison Quincy in race 2 earlier on today, but Quincy did match it back, and then Chris Wells went past and then came off. So we had a bit of that earlier in race 2, but we've got just over 8 laps of racing left to go. Arnie Carr leading ahead of Chris Wells and Harrison Quincy in P3. It looks like, though, there might have just been a little bit of debris go flying on the track just round the first corner down by the pit wall. than when they came past, so we'll just have to wait and see what's going on there. But it is Arnie Carr who leads ahead of Chris Wells, with Harrison Quincy in P3 and Tommy Almond in P4. Jamie King in P5 has really dropped back from these guys. Like I said earlier, we've seen him in battles with Tommy Almond all weekend, but he has been having issues with the bike, and he has at the last few rounds, really. He is struggling at the moment, really, with that bike. So we'll have to keep an eye on how he goes as the race continues.
We'll have to wait and see. King just not quite able to match the pace, unfortunately, of the top four, and he's now fading back and into a battle with Stuart Hardman at 4P5, the four-time Pit Bike 140 champion. This weekend has not been at the best, unfortunately, for him. Further up, though, Tommy Almond started to put a bit of pressure onto the back of Harrison Quincy, which maybe allows Chris Wells a bit of breathing room, can allow Chris Wells to focus on Arnie Carr in front. We'll have to wait and see. Currently, Almond way too far back to think about a move, as there we see Jamie King still puffing blue smoke out of the exhaust. 104 of 101, should I say, of Stuart Hardman just behind. So we've kind of got 3 two-bike battles from first down to 6th place, and then the likes of Keaton Payne, Rayland and McLean all running behind. Robert Leveridge is a lap down further back as well. Disappointing race so far for Keaton Payne. He did crash on the sighting lap for race number 2, meant that he wasn't allowed to compete in that race. I wonder if maybe he did a bit more damage to the bike than initially anticipated. As King not having to worry about going on the defensive from Hardman just yet, but certainly will be at the back of his mind. You see a little check over the right-hand shoulder there from Pit Bike Sonic. Now he does need to be a little bit worried, because Hardman looks, and is certainly close enough, decides not to commit, maybe just trying to put a bit of pressure on the 76.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is good to see as well. We're seeing battles with guys we wouldn't normally expect to be battling it out on track. Jamie King and Stuart Hardman, we've never really seen these two battle it out on track before, but it looks like Jamie King has got on the throttle a bit and is widening that gap between him and Hardman just a bit. But we have got just 6 laps left to go, about to be 5, and it is Arnie Carr, our race leader, who's absolutely flying ahead. But Chris Wells just 1.193 seconds behind him. Arnie Carr just building that gap every time round, which is really, he's impressing us this weekend. He's really come out and shown everybody, come on, this is what we can get out of these bikes, let's go for it. And Chris Wells running in second isn't under a lot of pressure from Harrison Quincy at the moment. There's 2 seconds separating them, so Chris Wells has kind of got himself in the middle at the moment. Front too far away to catch up at the moment, but everybody else behind a bit too far to get involved in a battle with, so he's using that bit of a funny situation at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one for Chris Wells, but he'll push on anyway. The 62, the 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion, in one of the most dominant seasons we've ever seen in Pit Bike 140. He's only really matched by those seasons of Rossi Banham and Taylor Lawrence, the champions before him. He's but you know he's certainly fast, the 62, but Arnie Carr was clearly in a different league in race number 3. The Pit Bike 140s here at Three Sisters, the final Pit Bike 140 race of 2025. The 83 just kind of running in a field of his own. That being said, Harrison Quincy and Tommy Almond aren't that far away from the back of Chris Wells, so if there is a mistake for Wells, he could fall into the clutches of those behind. But again, right now, just in no man's land, just doing his thing. 3 to go as Carr crosses the line. A little check back, a little check down, everything running superbly smoothly for the number 83. No concerns whatsoever. He can quite frankly cruise on home. He can do it backwards. He can do it blindfolded, quite frankly. He's in complete control of this race, and nothing's going to stop him from taking that checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. He is really in control. Just coming up to some back traffic, though. No, this is our battle out for Harrison Quincy and Tommy Almond on our screens at the moment. We can see Tommy Almond currently running at P4 on the track behind Harrison Quincy, but there he is, our race leader on the number 83. That is Arnie Carr coming round now to make it just 2 laps left to go. He's lapped everyone. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. He's really flying past everyone and just getting his head down, getting around the track and really showing what he can do on that bike.
Yeah, I mean, he's what, 3 seconds ahead of Chris Wells, who's one of the finest pit bike riders you'll ever see. He himself is miles up the road of Harrison Quincy and Tommy Hartman, and Jamie King, a 4-time champion, in 5th under big pressure from Stuart Hartman. He's 8.5 back from Tommy Hartman in P4. Just puts into context what an amazing ride that Arnie Carr is putting on for us right here. There we do see King and Hartman. Hartman has been close enough to try for a move for a couple laps now, but I don't think he's got that little something extra to try and squeeze his way past King. As it stands, the 4-time champ may very well hold on to P5, but it is the final lap of the race for Arnie Carr, the 83, with nobody else in sight, coming through Lucy's Valley for the final time. It has been an absolute masterclass this weekend from that young man as he makes his way through Paddock Bend, and he just looks so comfortable out there. He's that quick, and it doesn't even look like he's pushing. It doesn't even look like he's trying. He's just gone for a lovely Saturday afternoon ride, just a little bit quicker than everybody else. For the final time in 2025, the checkered flag will wave, and it will be Arnie Carr with a dominant ride who will take it. A brilliant victory for the 83 to close off 2025. Arnie Carr, with nobody else in sight, takes the win. Chris Wells brings it home in second as your champion Harrison Quincy holds on to third place. But the man of the moment is the man who's won by 4 seconds with a very, very convincing performance. It is Arnie Carr who takes the win from Chris Wells, from Harrison Quincy, Tommy Almond in P4, Jamie King is 5th, Stuart Hartman in P6, Keaton Payne will be 7th, Matthew Redd is 8th, Matthew McLean in P9, and Robert Leveridge in P10, our final rider. That's it in 2025 for the Pit Bike 140s. Maybe not the most traditional, chaotic Pit Bike 140 race there, is he? But it's got to be said, Arnie Carr was one of the rides of the season.
Absolutely, Ross. He's been really, really impressive this race of the season. Like Arnie Carr has done this weekend, he has just popped up and surprised us all. Not seen him really much at all this season. So if you think you could do it as well, you could come in and battle some of these guys and really put them to the test. And have a look at the FAB-Racing website. Have a look at how it is you can get involved. Come and join us in the paddock.
Time for the final race of the season for the Mini GP 50Rs. This class that is open to Metric Kids and Avalis and has been providing fascinating racing all weekend and all season long as well. And a big grid of 22 riders. Let's quickly go through it. It's Mason Fedrick on pole, Caelan Ratcliffe in P2, Jensen Ansel is 3rd, with Bradley Curtis in P4. Emilio Pereira starts P5, Rex Austin P6, Jensen Knowles 7th, Max Johnson 8th, Josh Perkins 9th, and Riley Paisley rounding out our top 10. Row 6 is Daisy Polden and Preston Baker. Freddie Taylor is 13th alongside Bo Morris. Thomas Med starts 15th with JJ Manchester in P16. Joey Athasich is 17th, Tommy Williams in P18, Callum Maxwell P19, and Rex Ullman is in 20th place with Harry James and Oliver Wilson in P21 and 22. There was a bit of debris put down on the outside of Paddock Bend at during the previous races. It looks like it's been retrieved, and to my eyes that looks like a GoPro. I think that's someone's maybe Jamie King's. Can't be anyone else's, can it?
I'm not too sure. I was watching them come down through Paddock Bend and I just saw something go flying and I was like, someone's lost something over there. But yeah, it didn't really cause any issues for anybody else. But we are coming now to the GP50R. This is their last race of the season. Really, really good to see everybody back. Remember, this is Metro Kit versus O'Varley. We'll have to see who fares best in this race, but we have got Mason Frederick, Caelan Ratcliffe up there on the front again. Caelan Ratcliffe obviously just had a race in the 50s. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag in the 50R for this weekend. Is there a little issue, or is just everybody
just taking a sweet time? I think
taking a sweet time. But we are just going to wait now for Lee Close to get that green flag up. Green flag down. We are racing for the last time of the season for the Mini GP50R. Really, really good start for Mason Frederick. Once again, he is just zone ahead of everybody else. Caelan Ratcliffe dropping back quite a few places, it looks like, which is not what he would have wanted to happen. Up now into second, we have got the 71 of Bradley Curtis. He really took advantage at that start and really worked his way up there, but Mason Frederick absolutely flying ahead of the others.
Yeah, he's been really in tune with that Avali machine this season, hasn't he? And he's flown away at the start here early doors in the final race of the season. Can anybody catch him? Problems there. That's Riley Paisley. The number 17 is going very, very slowly up the Conrod Straight and is going to pull into the side, I think, as it all gets a bit tied down into Paddock Bend. That's a bit further back. The likes of Jensen Ansell that you see there fighting with Jensen Knowles and Rex Austin, I believe. But yes, he is. Caelan Ratcliffe just in front of those guys as well as they push on round. Make it. There'll be 10 laps left to go when Mason Frederick comes to the line this time, and the 22 goes very slowly. Was that a mistake? Was that a missed gear? Or is there problems he's got going again? He must have just missed a gear or banged it into neutral by accident. A bizarre moment for the 22, but it's dropped him down to 8th place.
Yeah, it has, and that means Caelan Ratcliffe hasn't got as much pressure from him now, which means he can really focus on catching up with Bradley Curtis and really putting him under pressure. But these guys running in those top 5 positions really always seem to be in a tight pack with one another and really keep up. Oh, who was that who went off the track there? That looked like the 272 of Jensen Knowles. Just ran a bit wide there, had a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, using the track and then some, taking the motocross line through there. He's still on and still in position, so I guess he's fine. Yeah, doesn't
maybe, yeah.
Maybe there's some extra grip out there. I don't know. Maybe he does have motocross experience and he knows how to handle a bit of dirt and a bit of grass. We'll push on regardless. There we see the battle for second place. That train beginning to form behind Bradley Curtis with Ratcliffe, Austin, Knowles, all there or thereabouts. As Mason Frederick now 3 seconds up the road. He is checked out, looking to the inside there on Ratcliffe is Rex Austin, but too far back. Nothing comes into fruition on that occasion, but certainly starting to think about making a move. The third is the 991 here as they head into Luna Bend. And while that's happening, that's allowing Bradley Curtis on the 71 to just extend that gap a little bit. It's 2.9 up to Mason Frederick for Bradley Curtis. There's not a lot back, but Rex Austin's now looking to the inside of Caelan Ratcliffe. A little bit later on the brakes for the 991, and he will get that confirmed. Up into 3rd place goes Austin with a lovely move.
Absolutely, yeah, and it looks like he is just managing to pull away from Caelan Ratcliffe there just a little bit. But now the 991, he's going hunting down the 71. He wants 2nd place. He wants to be as high as that podium as he can. Mason Frederick has just run ahead of everybody else. I think everyone's that little bit aware. Realistically, like, Mason Frederick is gone and they're not really going to be catching up. But the 991 of Rex Austin is hot on the tail of the 71 of Bradley Curtis, but the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe is still there as well. He's going to be looking to get involved, running up there at the moment in 4th position. Really, really good stuff to see who's going to take it into this first corner, and it's the 991 of Rex Austin just sweeps on through past Bradley Curtis there with just 7 laps left to go. That was brilliant, brilliant stuff to see from him as they come around now that corner that leads onto the paddock straight. The 991 ahead of the 71 of Bradley Curtis, but the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe still really, really hot on the tail of Bradley Curtis. He's going to be looking to make a move and get past him there. All of these guys in that top 4 positions really battling it out, which is good to see. But Mason Frederick, our race leader, now got a 5-second gap of everyone else. He's really running away and holding on to that lead as best as he can. Who's going to have it coming around onto the back straight there? We were going to have to just wait and see. 6 laps left to go. Rex Austin still ahead of Bradley Curtis with Caelan Ratcliffe just behind him.
Yeah, it's getting very, very tight here as they continue to push through. Is there anything available to anyone? The 71 holding off the 96 there as Austin maybe starts to stretch his legs a little out in front, looking to the outside. Now the inside for Ratcliffe. I see the vision. I don't see the execution, though. Needs a little bit of work.
No, it definitely does. But one thing to mention about Caelan Ratcliffe, I was speaking to him and his family yesterday. He's actually running on a stock 50 bike, even in the 50Rs. So he's really getting himself up there in competition with the others, which is really, really good to see. He's up there running in the top 4. Let's see what pressure he can put on the 71 of Bradley Curtis, who's currently running in P3, with the 991 of Rex Austin just in front of him, but the 272 of Jensen Knowles as well. He's going to be looking to get involved and put pressure on. So we just got to keep an eye on everyone here. Who is that going to be? The 272 making a move up on Caelan Ratcliffe? No, it isn't. He just stays ever so slightly behind, but he really catches up on those straights. We're now on 5 laps left to go from Frederick, just passing the timing point on the track. But the 991 of Rex Austin is now starting to pull it away from Bradley Curtis as well. This is the battle we're going to be watching here between Bradley Curtis, Caelan Ratcliffe and Jensen Knowles, who look to go on the inside of Caelan Ratcliffe, then doesn't manage to make it because Caelan Ratcliffe had to run just a bit wider, then didn't want to risk getting involved and caught up in an accident again.
Only a handful of laps left to go. 6.5 seconds is the gap that Mason Frederick has over Rex Austin, who himself now started to extend that gap over Bradley Curtis. It was only 7/10 at the line last time. Visually, it's a lot bigger now, and the battle for second has quickly become a 3-way fight for third. The likes of Curtis, Ratcliffe and Jensen Knowles maybe taking it down to the wire. I'm amazed that Caelan Ratcliffe is on that stock 50 bike. Again, the 50R class, it's open to Metric Kit Mini GP 50s with an upgraded 28mm carburetor to give them that little extra power to be able to compete with the Avali 140s and 160s that the class is also open to. And he's running it in 5th place. He's doing an incredible job on that thing that will be significantly down on grunt compared to the machines around him. Maybe a run there for Knowles on the 71, but he's too far back into Paddock Bend. 3, soon to be 2 laps left to go. It's anybody's guess who'll finish on the last step of the podium.
It really is. We're going to have to keep an eye on everybody here with just 3 laps left to go. The 71 of Bradley Curtis is now fighting off Jensen Knowles, who did make that move on Caelan Ratcliffe, but we've got 2 laps left to go. We're going to have to keep an eye on everybody here. Who is going to take it? With just 2 laps left to go. Mason Frederick still leads this race, but there is Rex Austin currently running second. Everybody's got a bit of back traffic to make their way through here. Is that going to cause any issues for everyone? I think the 272 of Jensen Knowles, has now gone through and past Bradley Curtis to take 3rd place position. So we now have Jensen Knowles on the podium with just 2 laps left to go.
Oh, write it down there. Who's that's gone for a tumble? Possibly JJ Manchester. We'll have to wait to confirm, but they are up on their feet and all okay. That's the primary thing. Yellow flags will wave. It's the last lap of the race for Mason Frederick as well, who is actually well halfway around this last lap. So he's been flying around. And looks like there was a change. Bradley Curtis has dropped behind Jensen Knowles as well, a little bit further back. But as we push onwards with waved yellow flags up into turn 1, it's an easy ride home for Mason Frederick. With a bit of traffic, the gap has slimmed down, 5.5 seconds. But he will not care, because it doesn't matter how big or how small that gap back to second is. What matters is that you take the checkered flag first, and Mason Frederick is doing exactly that. No last lap this time, little bit of confusion here at Three Sisters. Now the checkered flag waves, and now Mason Frederick comes on by. Mason Frederick wins the final race of the season here in the Mini GP 50Rs. It's all a little bit chaotic there, with Rex Austin taking second and Jensen Knowles taking 3rd place. It was in fact Bo Morris coming, who went down into turn number 1, but it is Mason Frederick that takes the win.
Absolutely brilliant stuff for Mason Frederick there. Today he is absolutely dominated ahead of everybody else, flying ahead, but absolutely amazing stuff. He's just coming into the pits now. We can see people starting to gather, starting to give their congratulations there to Mason Frederick, with Rex Austin coming in 2nd place and Jensen Knowles coming in 3rd, which is amazing stuff to see for him. Everybody just showing their support. And let's have a look at who came where in that final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50R. Mason Frederick, our podium first place sitter. Rex Austin coming 2nd, Jensen Knowles 3rd. Bradley Curtis came 4th, Jensen Ansell came 5th, Caelan Ratcliffe 6th, Emilio Pereira 7th, Max Johnson 8th, Thomas Med 9th, and Josh Perkins coming 10th. If you have got a Metro kit or a Navali, do feel free to have a look at the FAB-Racing about coming to join us for racing next year. And now we have got the third and final race of the season for the Extreme 200s. They are just coming out onto track now for a sighting lap. But let's have a look at how our grid is going to form for this one. Pole position, we have the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. P2, we have Frankie Watson. P3, we have Logan Cousins. P4, we have Matthew Thomas. P5, we have Travis Shaw. P6, we have Arnie Carr. P7, we have Leo Soliu. P8, we have Michael Med. P9, we have Sebastian Gazowski. P10, Taylor Davis. P11, Maxwell Keats, and P12 should have been Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, but as we said earlier today, we were speaking to him and he let us know that he was just using the Extreme 200 qualifying as a chance to get a few more laps in of practice because he was unable to get here on Thursday, so he won't be starting this race. But have we got Harrison Quincy out there again? Is he joining
Harrison
us again?
Day out there.
Harrison
I'm not
Day.
sure about Harrison
Sorry,
Quincy. No, it's okay. He could be joining us. You never know. No, Harrison Day, well, his bike was in the pit lane. It's not in the pit lane anymore, and I can see the gold reflecting in the sunlight. So the Mini GP 70 British champion will certainly be joining us for the final amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 race of the year.
Yeah, cannot wait to see what happens here. Where is Taylor Tomlinson? There he is. He's there now. Took him a little bit of time to get there to his position on the grid. But Frankie Watson doing his trick again. I feel like this is something we've only just really noticed. Perhaps he's been doing it most of the season.
Yeah, maybe it's just a ritual or something. I don't know.
Maybe he holds back a little bit from his grid box, then pulls forward when Lee Close moves over to get the green flag. But anyway, we are racing for the last time for the Extreme 200s in the 2025 FAB-Racing season. Taylor Tomlinson holds on to his lead with Frankie Watson close behind, running in P2. Up into P3, or remaining in P3 should I say, is the P7, is Logan Cousins on that number 7 with Matthew Thomas. We're still running in P4, but here we come. They come around that final corner now to properly start this lap. Who is it leading? It was Taylor Tomlinson. Frankie Watson, though, into that first corner. Really clean move from him and takes that first position. Taylor Tomlinson now running in second with Logan Cousins just behind.
Let's see, though, what's going to happen in this race, because the top 3 in the Extreme 200 all weekend long in the form of Watson, Tomlinson and Cousins have been locked into battle. And I'm safe to say I think they're all going to shoot off again. Maybe others will stick with them as well. It's hard to tell. It's still early doors and a wee 10 to go. When they break the beam this time by as they fly through Luna Bend, it wasn't a bad start for Taylor Tomlinson. Watson's was better, but Tomlinson did enough to initially stay ahead out of the line, but then just the run out of Luna Bend. The 14 just clearly got the better exit and the better braking into turn 1. And now inherits the lead of the race. It does set the fastest lap on that tour as well. 43.762 for the number 14 rider as they see Michael Med using that bigger pit bike style machine to extend some track limits and run out a little bit wider than those on the Grand Prix style bikes can get away with as they fly through turn or paddock bend there. And let's see if anyone is able to challenge. Watson starting to bridge a little bit of a gap back to Taylor Tomlinson, who may have to start thinking about going on the defensive from Logan Cousins behind.
Yeah, definitely. Logan Cousins is looking to really be on the hunt. Although he is in a podium position at the moment, he really wants to be higher up. He's going to be looking to see if there's anywhere he can take a position away from Taylor Tomlinson. But they are just coming round now. 9 laps left to go. They are just swinging round into that final corner now that leads them down past the paddock area and ready to keep going on this race with 9 laps left to go, just under 9 now. Frankie Watson still leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson with Logan Cousins in P3. That gap still building between Frankie Watson and Taylor Tomlinson in P2. Logan Cousins really close and hot on the tail of Taylor Tomlinson. but they're coming down now. 8 laps left to go. Who is going to take it into that corner for the position of P2? And it is Taylor Tomlinson who holds on that 77 with Logan Cousins and number 7 just behind, but has just put in a fastest lap, 43.508, just 0.041 separating the guys running in second and third at the moment.
It's really tight out there. Keep your eye on P6, Sebastian Goslavsky. He was mightily quick in the Mini GP 70 race earlier on. Let's see if he still possesses a little bit of that magic pace, that magic touch that he found ahead of him. Travis Shaw, Matthew Thomas again, pretty disappointing weekend by his standards, especially given how good he was last time out when we came to Three Sisters for round number 6. But now he's rediscovered a little bit of that pace late in the day. Cousins was close enough to think about a move on Tomlinson. Didn't on that occasion, but again, I'm sure he'll be filling the back of the mind of his rival, trying to pressure him into making a mistake as they come back onto the pit straight. Is there a gap to the inside? No, too far back for the number 7 on that occasion. Watson, the gap continues to grow, but it's still not massive. He's still very much within earshot of Tomlinson and Cousins behind. But they are really starting to fight, and it is inviting the likes of Thomas and Shaw to get involved as well.
Yeah, definitely, because when they can see that battling happening just in front of them, they're constantly thinking, how can I take advantage of this situation? If those two are too distracted, battling it out with each other, then maybe I can get somewhere and really get a move made on them. So that's what the likes of Matthew Thomas and Travis Shaw are going to be looking at the moment. They're going to be keeping their eye on Taylor Thomas and Logan Cousins and going, if Logan Cousins makes that move, if Logan makes a move, can I do anything that would be more advantage for me and allow me to get past them? But Sebastian Gazowski is staying up there with them, which is really, really good to see as well. Like we were saying, he is just getting himself involved. But is Logan Cousins going to do anything on Taylor Tomlinson? It doesn't look so as they come sweeping around that final corner to make it just 5 laps of this race left to go into the first corner. Does Cousins have anything? No, he doesn't. He's not quite there, close enough to be able to just slip past Taylor Tomlinson on that 77.
It's a very crafty and tricky race, isn't it? It's like a game of chess. No one's willing to really stick their neck out just yet. Maybe Logan Cousins is actually, because he's got a really good run down into turn 1, but Tomlinson does sweep in and shut the door. That's the first time we've properly seen something actually try something, and of course as soon as I mention it. But now we're getting interesting. Cousins once again looking, he's had enough of staring at the exhaust pipe of Taylor Tomlinson. He wants more. He wants to be able to get through into second and maybe try and catch up to the back of Frankie Watson, who was 1.1 ahead of the line last time. Now 1.7 as we're getting a bit chaotic, nearly 3 wide into turn number 1. Oh, Thomas gets done by Goslavsky. Opportune move there by the 64. The door suddenly opened and he slid on by. Well, yeah, we'll take that. Thanks very much. Didn't even have to try that hard. Suddenly Sebastian Goslavsky is up to 4.
My, oh my, what brilliant stuff we've seen there. Sebastian Gazowski in that last lap has got up past Travis Shaw and then again past Matthew Thomas, which is just amazing stuff to see. He's going to be looking at getting on the tail of Logan Cousins now. He's done it again. He's putting in the fastest lap, Sebastian Gazowski, and let's see what happens as they come around that final corner this time. Frankie Watson is still leading, Taylor Tomlinson in second, Logan Cousins third, Sebastian Gazowski fourth. Who is going to be putting on the pressure now? We've got just 3 laps left to go, but it is Logan Cousins who is really close behind Taylor Tomlinson, but Tomlinson is going defensive. He's making sure he's on the inside line coming into those corners. So if Cousins does try anything, he has to go the outside route, which is the longer route on a racetrack to try and make a move. But Taylor Tomlinson, great defensive riding we are seeing from him at the moment. We are coming round now just into that final sector, about to come into Luna Bend and make it just 2 laps of racing left to go. Here they are now, round into Luna Bend. Tomlinson still holding on to second, with Cousins just behind him 7. A little bit of a wobble from Cousins there. We would just kept our eyes on that then, but we now have 2 laps of racing. Let's go. Sebastian Gazowski on the inside of Cousins, up into 3rd place position. That was a really clever move from Sebastian Gazowski there. Cousins was distracted, trying to make a move on Tomlinson, that Sebastian Gazowski said, well, you've just left that door wide open for me there. Thank you very much, I'll take that.
The boy just finds opportunities anywhere he looks. We are witnessing the development of something really, really special in Sebastian Goslavsky. We knew he was good, but his first weekend up there with the big boys at the back of the 2025, and he is proving he already has what it takes. Keep your eye on that number 64 in the future as we go on to the final lap of the race for our race leader. Does Kozlowski fancy second around the outside? Come on now, it's getting silly. Sebastian Kozlowski has gone to second in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 final race of the season. Ridiculous stuff from him. Meanwhile, Frankie Watson has got a 4-second advantage and is without a shadow of a doubt going to win this race. Does the battle rage on behind? I think it does. I think Tomlinson may have just got through. Frankie Watson will win the final race of the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 season, and it will take the checkered flag. A great performance from the 14. No final lap. Okay, one more to go then. It's not done and dusted yet. We still have time, we still have opportunities. Kozlowski is still ahead as well of Taylor Tomlinson. That battle is fiercely raging onwards. Again, Frankie Watson is without a shadow of a doubt going to win this race. But what is going on to the others out there?
We'll have to wait and see, but Frankie Watson, here he comes now, round into that final little sector of the track. It is still Sebastian Kozlowski leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson though. Super Seb in P2, but here he comes now, Frankie Watson round Luna Bend into the final corner for the last time of the season. It is Frankie Watson, your race winner for the Extreme 200. A brilliant show he's given us this weekend, and it's Sebastian Kozlowski who takes second position. Absolutely brilliant. We do not call him Super Seb for no reason. He is proving to us what he can do.
Oh, fair play, kid. Fair play. Sometimes you just have to step back and look at it. Amazing from Sebastian Kozlowski in second place. Of course, let's not forget our race winner. All the plaudits go the way of Frankie Watson with another spectacular victory to wrap up the season. But it is Sebastian Kozlowski in P2 with a fine old ride, and again showing that in 2026 he is without a doubt one of the ones to watch. Taylor Tomlinson in what I believe may be, is he doing the 50s race later on? I don't think he is. No, he's not. That might very well be his final full race appearance in FAB-Racing. We hope not, but thanks a lot Taylor Tomlinson for all of the good memories and all of the good times. Meanwhile, elsewhere down the grid, it's Matthew Thomas P4, Logan Cousins P5, Travis Shaw is 6th, Michael Medden P7, Leo Solio in P8, Harrison Day is 9th, and Tommy Keats in P10.
We are coming out now. We have got the Moto team on the last race of the season. They are just coming around for their sighting lap at the moment, but let's have a look at who is starting where. Pole position again, we have Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing P2. We have Sam Clowes P3, Matt Lindley P4, Ian Jackson P5, Phil Mapplebeck P6, Harrison O'Keefe P7, Linton DiMiola P8, Ben O'Keefe P9, Phil Joyce P10, Gary O'Keefe P11, Paul Kelly P12, Malcolm Stein P13, Madison Martlow, and P14 Peter Appleton. That is our grid for the final and last time for Moto team of the 2025 season. Now Marco Pandolfo on that open bike has absolutely dominated all season long, which has been really, really impressive stuff to see. But Sam Clowes this weekend has come in and really put pressure on Marco Pandolfo. Albeit Marco Pandolfo has won the races, Sam Clowes has led for a bit and really said, come on Marco Pandolfo, let's see what you can do. So now everybody's just coming up to the grid. Let's see what happens. It is the last race for the Moto team, but we still have one more after this coming a little bit later. Let's see what happens here. Lee Clowes with the red flag. She's holding it, telling everybody to move, telling everybody to be ready. She's going over to get that green flag, and we're going to get racing underway. It is flag up, flag down. We are racing for the last time for Moto team of the 2025 season. It is Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing who leads, with Sam Clowes on that 133, just touches behind. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Oh my goodness me! Huge accident. Sam Clowes and the 191 of Phil Mappelbeck have had a huge coming together, and that will certainly be a red flag. But for now, we push on regardless. Up the front, the Team Acme Racing number 8 bike continues to make its way round as they make their way into turn number 1. But wow, that was big. We are still green with local yellows here. The yellow flags are waving, and Mappelbeck is up on the 191. We may stay green. It looks like he's clutching his arm just a little bit. Hopefully he's all okay, but he is up, so I believe we will stay green here. Amazing stuff. Great to see that they're both up and both okay. But that is a big old crash and was very, very scary for a few moments.
And that is not how you want your weekend or your season to end, really. You know, these guys have been here all weekend. They've been here all season. Really, the last race, all you want to do is just finish the last race of the season and say, we are here, we have done it, guys. But at the moment, that's just not happening. But let's have a look elsewhere. That is the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe. Behind him, literally just behind him, is the 64 of Ben O'Keefe. But we're going to be seeing a little bit of battling here between the O'Keefe family. That looks like someone else coming to a stop there on track. So maybe we have another rider just not able to finish at the moment. But we have got just 10 laps of racing left to go. We'll have to keep an eye on who is where and who is doing what. But could that be Paul Kelly on the 339?
I think it may have been Linton Dimiola, in fact, on the number 41. We'll have to wait for it to be confirmed. He has got going again, whoever it was. Yeah, I can see out of our commentary box window. It is the 41 of Linton Dimiola. What a shame for him. The South African now will have to climb back up the field from a long way back. It looked like some sort of mechanical issue. As up the inside there of the 64, meanwhile, goes the 27 of Ian Jackson. Nice move. That is for position as well to get past Ben O'Keefe and up into third place in the standard class. Harrison holding on to that second place, and up in front of them is the Canal Rescue Racing 779 with Matt Lindley behind the handlebars. Jackson fancies it to the inside. Can he make it up to second? Yes, he can. Makes light work there of Harry O'Keefe. And now the O'Keefe battle is back on for the final podium place.
It absolutely is, Ross. 9 laps of racing left to go. It is a battle here for a podium place for the O'Keefe. So we'll have to keep an eye on them and see what happens. But that 27 of Ian Jackson just breezed on through past them, and he's looking at just to get a bit more speed up now and see what happens. But our race leader, Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing, has absolutely flown ahead of everybody else. Nearly 8 seconds separating him and Matt Lindley for Canal Rescue Racing, who is currently running P2 but P1 for the Moto Team Standard. So we'll just have to keep an eye. But here we are, the 64 and 65 neck and neck. Who takes it into that first corner? It was the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe, still leading ahead of the 64 of Ben O'Keefe.
Brilliant racing out there from the O'Keefe boys, and just behind them the 11 of Malcolm Stein as well, who is in the open class, is in a different category, isn't racing them for actual position, just overall placement. Out on the racetrack, the other O'Keefe, Gary O'Keefe, he is down in P8 overall and is currently running third in the open class. Yes, there are only 3 open class bikes out there in this race now, but still, it's still a podium. To the inside, looks the number 11 there. Can't find anything again. This is just for overall track placement, not for position. Ben and Harry O'Keefe in front on the 64 and the 65 respectively are in the standard class. The 11 of Malcolm Stein is in the open class. Somebody is beeping their horn out there out of the racetrack. Now, these bikes are normally dirt cheap street bikes with a set of slicks and a race fairing on them. None of the electronics has changed, so they will have horns. And somebody's going round.
It's down. One of the O'Keefes, that is there. Was that Ben or Harrison, possibly? It was either the 64 or 65, but one of them is down and out of this race. They are up, though. They are okay, but that means 6 laps left to go. These guys, Moto Team, are falling like flies at the moment. They're all coming down, all going into one another. That was the 64, so that was Ben, who is currently down and out of this race with 6 laps left to go. There is our race leader, Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing, just making his way through back traffic coming past the 888 of Madison Martlew at the moment. But Marco Pandolfo, what a show you have put on for us all season long. As you come round now to make it just 5 laps of racing left to go, Marco Pandolfo really come in this year and has just gone, here we go everyone, I'm just going to lead it for the Moto Team Open, and you can all try and catch up, but you're not going to.
And that number 8 machine does now have the number 1 plate on the front of the bike as well. Team Acme Racing have been so dominant in the Open class this season. Whether it's Marco Pandolfo on the bike, their normal rider, Matt Lindley on the bike, their mate Standard, or somebody else, the number 8 has typically been on the top step of the podium come the end of the race in their respective class, and they are well on their way to taking yet another victory here. And the final race of the final round of the season, the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters, makes it 4 tours left to go. There's Marco Pandolfo again, brand new leathers this weekend. He's traded in the light blue and white leathers which match the bike. He's gone for black and neon yellow, a bit more vicious, maybe shows the hunter instincts within him that leads him to be a killer out on the racetrack.
Or maybe he's just trying out new leathers for next season and might get the colours changed and see how everything feels. But you are right, he is in new leathers this weekend, has swapped out the blue and the white, which he would normally be wearing out for these new colours. And they are very bright though, they're very noticeable still. You still know that is Marco Pandolfo on that bike, but also just the livery of the bike is so noticeable, and that's really nice to see as well. He's racing for Team Acme Racing, has been all season long, and he comes round to make it 3 laps left to go now. He is just cruising around the track, just making his way, weaving past the back traffic just to bring it home and finish off the season with another win in the bag, which is really great stuff to see. He's coming round now, around that corner that leads down to the paddock straight, coming down past the commentary box, and he is just flying. He always looks so comfortable on a bike, I think, Marco Pandolfo. It almost looks like that's a bit like home to him. He's just really comfortable on it, really just knows how to ride well.
This is for position between Madison Martlew and Linton De Miola. Linton De Miola, again, remember, had those issues. Is it Linton De Miola that's beeping the horn as through goes somebody else? Or is that the 779 that's just gone through, I believe? Or is that them that's beeping the horn maybe to let them know I'm coming through? Also a possibility. It is the 779 of the Canal Rescue Racing Squad with Matt Lindley on the bike this weekend. Either way, yeah, I guess I've seen weirder things on a racetrack than someone just going around, just going beep, get out of the way, but, you know, each to their own. I guess it's the final race of the season. All logic's kind of gone out the window at this point. 2 laps left to run, though. Team Acme Racing, but 1.5 actually for Marco Pandolfo, the Sicilian, as well. He's 20 seconds ahead of the nearest rider. He is somehow far ahead of the next Open class rider in Malcolm Stein. I'm just waiting for Malcolm he's 37.2 seconds ahead of his nearest class competitor. That's how far ahead. Nearly an entire lap. Marco Pandolfo takes the last lap flag.
I'm about to say, there we see it, the last lap flag is waving. Marco Pandolfo just needs to get through the track, round the track one more time, and he will have completed the season. He is a champion for Moto Team Open, as it was decided, I think, last weekend. Moto Team Open was decided. But an absolutely brilliant performance there. He is now just coming past the 339 of Paul Kelly, getting past a little bit of back traffic into that final sector now of the track. Here it is, the final race of the season for Moto Team, and it is Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing who leads this race into that final corner. He comes there a little way to the camera. He knows that he's done it. He's winning, and it is Marco Pandolfo takes the checkered flag for the last time of the season. Race winner for the last time of the season, Moto Team.
What a performance there from Marco Pandolfo. Another brilliant victory from him, and it's Team Acme ending the year with, well, how else? Another race win, and no one else has even taken the checkered flag yet, by the way. That's how far ahead Marco Pandolfo was on the number 8. A brilliant performance from him. It is Team Acme Racing that take the victory. Most of these riders have not actually crossed the line yet, so it could theoretically change. But it's Marco Pandolfo and Team Acme Racing taking the overall in the Open win. Canal Rescue Racing, Matt Lindley on board take the standard class win in P2 overall. P3 overall is P2 in standard, that's Ian Jackson. P4 overall, that's Harrison O'Keefe, P3 in standard. P5 is Malcolm Stein, second in open. Then it's Phil Joyce in standard. Gary O'Keefe in seventh is third in standard. Then it's Paul Kelly, Linton Dimiola and Madison Martlew, all in standard. We lost Ben O'Keefe, as well as right at the start of that race, before we even started the opening lap, Sam Clowes and the 191 of Phil Maplebeck in a very, very big incident, which was quite scary, but luckily everybody is A-OK and straight up on their feet, which is important to see. But what a brilliant performance once again from the Team FAB-Racing squad, ending the season how they've spent most of the season, on top. It is time for the final race of 2025 here in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. And it comes to this, the King's Two-Wheel Centre Mini GP50. On pole, Caelan Ratcliffe, Josh Perkins alongside on the front row. Emilio Pereira is third with Rex Austin in P4. Tommy Keats and Riley Paisley on the third row, with Max Johnson in P7. Daisy Colden is alongside. Kai Hawken and Preston Baker round out the top 10, with Bo Morris in 11th with Tommy Williams in P12. Jensen Cedras is 13th with Callum Maxwell P14. Bojan Blajewski is 15th. Danny Longhurst 16th. Harry James is 17th. And Claudia Dublin in P18. And I personally could not think of a finer way to end 2025 than with the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre, because what a race it will be. And what a treat we've got to you as Izzy Higgs is going to start this race as well. Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, has let her down and is allowing Izzy to drop the green flag for the final race of 2025. We saw Pit Bike Sonic doing a similar thing yesterday. Izzy went back to our accommodation yesterday night and went, yeah, I could do that, that looks easy. And now there she is. So don't mess it up, Izzy. The entire world is watching you, millions of viewers and all of the above. Don't drop the flag. But still, one final time in 2025, we are set to go racing. And what a race are we expecting it to be? The Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. Caelan Ratcliffe's looked fast all weekend, as is Emilio Pereira. Don't count Josh Perkins out as well. It's all to play for. We're all lined up and ready on the grid. It's all eyes over to Izzy Higgs, and the flag drops very quickly. We go racing fast here. Izzy sets him off well. A poor start there from Riley Paisley. As a result, as they continue to push onwards, that's Caelan Ratcliffe that leads. Emilio Pereira is still up into second. Josh Perkins, a disappointing getaway. Again, it was a quick drop of the flag there from my co-commentator Izzy Higgs. But as they come to start the first lap proper, it is Caelan Ratcliffe that leads the way, ahead of Emilio Pereira, but not for much longer, because Rex Austin is going to muscle his way through on the 991 with a beautiful block pass on the inside, and very, very high speeds through turn number one of the rest of them, still scrambling for position as they head up past the Supermoto course, down into Lucy's Valley. And now Austin's challenging for the lead of the race. Down through Paddock Bend goes the 991. Rex Austin is up into the lead here at Three Sisters in the Mini GP50s. What a start that 991 machine has had, with Ratcliffe now down to second. But El Toro, the 31 of Emilio Pereira, the 30 of Josh Perkins are right behind. This could go right down to the wire. First of all, Izzy Higgs, how was that? Second of all, we got a hell of a race in our hands. Hold on just a minute, because Emilio Pereira is looking to the inside. Almost contact. Has to sit the bike up. Will just about hold on to third. Maybe even drop behind Josh Perkins. No, I think he will hold on. Right, let's all calm down. Izzy Higgs, how was that? Then back to the racing.
It was really, really fun. Lee said, I'll point you, then you do it. So she pointed to me, I did it, and then she said, I've only got time to get off track. So could have almost killed Lee, which isn't what we want to happen, but it was really, really good and fun. Everybody was like, oh my word, what is she doing?
Oh, big crash. Sorry to bring a downer on the good mood. That is the 20 of Kai Hawken, who's gone down with the number 93 of Preston Baker. And that's a big crash up into turn one. It's local yellows at the moment. There may be someone else that's gone down as well, I believe, alongside them. We've got three riders down there. I can't unfortunately identify who the third is at the moment. We'll just have to wait and see who drops down on the timing sheets, but they are all up and okay, and it's local yellows at the moment. But a shame to see their seasons end in a crash. Back to the action though again. You nearly killed Lee. Any consolation, I nearly killed Keaton Payne on Thursday, so I guess we're evens on that one. 9 laps left to go. It's Austin, Ratcliffe, Pereira, Perkins, your top draw. They've all split up a bit, and we do now have a red flag. So that incident up at turn 1, more serious than initially thought, and the final race of the season has been brought to a halt here. But I think there's confusion because some of the marshals still waving yellows. But red flag does now wave here at Three Sisters in the final race of 2025.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Some of them have got yellow out, some of them have got red. So, yeah, all red flags are coming out now. So our riders are going to be brought to a halt. It looks like it was 3 riders who got caught together. On our screens at the moment, we can see one of the marshals. They are the best marshals in the business at the moment. Absolutely brilliant stuff we see from them all the time. Really, really brilliant stuff to see. We're just going to keep an eye on what's happening here. Yeah. We've got 9 laps left to go if we do get going again soon. We had a brilliant start to this race.
Still, are you going to get another opportunity to do the flag, or are you one and done?
I feel like I'm one and done. I feel like
maybe I could see if I could.
Yeah, you should probably get a go.
Shall I run down and ask Lee and see what I can help? She might not be here.
Going across track at the moment, so we'll wait and see what's occurring at the moment. Everybody just being brought back into the pits. Actually just being held in the pits. I think maybe is everyone actually being taken back into the paddock, Ross? Can you see?
Yes,
I can't see.
I'm not sure. Well, there's definitely riders back in the pit lane. There may just be maybe some of them going back to the awning for tyre warmers. There are certainly a few that are going straight back into the paddock, back to the awnings. There's a couple that are sat waiting in the pit lane. So I think we're just going to have to play it by ear as it currently stands. We can see there's a couple of people still out there because there is a champions photo shoot that's taking place after this final race on the start line. But as it currently stands, apart from those guys, there's only 1 or 2 other riders that are still out there, apart from Jamie King for some reason. You're not a champion, mate. What are you doing out there? But yeah, there's most people have headed back to the awnings. So for the time being, I think we are just going to have to sit and wait to see what is going on. Looks like it was Bo Morris that was also involved in that incident, the number 57, up at turn 1 alongside Preston Baker and Kai Hawkin. Baker and Hawkin were both up on their feet. Morris, we believed we saw her up on her feet, but we'll have to wait and see. As there we see Rob Keys down there talking to Sarah Harris, who runs the Sarah Harris Race School at M4 Karting, and his real influence on so many people within the British bike racing scene. Gets a lot of people their first start on bike racing, and so many people. I mean, the Harris family basically knows everybody and everyone in the bike racing community here in the UK, including one Andrew Owen, who you'll never guess we spoke to the other day. Hit it. A very special guest joining us this weekend at the final round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It is Honda Racing British Superbike rider Andrew Owen. Great to have you here with us. First of all, what brings you to Three Sisters?
I have a little nephew, Jack, and he's making his racing debut here. He's been training with Sarah Harris down at M4 Karting, and I think now is the right time for him to come. So his dad and my brother asked me to come and bring him here. He couldn't be here today, so I thought I'd come for the weekend. And to be honest, I drove in last night and there's so many more people than what I thought there was going to be. It's crazy, and it's a fantastic training ground, I think, for the future of our sport. Hopefully we can find the next MotoGP British star from this paddock. And I've actually had a ball watching, and the kids, they all want to learn, they all want to get faster, and it's nice to be here and nice to be able to give back a little bit of knowledge to anyone that asks. I'm always an open book, so it's nice to do that.
Absolutely. We've just seen you taking around some of the kids on a little track walk here on a Thursday evening, just lending some tips and tricks maybe.
Hey, honestly, I walk the track wherever I am on, say it's a BSB on a Thursday evening is normally whenever I'm here, and they asked if I take the kids around, and I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to give back to the sport that's given so much to me. So it's also nice to see the passion. There's kids from 6, I think, maybe 5 even, the whole way up through, and to see kids that have that proper passion, energy that I felt that I had like 25 years ago, and I still have that same thing now. So I think that's mega, and you just never know what kid you're talking to and how far that they're going to go. And yeah, I think British motorbike racing is in safe hands with FAB at the moment, and I really think that what they're doing is fantastic.
Let's talk a little bit about you quickly. Of course, season unfortunately came to an end early, but are you still happy with how the year went overall, and any plans for next year confirmed yet?
Honestly, for 25, we started off injured. I got injured at the first round, so that was difficult. The first couple of rounds were pretty, disaster really, because of that I missed the first round, and then we really kick-started from round 4, from Knockhill onwards. And honestly, I think, I done a really good job. We were the top on the most of the time, and I had a fast teammate, Tommy Bridewell, so to beat him most of the time was quite satisfactory, to be honest. But for 2026 we're working on some things now, and I'm looking forward to a change.
And only 1 week away from the final round of British Superbikes. Any predictions going into it?
It's British Superbikes, isn't it? You just know that the weather might play something. Kyle, you'd rather be in Kyle's position than in Bradley's position, because I think Kyle has 30-something points. But it's easy to say, I just finished third in the 3 races, but that's much easier said than done, especially now, because if you look at like recent rounds, you've got Danny Kent, who's going to come back, Miss Dalton, he'll be strong at Brands, he always is. Glenn started to get strong, but Kyle's his teammate, he's not going to beat him, I don't think. Bradley's obviously strong, Leon has him strong, you never know what Tommy's going to bring, Charlie Nesbitt, the Kawasakis of Cook and Eden, I think it's much harder to finish third than what people say, I just finished third. But I think it's in Kyle's hands, it's Kyle's to lose, but I think it's going to be a fantastic finale.
We'll have to wait and see. Andrew, thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll have to see you out on track in 2026.
Cheers, mate.
Well, that was Andrew Irwin, who we got a chance to speak to on Thursday when he was at the track for the day. We've now got a special visitor in the commentary box with us, Mr. Harrison Day, who has been missing most of the weekend and has reappeared today to take part in a couple of races. How are we, Harrison?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. So, do you want to give us a little bit more info on where you've been hiding this weekend?
So Thursday and Friday I was at school, and this morning I had to do my ACU race licence test, and then I went straight from there to here and managed to get 3 races.
That's good. So how were the races feeling today?
I think it was 70 race was the first. I was Extremes actually. Extremes was the first race, and it was very weird learning the new track. And then the first 70 race, I just got left in for the first lap.
Yeah, well, you have had to just very quickly learn the new layout of the track and then try and get involved in a couple of races. When you haven't been here all weekend, you've had no practice, no qualifying, no nothing. You were still up there in the top 10. That's some impressive riding there.
Yeah, well, we actually looked at it after the last 70 race. I was half a second quicker than anyone at the end of Friday. So that's after 5 sessions, and I've done 3 and half a second quicker than anyone on Friday.
And any updates on what you're going to be thinking about doing next year? Are we going to see you back at FAB, or is this the last weekend for you, the last time you'll be with FAB?
Hopefully I'll be at FAB next year. If I were to be at FAB next year, it would be Clay Pigeon, because that's the closest to us. Or maybe Hooten, because I enjoyed that track. But next year, hopefully it's going to be Talent Cup.
Oh, yeah! We'll see you start working your way up. Maybe eventually we'll see you British Superbikes one day. Or MotoGP. Anything you really dream, really want to get?
Yeah, really, it's Talent Cup, Red Bull Rookies, Junior GP, and then Moto3, Moto2, and then MotoGP.
Well, we will be keeping our eye out for you all the time. I mean, is there anyone you want to say hello to, thank, anything like that? Any sponsors or anything?
I say thank you to LRA Moto for helping me with everything. The YCFs are really good, which are ridden in Extremes, and I think Chris and Jamie have been enjoying them. And I rid one round Kinsham on a day, and all I can say is that they're very, very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I want to say thanks to RST, Arai, everyone, my mum, my dad, my family, everyone that supports me, all my followers, TT Motorsport, Carl Tool, Rogers Poultry Services, NL Motor Services.
Who else you got? D Interiors. And you got one more up there. Green Hill Construction.
Yeah, Green Hill Construction, and then Deo Paint. My dad paints my bikes. Yeah. Well, I already mentioned him at the start.
Oh, well, it was brilliant speaking to you. I mean, you've seen a couple of the races so far this weekend. Is there anyone that's really surprised you in the races?
Tommy Keats has my old bike.
Okay.
So I only have one bike this weekend, but it didn't really matter anyway. Yeah, he had my bike, and I think it was the extreme race, the last extreme race. It really surprised me because Matthew Thomas came. We were together. Matthew Thomas came past the both of us, and Tommy Keats managed to do a really good lap time.
Well, brilliant stuff to see. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Anything else you want to add?
Follow me.
Yeah, give us your socials.
Harrison Day 15 on TikTok. And then just Harrison Day. Just search up like Harrison Day on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Harrison, and we will hopefully see you back with us next year.
Thank you.
And so we've still got a bit of a delay going on at the moment. We're going to wait and see what's happening. We can see Lee Clowes, our flag marshal. She's just heading back towards the paddock. We're going to wait and see what they say.
Well, I'm hoping, should we say, that we manage to get a full race restart. I mean, curfew is 6 p.m. here at Three Sisters due to corporate karting that happens after that. So we got, an hour and a half to get one race done. We should be all right to restart. While we're sat here waiting, though, why don't we go and laugh at me being horrendously bad on a senior mini moto? That sounds like a fun old time, doesn't it?
Let's give a running commentary to it.
Okay, should we commentate on it? Here he is, getting ready. You can see the fear in the eyes.
You can actually, as your visor was up there, you looked terrified.
There was no fear, genuinely. Was
it more excitement? More like, oh my God, it was
excitement. There was no fear. There was a little bit of nervousness.
Your knees are tucked in, though.
I know. I got on it wrong. As you can see, by the time I got going, I actually got my knees out, but I did get on it wrong. And then
Matt Burke is just giving you a look as he goes past, like, I can't believe he actually agreed to this.
Again, I'd never been in a race bike before, and now I'm riding a tiny one with no suspension. I'm 6'2", about 85 kilos. I'm not a small guy, you know. This was quite a jump into the deep end for me.
You nearly killed everyone there.
Yeah,
beep, beep.
I did apologise to Keith and Payne actually earlier on. I did walk up to him and I'm really sorry for nearly killing you on Thursday. I was like, it's fine, it happens. Again, it just didn't feel how I was expecting it. I was expecting there to be a bit more of an obvious feel from the bike, which I think is what I was initially struggling with. Obviously, yeah, you feel the acceleration, you feel what the rear end is doing, but the front end, because there's no suspension, it's it's just tough to get going. Which is why it took me a little bit of a while. And again, see me wobbling around a little bit there, but still, I gave him a go. And again, I think if I'd had another session and I'd gone out of that session actually at the start as well, I think I wouldn't have been horrendously off pace. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen. As there you see him coming back into the pit lane after a successful tour of 4 laps of Three Sisters Valley Circuit. Again, I also didn't know the track at all, so but I was happy. I didn't crash. I made it back in one piece, so I can't complain. Again, a big thank you to Matt Birkin for the bike, to Callum White for the leathers, to Chris Wells for the moral support. Yeah, you can. Should we listen into some behind the scenes? No, it's just me going to Chris Wells. That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, which it was. So there we go. That was me on a senior mini moto. To be fair, one of the coolest, one of the coolest experiences I think I've ever had on a race bike. So it must be said, as we're welcoming welcoming somebody else into the commentary box. Then Easy's going to pass over the headset. First of all, happy birthday, Holly Harris.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing? Are you okay? Are you recovering from your illness, or?
Oh yeah, I feel horrendous still. Plus the few drinks last night have definitely added to it.
No, that's more than fair enough. But still, it's a shame that you're not out on track this weekend. But still, it's good to have you with us. And again, spending your birthday here at FAB-Racing. Wouldn't want to be doing anything else. How have you been enjoying the weekend so far?
I've had a great weekend. It's always a bit sad when you're not riding. I think you have a good weekend and it keeps you busy. But it's nice. I think I've spent every birthday of my life at a racetrack so far, so it feels like home.
Same. Yeah, to be fair, I think most of us have when you're in this business. Talk about, kind of racetracks though. Obviously this year you've been racing in Kawasaki Super Teens. Next year, what's the plan? Do we have one yet?
Well, I hope to. Planning on being at BSB again. They've obviously changed the class to a junior sport bike, which you can be until you're 25 for me now. So good. So I hope to do that. Not completely sure on what bike yet, but the plan is to be back. So hopefully it will go over the winter. We'll sort something and do some testing, but pretty much 100% sure I'll be in the BSB paddock.
Yeah, it's just kind of about finding the right place for you within said paddock, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. And budget, finances and everything. It's a big part of it.
Yeah, of course. And are we going to be seeing you back at FAB on a senior mini moto as well?
Oh, 100%, of course. We've already been talking about it, especially we're all very close in that class. So yeah, we're all. I've said it's already sad that the season's already over. I missed the first couple of rounds, pet sitting. But yeah, I'll definitely be back. I've never not done a year in FAB, so I couldn't not.
Fair enough. I know you did do one session on the Valley circuit. What's your take on this new layout that we're using this weekend? Do you prefer it to the other one, or maybe not quite is your favourite?
I think I like the other one, but I think because I wasn't feeling very well, this one's quite technical. So it was really testing me, and I did not feel great. So I think the other one would have done me better because it would have been less difficult. But I think it's quite good because it's very different. It's not like any of the tracks that we've had at FAB before. And that chicane going downhill, it definitely tests you.
Yeah, it is tough. Anyone that you want to say thank you to, or anyone you want to shout out over the airwaves?
Oh, well, big shout out to Mum and Dad for still keeping me racing, of course. And MasterMac, Roger's down there. He's been helping me a lot this year. So they are the main ones really this year that have kept me on a bike and kept me racing, and I couldn't thank them enough, really.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Holly, I'll let you go back to your recovery, but thanks for talking to us, and can't wait to see you next year, hopefully here at FAB and hopefully even more in BSB as well.
Oh yeah, I'll be racing every weekend again.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much to Holly Harris, of course, Kawasaki Super Team rider and senior mini moto mainstay this season. Next year, hoping to see her on the new junior sport bike class up in BSB, and as well back here in FAB on the senior mini motos. We still have committed fans here till the death as we're still waiting to see what's going to happen late in the day here as we await to see the final race of the FAB-Racing season. Again, unfortunately, a red flag after a 3-bike crash. We're still waiting to get going again. But it is only one race left to go in 2025. It was a bit weird because most of the paddock has already left.
Yeah, it's got a bit eerily quiet all of a sudden. I mean, the kids are back out on track having a bit of fun again. We are just going to have to wait and see what happens at the moment. I mean, I'm just watching the track at the moment. There's a bit of fun going on at the moment. I mean, we've got fans still here sat in their chairs. Everybody's just waiting to see what happens. But it's all just turned into a bit of fun this afternoon here at Three Sisters. We are just waiting for an update on what is happening, when we will be getting back out on track. It's been an amazing weekend so far, our last race weekend. We've been having a bit of fun, bit of a celebration of the season. I mean, Holly did mention a couple of drinks last night. I'm wondering if maybe that was the Birkins influence.
Yes, it
possibly.
was. Yes, it was.
Everybody just had a bit of fun last night. I mean, it was a Friday night. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it was a Friday night.
We had a bit of fun last night.
We did, we went back, played some frustration, had a few drinks, watched cars, had a great time to our media team accommodation.
When we actually talk about it back today, it doesn't sound like the best at
It
all.
was quite a lot of fun at the time.
It was.
Going back, we had a beer and played a board game and watched a film. Oh, wow, what fun that was. I must say, the on-track action in terms of running race is not quite as good as it was last time. But
we haven't got half the competitors as last time.
True. Again, most of the paddocks kind of vanished into the ether. Again, it's a Saturday. It's the final round of the season. The championships were all done by yesterday as well. And to be fair, locally wise as well, it's going to get a bit messy because it is the Super League Grand Final kicking off in an hour and 25. Wigan Warriors placing Hull Kingston Rovers once again. So if you are still here at the circuit and you are planning to hang around till 6, just be careful because driving through Wigan could be a bit mental given that's going on. Looking forward, though, to 2026. Again, we're expecting some more brilliant racing. And, of course, if you yourself are sat at home thinking you want to get involved or you have a young rider at home who wants to get involved, head over to the FAB-Racing website and Facebook pages to see how you can get involved and test yourself against the best of the best in grassroots British motorsport. As there we see, you already heard from Andrew Owen a little while ago. This is the track walk that he did with some of the kids out there and some of our younger riders listening to the words of wisdom from a British superbike rider. It's not every day you get that. And again, as Andrew said...
I mean, there was a couple of our moto team riders there. I just spotted Phil Joyce in the background. He just appeared and disappeared out of shot.
Yeah, there was a few of the older guys in the background as well, but they were just kind of milling along in the back. I don't think they were necessarily there to, fanboy over Andrew Owen, to be quite frank, as some of the kids may have done. But again, Andrew as well, he talks about giving back to the sport and giving back to the community and to the younger riders, and that's something you see very, very often here at FAB-Racing. It is very much a family community. If anyone has any problems, people sort out. When my exhaust decided to fall off this morning, put it into the WhatsApp chat, be like, hey, can anybody help me? The amount of people that were like, yep, we'll sort you. We didn't end up ripping said exhaust off.
Yes, Ross's car now sounds very, very loud.
VX, it's the cheapest way to turn your 1.2 Corsa into a VXR, is all I'll say. But again, the amount of people that just turn around and are like, yep, how can we help? From just from me being like, can somebody please help me get going? It looks like we are ready to potentially get going again for the final race of the season in the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP 50s, because I have just seen a message pop through from Lee Clowes, our Fab Marshal, that simply just says, ready for the 50 race. That's a good sign by my book, so hopefully we'll be ready to get going in just a little while. But Lee said that we're ready to get going, so I think we'll wait for people to come out of the paddock, and hopefully we can get going in just a short moment's time. But as I was saying before that, I noticed that, a real family community. They help me out today, they help you out in the future. And again, it's so open and welcoming here. And you can just come along and see what it's all about. Whether you're new to racing, whether you've been racing another series beforehand, come and see and test yourself. And again, for junior riders as well, it's the best place to start your bike racing career. This is the road to MotoGP. This is the road to the R&G British Talent Cup. Since 2019, the top 3 in every single British Talent Cup season have all come from FAB-Racing. And basically anybody who's anyone nowadays in British bike racing all got their start here. Everyone who was in the BSB Showdown and even heading into the BSB finale next week at Brands all started at FAB-Racing. Everyone who's recently made debuts up in Grand Prix World Championship, they all got their start here as well. So as I just said, literally, because the message came through, we are actually going to go racing again. Again, there was a message, this was confirmed. And it's no surprise that people are now actually getting ready to go racing.
Definitely not, Ross. We're going to just wait and see as we can hear the bike starting up. We can hear everybody starting to collect and gather together in the pit lane. We are just going to keep an eye on what's going to happen. I had my go just a little while ago. It looks like Ross may also be getting his turn to fly the flag. He's gone to ask the question, gone to find out if he can be the one to do it, and he is. Ross is the one who's going to be flying that green flag. See, this is what's great fun as well. We get we get allowed to do stuff like this. You know, we really get a chance to take part and really get involved with the races as well. But there we can see the 30 of Josh Perkins. He's just waiting to get back out on track. I can see out the window at the moment. Ross is just having a bit of fun, really getting excited about the fact he's also waving the green flag. We both said that we wanted to do it, but there we have got a race happening. It is our final race of the season, which is just going to be amazing. Yeah, a final race of the FAB-Racing 2025 season. It has flown by, gone so fast. We've seen everybody develop and really get good. I mean, Ross at the moment is just standing there. If that's going to be your green flag wave, Ross, really. Come on, you've got to make sure everybody can see you. Yeah, it does look like he's just swatting flies at the moment. But everybody's coming out on to the track now for the sighting lap for the last time of the year. We are going racing here at FAB. We have got a mini GP50 coming out. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to be lining up. On pole position, we have Caelan Ratcliffe in P2. We have Josh Perkins, P3. We have Emilio Pereira, P4. We have Rex Austin, P5. We have Tommy Keats, P6. We have Riley Paisley, P7. We have Max Johnson, P8. We have Daisy Polden, P9, we have Kai Hawken, P10, Preston Baker, P11, Bo Morris, P12, Tommy Williams, P13, Jensen Sadrath, P14, Callum Maxwell, P15, Bojan Blazewski, P16, Danny Longhurst, P17, Harry James, and rounding out 18. Oh, and that is Caelan Ratcliffe down on the sighting lap. He will not be able to compete in this race. That is going to be gutting for him, but we will just have to wait and see what's happening there. Waiting for a marshal to be able to head over. Yeah, I see one of the marshals heading over now to help him out. Oh, that is disappointing for him, but everybody else is at the grid. We're gonna just wait to make sure Caelan's okay, get the track cleared, and then hopefully we will have the last race underway of the day, of the season. This is the one to watch, the mini GP50s. Let's just see what's going to happen here. We're just waiting to find out. We've had such a fabulous weekend of racing, a fabulous season of racing, should we say. And it's all coming down to this final race of the day. The mini GP50s. Championship leader Sebastian Gazlowski won't be racing with them today. We've seen him in the Extreme 200 and the GP70, and he's absolutely been amazing. We're just going to see, I think they're looking to see if they can get the bike started up for the number 96, Caelan Ratcliffe. But everybody just seems to be practicing their starts, just making sure they are perfect in the position. But Caelan Ratcliffe is just making his way round the track now, coming past where timing starts up before he comes down. I'm not too sure. Is he going to be allowed to join this race as it is the last one, or is he going to be sent into the grid? We will just have to wait and find out what's happening as he comes around the track now into those final few corners, round on to the final straight that comes down to where the grid is. He is going to be, looks like, taking his grid position. Let's see what Flag Marshal Lee Close has to say about that. Who is going to win this one? Is Ross going to fail majorly when he does the flag? Is he going to nearly kill our Flag Marshal Lee Close like I did? And unfortunately for Caelan Ratcliffe, that is the end of his race. He will be unable to start. That is the end of his season. A gutting way for it to end, but we've still got a race to get underway and get done. She's telling everyone to clear off from the track. She's getting ready. She's going to give the point to Ross in a minute. Ross is going to wait for her to move out the way. She moves, and it is flag down, and we are racing for the final time of the FAB 2025 season. A really, really quick start from everybody there. Brilliant stuff to see. Ross had a bit of fun there, as we all saw. But who is it that we've got leading at the moment? It is the number 30 of Josh Perkins with the 991 of Rex Austin. Really close behind. No, actually, it is the 31 of Amelia Pereira who leads this race at the moment with the 991 of Rex Austin just behind him, and the 30 of Josh Perkins making up this little group of three who are leading this race at the moment. A brilliant start for everybody there. Really, really strong. Riley Paisley back on the grid as well on that number 17, but they're coming around now just past the paddock straight, and this is it. This is the last race of the season. How are we feeling, Ross?
Feeling so excited. Let's head out on a scorcher, guys. Pereira, great start from him and from Austin and from Perkins as well. All three of them got away very, very well. Of course, your heart has to go out for Caelan Ratcliffe. You don't want your season to end with such a simple mistake like that and going down before you even get to the green flag. But them's the brakes. Meanwhile, up in front. Is that a move maybe from Rex Austin? No. Pereira slams the door down into turn one as they make it 9 laps to go. Top three, nothing to separate them.
Absolutely nothing at all. They are really getting close with each other. Really, really going to be battling it out. Like we said, 9 laps of racing left to go. This is exciting. This is fun. The last race of the season. The last race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50s. Amelia Pereira really, really putting on some quick times as they come down now, just about to lead into Luna Bend. Let's see what happens when we cross the line, and we've got just 8 laps left to go. They're coming down now. They are coming over that finish line to make it 8 laps left to go. Amelia Pereira still leading ahead of Rex Austin, but Josh Perkins following close behind them in P3, just putting the fastest lap of a 46.198. He is hot on their heels. He really, really wants to get involved in this battle for P1.
Let's see if he can make his way through, though, as the two in front continue to fight. Look there from Austin, but it was merely that. No attempt made down into Paddock Bend before coming onto the Rogerson straight. Is there a better punch out of the corner from the 991 as the 31 goes slightly tight there? Pereira, it wasn't a defensive line per se, but it was certainly thinking about covering that inside line on the way into Luna Bend. It'll be 7 laps left to go when they come to the line this time, and Pereira still in front of Austin, who's too far back to make a move. Perkins waiting patiently behind. The top three only covered by half a second as they cross the line. They have shot away from absolutely everybody. No one else in sight. It's the podium-placed riders fighting it out for the final race win of the season. And maybe another look there for Austin. And once again, just not close enough.
No, and Amelia Pereira goes really tight into the corners because he is aware of the pressure that Rex Austin is putting onto him, but he doesn't want to risk it, so he will stay tight to the corners, really go on really tight to the inside so that Rex Austin can't do that, and if he wants to try anything, he has to run that little bit wider into the corner. So we've got just 6 laps of racing left to go now, and it is still Amelia Pereira who leads ahead of Rex Austin, with Josh Perkins just that little bit behind him. 0.5 second gap between these two, and Josh Perkins running in third. But this is the battle we want to be watching. All our podium sitters find it out for that top place finish in this race. They are just coming flying down past the commentary box now. Amelia Pereira is still leading ahead of Rex Austin, but Rex Austin really putting on the pressure, really making sure Amelia Pereira knows he's there and he wants to get involved and have a bit of a battle with him for this race win.
Still, Austin putting that pressure onto the race leader. The 31 took his first race win in the 50s this weekend after going the whole season without a podium. Can he make it 2 out of 3 to end the year on a high? There's no real other close battles out there. Riley Paisley's close to Daisy Polden in P4. Great job from Daisy on the 127 to be up in P4, but apart from that, that's about it. Although Bojan Blajewski, Jensen Cedras in P10 and 11, they're also quite close, but everybody else pretty much spread out quite evenly. It's all action at the front, though. The top 3 sliding their way there through Paddock Bend. A little bit of a wider line, a cut-back V almost from Rex Austin. Is he just trying to shake up his line, see if he can find something that might give him the edge in this fight?
possibly he could be looking to do that, but he also might be trying to play games with Amelia and be like, oh, am I going to go here? I'm really going to make you think now, and then actually when I make my move, you won't expect me to do. Oh, well, but Rex Austin has done it. He's just slid on through around into that first corner there. That was a really, really clean, really good move from him there with just 4 laps left to go. Can Emilio Pereira get that back at any point, though? That's what we're going to have to wait and see, because he's led for most of this race. He's not going to be happy if he doesn't lead full and get that win. So we are just going to keep an eye on these guys, but they're coming up to some rear traffic now, so that could also really play a part. Are they able to stick close together, or are they going to end up pulling apart a bit because they get held up by traffic? But it doesn't look like they had many issues there. They're coming around now. We've got just 3 laps left of racing in the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP 50 class. Let's see what happens. It is Rex Austin leading ahead of Emilio Pereira, with Josh Perkins in third, just 0.7 seconds separating all 3 of them.
It's so tight out there, a bit of traffic up ahead, but Austin still leading with conviction in the final race of the season. You can see arms waving out of the pit lane, cheering these young riders on. They are so close to bringing an end to a year of hard work, of struggle, of trial and error. Let's see which one of them can end the happiest of the lot with a brilliant, brilliant victory. Perkins held up there by the traffic. The 3-way battle surely now becomes 2 as they head on to the penultimate lap. It is Austin from Pereira from Perkins.
Absolutely, it is indeed Austin leading this race ahead of Pereira. Maybe a little more back traffic if they come up on it anymore will cause a few issues there that holds Rex Austin up, that gives Emilio Pereira the chance. We've got to wait and see what happens here. Although he's close to Rex Austin, like Rex Austin had at the beginning of the race, he hasn't really got the opportunities to make a move just yet. He is just that little bit too far of a gap behind to be able to swing on down the inside and really get enough out of his bike into some corners without having to brake too hard, that he can make the move and be comfortable in the lead, then comfortably make the move that he knows if he does it, he'll hold it. But now they're coming round now. We see it is the yellow flag with the black cross through it. We are seeing that for the last time this season. We are on the last lap of this race for the Mini GP 50s. Rex Austin leads ahead of Emilio Pereira. Josh Perkins in third, falling back just a little bit, but this is the battle we are keeping our eyes on. They're coming up to lots of back traffic now. They've got to weave their way through all of these riders to decide who's going to win. Is this going to cause trouble here? We are really going to have to keep our eyes on this. They are coming through into the final little section of the track, and it is still the 991 of Rex Austin who's leading Emilio Pereira just behind. Austin just making his way through that traffic a bit more easier than Emilio Pereira. They're coming round now, past the final few riders, round onto that final corner, and it is going to be Rex Austin. He takes the race win for the Mini GP 50. It's the last time we have seen that checkered flag flying for the 2025 season. And it's Rex Austin who leads, takes the win with Emilio Pereira close behind in second, and our final podium sitter, Josh Perkins, just behind him.
What a way to wrap up 2025. Rex Austin, a fantastic win. Emilio Pereira, another podium this weekend. And Josh Perkins got unlucky, caught traffic in a bit of a dodgy place, but still a fine ride to bring it home in P3. Elsewhere, Daisy Polden, an amazing result for the 127. 4th place, fantastic job from her, with Riley Paisley P5, Max Johnson in 6th, Tommy Williams 7th, Jensen Cedras in P8, Callum Maxwell was 9th, and Harry James rounding out our top 10. But the final win of 2025 in the King's Two Wheel Centre Mini GP 50s goes the way of the 991 of Rex Austin. What a way to put a cap on a brilliant year of racing. A 3-way fight all the way to the death to bring 2025 to a close. Superb.
Absolutely brilliant, like you said, Ross. That is it. As season is over, has come to an end. That is really, really lovely to see, though, that everybody is there just celebrating, congratulating each other on how this season has ended. Really, really lovely to see the Mini GP 50s done and dusted and have come to an end.
Absolutely. Wow, what a season it has been once again for the 50s, and what a season it has been in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Sounds like we got some burnouts going on a bit further back. That's from the 127 of Daisy Polden a bit further away in the pit lane, who's bringing some burnt rubber to celebrate a fantastic end to the season. Well, the smoke has drifted away, but I can assure you there was certainly some burnt rubber in the air there. As again, the rest of the riders come in. There is a champions parade photo shoot thingy going on the main straight after this. But in terms of racing, that's it. We're done.
It's really, really sad, isn't it, Ross? Really sad that the season's come to an end. I think Daisy Polder was doing some burnouts and everybody celebrating. She came P4 in that race, which is one of her best finishes that she's had so far this season in the Mini GP 50 class. So well done to her. Everybody here supporting her, and like we said, we have Lauren from House and Moto with us this weekend. She's going to be really, really happy with that. But everybody just applauding, just saying a huge congratulations to the 3 guys who finished this race.
Absolutely. A fantastic race to bring an end to a great season, as we've been saying. And it has just been another fantastic season all round. We've seen just brilliant racing all throughout from all of the classes. All of the riders have brought their own flavour to the table, and it's just been brilliant the whole way through. Izzy, any particular highlights from you in your first year of FAB-Racing, or just was the whole season the big highlight?
I mean, the whole season, obviously, the big highlight. Absolutely brilliant stuff we've seen. But perhaps one of my most favourite races has been Hooton Park, where we saw the pit bikes, which is where we really saw Harrison Quincy come out of his shell and really, really show us what he can do. So I think that was a massive, massive standout moment for me there. What about you, Ross? Any highlight for you?
There's a lot. I mean, I obviously love coming here to Three Sisters because it's 30 minutes from my front door. Sorry, not sorry, but it's always great. And again, today, the first time we've used the Valley circuit, it was brilliant. I thought there was some fantastic racing, and Three Sisters in general, it's so fast, but it offers brilliant racing, which is a combination you don't often see. Rower, of course, I absolutely love that place from the bottom of my heart. I think it's one of the greatest racetracks the UK has to offer, and that was also a fantastic weekend, even if the racing wasn't as excellent as we have had it in the past there. Ella, of course, was also superb. I mean, just everywhere we went, there was always brilliant racing, as you come to expect from the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. As Slim Shady takes a photo there of the top 3. I promise Jamie King I will stop taking the mick out of you. As though you can see on there, the right-hand side in the pink hoodie, Lauren from the House of Moto. Again, we did mention her a brief moment ago, but she is back here at FAB-Racing this weekend after an extended time away. She's been following around some of the other riders, young female riders that she supports in other championships up in Scotland and in Italy as well. So she's been here, there and everywhere across Europe, helping grow young female talent in bike racing. But good to have her back with her for the final FAB-Racing round.
Absolutely, Ross. Always really, really good to have Lauren with us, supporting those girls who are really getting their season and their beginning of their racing careers underway. But we can see Emilio Pereira there just giving us a few little burnouts after celebrating his finish there in P2. But what a season it has been, what a weekend of racing it has been. We thank you all so very much for joining us wherever you have watched from, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We will be having highlights going up soon on YouTube of all the racing. You can already see some highlights from the beginning of the season, but that is it. We are sorted.
We might hang around actually, because I think we are going to do the champions photo shoot so we can see what's going on. But it is a good time to say thank you to all the people that deserve to have thank you said to them. To be fair, of course, a huge thank you to Roger Keys and Louise Thomas from Race Control, who do a fantastic job making sure that everybody obeys the rules. Rob Keys, the mechanic, or the chief mechanic, I guess, of the paddock is his official title, who fixes things when things go wrong. Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, of course, for running the FAB-Racing social media page, like guys like in the paddock, like Ian Harris, who are there, again, to make sure everything stays in one piece when things break. Of course, Lee Klaus, our flag marshal, what wouldn't we do without her? And I know I like to take the mic, but she is really, really brilliant. And again, without her, FAB-Racing would be in a much worse off state. A big thank you to the Motorsport media team as well, Lester, our producer, and Ant, Kim and Tom, our camera operators throughout the year. the two standing commentators we had in Zach Sweeney and Alex Rizzoli, and of course, thank you to you as well, Izzy Higgs, on your first year of Fab Racing. It has been an absolute pleasure working alongside you.
Thank you, Ross, and it's been a pleasure working with you too. You've really helped me this year. This is first time I've commentated, and I was really nervous that first weekend, but you supported me all season, and you've really been like, you're fine, you're doing okay, you are doing the job, you are doing what you need to do. But it's been absolutely amazing, and like I've said to you all week, I can't believe it's over. It's done. It was the last time being here, and this is, I'll be honest, this has probably been my favourite circuit. Houghton Park, a new one we went to, I really liked that when we were there, but actually now that we're here, Three Sisters, I've fallen in love with this circuit.
Jay's, just to cut away from how amazing was Circuit Three Sisters, which, yes, it is, Jamie King, in his infinite wisdom, has lined everybody up facing away from our camera, then realised his mistake and is turning everybody back around to get the money shot. Again, there's also a few of our champions that aren't actually here this weekend, unfortunately. And some of them have already gone home as well. Matt Birkin packed up and left the second his race three was done. I could see the Birkin awning and van outside of our commentary box window, and I remember about half an hour after their race three was done, I just looked out of the window to see what was going on, and they'd already left. They were out of here. But I guess, Saturday night fever and all that, may as well get home and enjoy rest in your own bed. But yeah, so many of our champions no longer here, but we're still going to try and get a photo shoot with some of them anyway. You can see there, Finley Styles, Jensen Sedras.
What is Jamie King doing? They're not even facing us again.
He's very good at doing social media and doing the trophies at the end of the day. I don't think he's very good at organising photo shoots as Pit Bike Sonic.
Should I pop down there for a minute?
Yeah, do you want to go and have a shout? Please, if you be my guest, if you want to go and have a go at him. To be fair, that looks a lot better, to be fair, because then they can actually get the proper photo from the front.
Yeah, yes.
And then there's still a few more to join, though, because obviously Sebastian Goslavsky is going to get in there as well.
Coming in there.
So we're missing Matt Birkin. Who else are we missing?
We have 1, 2, I'm going to have to count. Right, you're making me count now, Ross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8 at the moment. We are just missing.
Of course, got to remember that Harrison Day and Sebastian Goslavsky are double champs this year.
Actually, that works out then.
So it is just Matt Birkin?
Yeah, we are literally just missing
What a surprise. Birkin. One of the Birkin boys.
Because we've got both of our guys from Motor Team as well. So it works out. We are literally just missing Matt.
Brilliant. Fantastic stuff. Cheers, Matt. Appreciate it. But as we close in on our champions, and Marco Pandolfo especially for some reason, as we close in on our champions, a fitting way to end 2025. Another amazing season of the MasterMac Fab Racing Minibike British Championship comes to an end. Thank you very much for joining us for this entire journey across this year. We'll see you in 2026.
On the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
Fab Racing Minibikes British Championship.